You know, these Death Battle fan debates can get a bit on the insane side of things. Recently on Facebook, I saw someone post one that, quite frankly, if you look at it objectively and logically, it's a very, very easy answer. And you could attempt to argue all day long that I'm wrong, but I'm not. So, it was Vader and his Super Star Destroyer versus Captain Jean-Luc Picard and the Enterprise D. Now, let's look at this logically. Alright? So, on the side of Star Trek in this debate, you have Picard and his crew riding the Starship Enterprise. Now, Starship Enterprise is not a vessel made for war. They are a research vessel. Now, are they armed to the teeth? Absolutely. They have to be able to protect themselves. They live in what would be considered a rather hostile universe. Klingons, Kardashians, the Dominion, the Breen. I mean, there's a number of viable threats to the health of the crew of the Starship Enterprise. Number of viable threats. So yes, they're armed to the teeth. What advantages would they hold? Frankly, they have two major advantages. They are faster than a Super Star Destroyer or almost any other ship in Star Wars history. And it's been shown that Star Trek tech is comparably more advanced by a significant amount than Star Wars technology. Okay, so we give them speed, we give them advanced tech. Now, do they really have anything else? Not really. I mean, they have a damn good engineer. They have a Beta Z who has a telepathic empathy based ability, meaning she feels the emotions of others, she's able to interpret them, but she's not necessarily capable of influencing those emotions or what the person may or may not do or anything along those lines. She's not your typical telepath. You have Commander Data. Brilliant strategic mind. Android, so advanced reflexes. Thinks much faster than a human. But beyond that, and beyond Picard and Riker's tactical mindsets, Star Trek, in terms of crew, doesn't really have much. Which is unfortunate. Because Star Wars, in this scenario, does have their own tactical capabilities, but they have so much more. You have Admiral Piet and the other brilliant officers on the Super Star Destroyer Executor. You have energy-based weapons, which, quite frankly, Star Trek isn't prepared for. But here are your tactical advantages for Star Wars in the debate. And we're going to save the best for last. So first and foremost, Star Wars, unlike Star Trek, has weapons that are on all warships, as far as I'm aware, all capital ships, whose only function is to disrupt and destroy the electronics of an enemy in order to shut down ships. That alone is a massive tactical advantage. Oh, and Star Trek does technically have a range advantage. Can't forget that. So, for Star Wars, we start with the tactical advantage of having a ship with weapons on it, a ton of them, whose only function is to shut down and destroy enemy electronics, shields, computers, phaser banks, photon torpedoes, the whole 9 yards. There is nothing in your typical arsenal of a Star Trek ship designed to counter something that is designed to do that particular function, especially if it's being pounded by hundreds of other energy gun banks firing hot plasma and things of that nature at the same time. Your second major advantage is very few ships in Star Trek have been designated as actual warships. They aren't designed for that on the part of Starfleet. Not true for every race in Star Trek, but we're talking Starfleet itself. Starfleet does not create and design very many warships. The Enterprise is not a warship. Not by a long shot. The Enterprise is a fucking exploration vessel. So most of its systems and overall the entirety of its being is designed for exploration, not war. Can she fight? Sure. But not well. Not as well as a Superstar Destroyer, which is designed specifically to just overwhelm and destroy opposing capital ships, of which the Enterprise would certainly classify. They have access to your normal Star Wars shielding arrays, potentially access to ray shielding, which is a type of shielding that's never been seen in Star Trek. And the entire hull has super heavy, dense armor plating designed specifically to withstand extreme attacks for long periods of time. I mean, the whole goddamn ship is designed specifically to commit to the art of war. That's a major advantage on Star Wars' side in this particular conflict. Now, what other advantages do they have? Well, while there are starfighter style ships in the Star Trek universe, they do exist. They are incredibly rare. And the Enterprise doesn't have any. They have some shuttles. That's the best they got. Starfighters are going to be a massive advantage. And they're going to be incredibly effective, especially once they get up close and personal with the opposing vessel. And here's why. Star Trek weaponry is designed specifically for long-range combat. They don't have weapons that are effective at short-range combat, especially if they're fighting a bunch of tiny one-man personal starfighters. In this case, we're talking about TIEs. If we're going at the height, we'll have advanced TIE fighters, TIE bombers, TIE interceptors, and at least one or two other forms of TIE fighter. Small, incredibly fast, incredibly agile, and the Enterprise is just not designed to fight them. Their targeting computer will not be able to handle targeting a swarm of these motherfuckers all at one time. And while TIE fighters may not be quite as fast as the Enterprise, considering they will literally be all over the place looking to get up close and personal, they're going to be able to continuously bombard the Enterprise and her shields as a distraction, which is going to confuse the targeting computer and will eventually, probably in a very short period of time, due to the variety of weapons that starfighters are known to carry in Star Wars, eventually will just shut down the shields. And the Enterprise has no weapon systems that will be capable, without harming the Enterprise herself, of handling starfighters just getting right up to their shield bubble, riding the shield bubble, and just bombarding it from stem to stern. They can't do it. They can't handle that. Star Trek ships also carry a very limited arsenal of weapons. Which is a disadvantage, considering the rather large arsenal of weapons, comparably, which your typical average Star Wars ship carries. Plus, Star Wars ships have weapons designed specifically for pinpoint defense, meaning if something gets close, they can target it and destroy it rather easily. So that's already some really massive advantages on the side of Star Wars. But let's talk about the biggest advantage in this fight. The Force. Specifically, Darth Vader. Canonically, Vader is, if not the strongest Force user ever, he's certainly in the top 3 to 5 in terms of sheer raw power and talent. Canonically, Vader's range for use of the Force is pretty extreme. And his abilities are massively varied in terms of what he can or can't do with the Force. Vader has, among his abilities with the Force, the ability to grab a ship considerably larger than the Enterprise D and literally hold it in place. He has the ability to influence a massive amount of minds all at one time. He has the ability to grab a starship of considerable size, much larger than the Enterprise D, and simply crush it with the power of his mind. Force lightning, force choke. I mean, the list of canonically associated abilities is rather huge. And his range would be fairly equivalent to the range of the Enterprise D's weaponry. And one of his strongest capabilities is the ability to influence electronics. It's a pretty rare force power. But he's been seen demonstrating the ability to influence and alter electronic devices on numerous occasions throughout both Disney canon and Legends canon. And in Death Battle, we take characters at their absolute strongest, at their peaks. So we include all the feats from everything. So, yes, Star Trek has the advantage in speed, range, and tech, in terms of advanced tech. But Vader by himself essentially cancels out those advantages. First and foremost, he has precognitive capabilities. He can sense what the Enterprise and her crew are going to do before they even actually attempt it. That in and of itself is an overwhelming advantage. He can influence the technology on the Enterprise. He doesn't necessarily have to understand that tech in order to do it. He just kind of reaches in, feels around a little bit, finds shit that he wants to alter or break, and just does it. Another overwhelming advantage. As if that's not enough, he can sense the minds of the Enterprise crew, including probably Data, considering there's at least a few things that are part of Data's build and programming that Vader could sense, and he can influence those minds. They have no defense against that. He could literally just have the crew start killing each other. If he wanted to have a little bit of fun. He could grab the Enterprise and hold it in place long enough for the Super Star Destroyer Executor, his personal ship, to get close and just start pummeling the shit out of it with hundreds of energy weapons unknown in the Star Trek universe, as well as dozens, if not hundreds, of starfighters. Something that, the Enterprise's computer and even data wouldn't be capable of countering. At least not completely. And while the Enterprise does have a range advantage, when you're being attacked by like 200 ships or close to 200 ships all at once, plus you have the Force attacking your mind directly, influencing you, you're not gonna be able to really do a great deal. And if Vader gets bored or they piss him off enough, Vader can just crush the ship as if it were made of tissue paper. And frankly, the Enterprise D doesn't have a defense against that. Its shields can't stop it. It wouldn't be a form of recognizable energy. It would take them too long once the process has started to figure out what it is and attempt to program some type of counter into the ship's electronics and shields and stuff. Frankly, the Enterprise D would not stand a chance in this fight. It's just not possible for Picard and his crew to beat Vader and his ship. Vader has the advantage in arsenal, the arsenal being vastly more varied. Starfighter advantage. The starfighters are too small and just too quick for the Enterprise's computers to lock on and try to destroy. They'll probably kill some of them, mostly through luck, but it wouldn't be enough. And their speed advantage is basically negated because Vader can just grab the Enterprise and either crush it or hold it in place so that they could get close and just destroy it with their hundreds of different types of energy cannons. Because no ship can withstand a pummeling like a superstar destroyer could give the Enterprise for an extended period. We know this. We've seen the starships lose shields consistently because they become overtaxed. They take too much damage coming in from a specific direction. And the big difference is once the Superstar Destroyer gets in range, they're not going to target just one section of shields. They will broadside the fuck out of the Enterprise, targeting the entire shield corridor from stem to stern and just overwhelm it with millions and millions of laser or of energy fire shots, all while their starfighter covers are also pummeling the ship from literally every conceivable direction, overwhelming the targeting computers, overwhelming the electronics, overwhelming the shields and destroying them, and opening the hole to massive amounts of very quick, very hard to contain damage. And again, it won't be targeted to specific sections like Star Trek weapons are. They're not that's the thing. Star Trek weapons are designed for essentially single target locations if they want to do the maximum amount of potential damage. They're not designed to just bully opposing ships or entities of any kind. They're designed to attempt to be precision. Star Trek weapons, while effective, cannot compare to the sheer just overwhelming bullying and pounding that a Star Wars vessel can dish out, especially something as large as a Super Star Destroyer. And considering that Super Star Destroyers, like almost every capital ship in Star Wars, have weapons all over the hull, facing in all directions, capable of providing a flurry of fire that is essentially unseen in almost anything else that's sci-fi or fantasy, or a combination of both. It's just a matter of time. And while the Super Star Destroyer will just rotate and fire to protect key systems that might be made temporarily vulnerable, while the shields recycle, which they do fairly quickly, Star Trek won't be capable of doing that, because while they're rolling, attempting to present different fronts, if Vader's choosing to just have a little fun and not hold the ship in place, what's going to end up happening is they're going to continue to receive these massive broadside pummels from stem to stern, continually overtaxing different sections of shielding very quickly, making this fight, unfortunately, incredibly one-sided. The only way that Star Trek, in this instance, would have a reasonable chance at a win is if you remove the starfighters and Vader from the equation. Without Vader, there goes the single most overwhelming set of advantages Star Wars has in the fight. The ability to crush the ship like it was made of tissue paper, the ability to hold it in place and prevent it from moving so that the Super Star Destroyer could just move in and pummel the shit out of it. The ability to influence mines or electronics from a distance. All of that type of stuff just goes out the window. If you remove Vader from the equivalent, which honestly makes the few advantages Star Trek has in the fight worth having. Then if you remove the starfighters, you give the Enterprise computer back the advantages it would naturally have without them, meaning it's not attempting to track hundreds of small ships or dozens of small, incredibly fast and agile ships, if not hundreds of them, in order to try to destroy them, which are being used as harassment and distraction giving the Superstar Destroyer the chance to move in to range and take them out. It's the only reasonable chance the Enterprise has with Picard at the helm versus Vader and his Superstar Destroyer. The only chance they have is you'd have to remove Vader and the starfighters from the equation. But this is a death battle. We take the combatants at their absolute best. And the death battle specifies Vader and his Superstar Destroyer versus Picard and the Enterprise D. At their best, Vader and the Superstar Destroyer win. And I'm not saying that to try to be an asshole about the fight. Because I would love it if in this scenario the Enterprise D could win. I love both franchises. But given the variables, Picard and the Enterprise D are not capable of beating the Superstar Destroyer Executor helmed by Darth Vader. Darth Vader himself just provides overwhelming advantages to the Star Wars side of this that the Star Trek side can't overcome and are just simply not prepared for. The only way Star Trek wins this particular fight is through some sort of divine style intervention, such as like Q popping in and fucking shit up, or whatever gods exist in Star Trek coming in at the 11th hour and saving the Enterprise. Like, it's the only way in hell the Enterprise will win this fight. And you also have to remember this. Picard would waste a ton of time at the start of the fight, and even during the fight itself, attempting to negotiate a ceasefire and a peace treaty with Vader. The problem is, he wouldn't know or understand why Vader would fight. So he would go to that negotiation not really having anything to offer, because frankly he's not going to have anything Vader wants. It's that simple. If you go into a negotiation, you have to be able to have something that can convince the people you're negotiating with to agree to whatever you offer, a ceasefire, a treaty, whatever. Frankly, Picard doesn't have any cards to bring. and play in a negotiation. He would be like, okay, I don't know who you are. I don't know why you want to pick this fight, but, can we resolve this peacefully? And Vader's just going to be like, no, in the name of the Empire and my master, Emperor Palpatine, Darth Sidious, I have been ordered to completely annihilate you, and that's what I'm going to do. And Picard will attempt to plead and just talk as much as possible to try to figure out some way to resolve this without a fight, and it just won't work. He doesn't have any cards to play. He has nothing to negotiate with. And all the while, Vader's just going to be moving closer and closer. Frankly, this is a win in the Star Wars column. The massive amount of TIE fighters, the massive and variety and number of weapons, the Force, the fact that the SSD is designed only for war and nothing else. Frankly, the size difference, which means that technically there's a very good chance that the SSD would technically have more power. The advantages in favor of Star Wars in the fight are just simply advantages Star Trek in this battle could not beat. They'd try, absolutely, but it would end one of two ways, depending on how much fun Vader wants to have. Either the Enterprise is forced to flee and try to fight another day, or they are just simply obliterated. And frankly, I think there will come a point, matter of fact, I know there will come a point during the fight when Vader has just simply had, enough of Picard in his bullshit, and he'll just grab the ship, hold it in place, and crush it like a can. Turn it into a giant dead hunk of fucking junk floating in space. The only possible survivor, maybe, would be Data, since he doesn't breathe. So he can survive, technically, in space. What the fuck is Data gonna do when the Enterprise has been crunched into a giant metallic baseball? He can't fix that. And he'd be the only one that could possibly be left alive. There'd be too many hull breaches to fix. He might be able to get one compartment sealed up and secured and call for help from there if he can get the computer back up and running. But that's the only shot Data would have. And more than likely, Vader would sense Data's survival and be like, there can't be any survivors here. They cannot know what did this. And he just grab Data and destroy him. Data's physical advantages aren't going to mean shit to Vader when Vader could just grab him with the Force, hold him up, and just destroy him a cut at a time. Or just reach into his head and his body and fry his electronic components one by one. Or if Vader wanted to have fun, fry him with an extended blast or multiple blasts of Force lightning, just melting his electronic innards bit by bit. Vader has a number of ways to kill Data to a point where even Data wouldn't be recoverable. So for this fight, Star Wars, Vader and the Super Star Destroyer Executor pick up the win. It sucks, I know. I wish the fight wasn't more, or wasn't so lopsided. But here we are. Now, if you'll excuse me for a minute, I need to run to the restroom real quick, grab me some coffee, then we're going to get into this. So I'll be back. Hang tight.
So we've seen many videos where police officers in these videos are overweight, out of shape, never look like they've gone to a gym a day in their life. Okay, and if that's you, personal choice, it's okay. But if you're going to be a police officer and you have to chase people, you would think that you would have to get your body conditioned to the point where you're going to be used to running. Well, most police officers are not that. And many police departments don't require them to be. Only a few. Now, with that being said, why is it when a person runs from a police officer, when a police officer catches up to the person, they're so pissed off? Because you make them work out. You pissed them off. It's called pissing off the police. These are already tyrants. They're already upset. They're already angry. And now you just made them run. Something we can obviously see that they do not want to do. Something as simple as making a police officer run. Something he should or she should be doing anyway. Something that simple will cause a police officer to punch a unarmed man in the face 12 times, causing him to bleed all over the place. And I still can't understand why there are still people that come into this comment section, and I'm sure many others, finding or trying to find excuses on why law enforcement officers do the things that they do. And you see all type of crazy things like, well, they should have complied. If you want to know one of the reasons why police officers are so mad and they react in such a way after having to chase you, no matter how shorten the distance, it's because you made them run and they're out of shape. This is pathetic, but it's what is in America. Publish lay rights, record the police. That being said, Mr. Cooper University, signing off.
20 ribeyes for...
Oh, I didn't even put the spin on it. Look at that. On 7 here.
Yeah, Will Lamb is a wide receiver.
3, 2, 1.
Both of you, hand over your cash now. We will have tea.
You're the only. Can I just?
The odds. Told you. Pro.
What are you wearing?
Hi, I'm. Oh, someone.
Would you? This is
The thing that hurt. You want to spot? This is.
remember
To my mom.
they wanted you to have.
They fired me with a 5-line email. The new CEO demanded, without even calling, hand over the entire system, all of it. I drove home, made coffee. Then I opened the control panel in my garage and flipped the switch. By noon, she was in. She knocked on my garage door at 12 to 43 in the afternoon. I could see her through the side window before I opened it. Black sedan in the driveway, still running. Diane Caldwell, in the same blazer she'd probably been wearing since 6 that morning, standing in front of a 2-car garage in a neighborhood she'd never had any reason to visit. About to ask the man she fired 5 hours ago to please turn her factories back on. I let her knock twice, then I opened the door. That's where this story ends. But to understand why she was standing there, and why I made her wait, you have to go back to 7/14 that same morning. My name is Walter Briggs. I'm 54 years old. I've spent the last 22 years building industrial automation systems for manufacturing plants across Pennsylvania and Michigan. Not the glamorous end of engineering. Not the kind of work that gets you invited to speak at conferences or quoted in trade magazines. The kind that keeps production lines moving at 3 in the morning when everyone else is asleep and something decides to stop working. I was in my garage when it happened. 7:14 a.m. Tuesday, coffee in my left hand, multimeter in my right. Checking a fault in the relay board I've been needing to get to for 2 weeks. My phone buzzed on the workbench. Email notification. Subject line. Notice of contract termination. 5 lines. No warning. Just 5 lines that ended with effective today. Your services are no longer required. Final payment will be processed per contract terms. Thank you for your service. I read it once, set my phone face down on the workbench, looked at the control panel mounted on the wall in front of me, the one I built by hand, board by board over 3 years. Every relay, every PLC interface, every signal wire running to terminals. I cricked myself. Then I picked up my coffee and finished. To understand what was actually sitting in that garage, you need to understand how I got there. I left the last full-time job I ever had in 2001. 12 years at a steel plant outside Pittsburgh. Good work, good people. And then one morning, the plant manager called everyone into the main bay and told us the facility was closing. 800 people gone in 4 months because a board of directors in a city none of us had ever been to decided the numbers didn't add up anymore. I spent 2 years doing contract work wherever I could find it. Then, in 2003, I went fully independent. Built my first custom automation system for a plastics manufacturer in western Pennsylvania. It travels slow in manufacturing, but it travels far. By 2006, I had more work than I could take on. I've never had a website, never needed one. My clients find me when their production line is down, and whoever they hired before me couldn't fix it. That's exactly how I ended up with Keystone Fabrication Group. Albert Nolan called me on a Wednesday afternoon in 2019. He was there for operations, real operations, not the kind that looks good on a resume. 28 years on the floor before he moved into management. His voice had a specific quality I've heard from a lot of good people over the years. Quiet, controlled. The sound of someone staring at a problem they've run out of ideas for. Walter, we just ran the second safety audit in 14 months. OSHA has us on a watch list. Our integration system is 4 different platforms that don't talk to each other, and I need someone who actually understands how these machines work. not another consultant who learned manufacturing from a slide deck. I drove out the next morning. The problems were obvious inside the first hour. There are 12 facilities across Pennsylvania and Michigan running on a patchwork of systems from 3 different decades. PLCs that couldn't communicate with newer equipment. Robotic welding arms on line 3, operating on timing sequences that hadn't been updated since 2011. Quality control checkpoints that existed on paper but weren't connected to anything capable of actually halting a production run if the spec was missed. I told Howard what it would take. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he asked 2 questions. How long and what does the contract look like? 20 months to build. And the contract looks like this. You lease operational access to the system and help. The system itself. Every line of code. Every PLC configuration. Every hardware interface stays mine. You're paying for the output, not the engine. Howard was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "That's fair. I wouldn't hand you the title to my truck just because you changed the oil." We shook hands and I got to work. I spent 20 months building on something that actually fit how they operated. Custom PLC programming across every production line. Machine sensor integration feeding a predictive maintenance schedule, so they know a motor was trending toward failure 3 weeks out, not after it took down a shift. Robotic sequencing on the welding lines that cut the error rate from 2.3% to 0.1%. A production scheduling engine that coordinated all 12 facilities so they weren't duplicating component runs at full plants, while 2 others sat idly for months. 200,000 lines of code, all of it running on hardware I built myself. Hardware that lived in my garage, not on their servers, not in their cloud. In a converted 2-car garage 20 minutes from Houston's main facility, on circuit boards I assembled by hand, running through terminal blocks. I wired myself, controlled by a pen. I can reach out and touch right now. Howard understood exactly what that meant. He signed without hesitation. Results came fast and they stayed. Inside 6 months of the line, Keystone cleared the OSHA watch list. Scrap rate dropped from 2.3% to 0.1%. Line downtime, which had been running at 11%, roughly industry average for a plant their age, fell to just under 3%. The production scheduling engine alone saved them an estimated $2.1 million in the first year by eliminating duplicate component runs across facilities. Howard would call me every week, not to discuss, not to renegotiate, but to talk through capacity questions. How much more throughput could Line 6 handle before the predictive maintenance thresholds needed adjusting? Was there room to add a 13th facility without rebuilding the schedule from scratch? He treated the relationship the way you treat someone whose work you actually respect, like their time means something. For 5 years, monthly payments arrived on schedule. The system ran without failure. I'd get a call maybe twice a year when something at the facility level needed attention, and I'd either remote in or drive out and fix it. Clean, professional, no drama. Then Howard retired. January 2025. Diane Caldwell arrived 3 weeks later. I found out about the leadership change the same way I find out about most things in this business. Someone mentioned it in passing, a parts supplier I'd worked with.
Most mornings, it's just me, my dog, and the trail that winds through the hills. I casually remember all the sunrises and weekend. Some mornings we hike, other mornings we run. Between that first sip and my
3 years called about something unrelated and said, Keystone brought in someone from outside, some executive from a consumer goods company. He said it the way you'd say you heard someone hired a plumber to rewire their electrical panel. I didn't think much of it at first. Leadership changes happen. What matters is whether the new person is smart enough to understand what they've inherited. The first email from Diane Caldwell arrived on a Thursday before she'd been in the building 2 weeks. Subject vendor cost review. It was 4 paragraphs of careful corporate language about recurring expense structures, third-party operational dependencies, and the need to evaluate alignment with current strategic priorities. No specific question, no direct challenge, just the kind of email that's designed to make you feel like you're being assessed. I replied professionally. Attach the original contract. Attach 60 months of system performance data, uptime percentages, error rates, maintenance cost comparisons against industry benchmarks. Numbers that made a clear case without me having to say a word. Her response came back within 2 hours. Please prepare full documentation of all operational systems for internal assessment and potential transition planning. Operational systems. That phrase told me everything I needed to know about where this was heading. She didn't see a custom engineered infrastructure that had taken 20 months to build and required specialized knowledge to maintain. She saw a line item on a budget sheet and assumed she could move it in-house the same way you'd switch off the supply vendors. I prepared documentation, but I also walked out to my garage that evening and spent an hour making sure everything was exactly where it needed to be. 10 days later, the next email arrived. Subject, intellectual property clarification. She wanted written confirmation that all operational software logic and system architecture developed under this engagement constituted intellectual property belonging to Keystone Fabrication Group. I didn't write a long response. I opened the contract, took a screenshot of Section 7, and sent it back. Bold text, impossible to misread. All system architecture, source code, design, logic, and operational infrastructure remains the exclusive property of Walter Briggs. Licensed in for operational use only. No transfer, replication, or derivative development permitted without explicit written authorization. Howard had read that clause carefully before he signed it. He'd even asked his legal team to review it because Howard understood that you don't buy a custom automation system the way you buy a piece of equipment. License access to something that took years to build and requires the person who built it to keep running. Diane Caldwell looked at that same clause and saw an obstacle. Her response came 6 hours later. Short final. We will be transitioning to internal systems management effective immediately. Final payment will be processed per contract terms. Thank you for your service. That was the email I read on my phone at 7:14 a.m. on Tuesday, standing in my garage with a coffee in my hand. I set the phone down, looked at the control panel on the wall. Then I got to work, not on anything related to Diane Caldwell, but on her transition package. I spent most of that day building her exactly what she expected to receive. Clean documentation, professional diagrams, interface screenshots showing the dashboard layouts, the monitoring panels, the scheduling results. Everything polished and organized, and formatted the way a proper handover package should look. It also contained nothing that would allow anyone to actually operate the system. What I sent her was a detailed, accurate, beautifully formatted map of the user interface. Every screen, every display, every data visualization panel. What I did not send her was a single line of source code, a single PLC configuration file, or a reference to the hardware the entire system ran on, because none of that was covered under operational access. None of that was hers to receive. I attached it to the email online. System interface documentation provided per contract termination. Back-end infrastructure access not included in licensing agreement. Sent to the client and accepted. Then I went down to the garage, sat down in the chair I had in front of that control panel for 6 years, and looked at 12 different indicators glowing steady across the monitor. Every facility running, every line synchronized, every welding robot moving in sequence. The entire Keystone network humming along exactly as designed, flowing through hardware in my garage that Diane Caldwell had no idea existed. I loaded the primary relay switch. Then I went inside and got a full night's sleep. Wednesday morning, Margaret Diane, corner booth, same table I've been coming to for 6 years. Margaret set my coffee down without asking, and left me alone with my laptop. No cream, no sugar. I opened the operations monitor and pulled up the system dashboard. 9:46 a.m. Every indicator green. All 12 facilities synchronized. Line sequencing running clean. Predictive maintenance alerts updating in real time. Welding robots on line 3 moving through their cycles the way I programmed them to move 4 years ago. Smooth, precise, no deviation. I watched it for a couple of minutes. Then at 9:52 a.m., I reached across the keyboard and toggled the master relay switch. Every green indicator went gray. Real-time data feeds dropped to 0. PLC communication signals went silent across all 12 facilities simultaneously. The production scheduling engine stopped mid-cycle. The predictive maintenance alerts froze. The welding sequence on line 3 completed its current pass and held waiting for instructions that were covered. I took a slow sip of coffee. The system didn't alarm. It didn't throw error codes or trigger warning lights on the floor. I decided to disconnect immediately when you close a door instead of kicking it in. The user interface at every facility would still look perfect and display the last cache data. Green status lights, normal readings, everything appearing to function. But underneath that surface, nothing was talking to anything else. Diane Caldwell's IT team was now in possession of a very detailed, very professional photograph of the running engine. The engine itself was on a workbench in my garage. For the first 11 minutes, nobody noticed. That's the thing about a well-designed system. When when it stops, it stops abruptly. Operators at the facilities were looking at screens that told them everything was moving. And for those first minutes, the physical reality on the floor hadn't caught up yet. Trucks were finishing race. Lines were completing their last queued cycles. The momentum of 5 years of smooth operation carried things forward a little longer than anyone expected. Then, reality started catching up to the data. 10:30 a.m. A quality control check located Allentown facility flag tower installation on a batch coming offline. 4. Under normal operation, that flag would have automatically paused the line, logged the batch number, and routed an alert to the shift supervisor's panel. Instead, the flag fired into a system that wasn't listening.
Alright, Pokeballs out.
The batch kept moving. 10:11 a.m. Line 3 welding robots at the Erie facility finished their last queued sequence and stopped. Just stopped. Arms held in position, waiting for updated instructions from a scheduling engine that had gone silent 19 minutes earlier. The floor supervisor walked over, looked at the control panel, saw green lights across the board, and assumed it was a local communication plan. Tried a manual refresh. Nothing. 10:19 a.m. 2 delivery trucks from separate facilities received the same assignment in the Harrisburg distribution. Both trucks showed confirmed valid assignments on their onboard displays. Both were heading to the same thing. My phone buzzed at 10:24 a.m. Ray Kowalski, shift foreman at the main Lancaster facility. 22 years on the floor, molecular welder. The kind of guy who understands the difference between what a screen says and what a machine is actually doing. Walter. His voice had that flat, careful quality. The one that means he's already looked at the problem from 3 angles and doesn't like it. Line 3 is holding welding arms stuck and they're not taking new sequences. I've got 2 conflict flags on dock assignments down in Harrisburg and a QC hold in Allentown that didn't trigger the line because they made sure. My board shows everything green. What's going on? I know what's going on. I said, tell Diane I'm a call. Silence for 3 seconds. Copy that, he said and hung up. I ordered another copy and watched my emails. 10:20 a.m. The emails were coming in every few minutes. Subject lines that started as casual questions, quick check on routing safety, and escalated steadily as people began understanding this wasn't a local glitch. One facility thinking they had a communication issue is a technical problem. 4 facilities simultaneously realizing their scheduling data hasn't updated in 50 minutes. It's something else entirely. 10:51 a.m. Urgent line sequencing unresponsive across multiple sites. Manual operations in effect. Guidance. 11:04 a.m. Critical dock conflicts at 3 distribution lines. QC holds not triggered. Compliance flags keep blinking. Cannot reach system admin. My phone showed 24 missed calls by 11:15 a.m. I declined each one as it came in. I could see from the caller IDs that Diane's IT department had been trying every contact number they had on file for me. Office lines sell an old email to SMS routing number I hadn't used in 2 years at 21 a.m. Ray called again. Walter, it's getting worse. We're at 6 dock conflicts now across the network. Lancaster Line 6 just went to manual because the operators don't trust the scheduling display anymore. They're right not to trust it. Someone's going to get hurt if heavy equipment keeps moving on bad assignments. He paused. I'm not asking you to fix it for free. I'm just telling you what's on the floor. I hear you, Ryan. I'm working on the paperwork now. Another pause. She fired you, didn't she? This morning. Didn't say anything after that. Didn't need to. At 11:34 a.m., the damage estimate on my monitor crossed $187,000 in accumulated losses, delayed production runs, contractual penalties and compliance violations, manual labor overhead covering for automated systems that had gone dark, and an accelerating hourly burn that wasn't slowing down. The hourly rate was sitting at $19,400 and climbed once. At 11:41 a.m., I opened a new document and started typing. Emergency restoration services, terms and conditions. Wire transfer only. Full payment confirmed before reactivation. Paid 2.5 times the standard monthly service fee. Written acknowledgement of all intellectual property terms as stated in the original contract. No modifications, no partial payments. No negotiations on structure. I addressed it to Diane Coleman, Keystone's legal department and their operations director. Subject line: emergency restoration services available immediately. Sent it at 11:47 a.m. Can I closed my laptop and turned on the table and drove home. At 12:43 p.m., a black sedan pulled into my driveway. I watched her through the side window before I opened the door. Black sedan still running. Diane Caldwell standing in my driveway in the same place where she wanted to fire me 5 hours ago. Looking at my front door, then at the garage, and back at the front door. She had the posture of someone who'd spent the entire drive over rehearsing what she was going to say, and was now realizing the setting wasn't what she pictured. She walked to the garage door and knocked. I let her knock twice, then I opened it. We stood there for a moment, just looking at each other. The afternoon was flat and gray, the kind of February light that makes everything look exactly as serious as it is. "We need to talk," she said. "Come in." She stepped inside, and her eyes went immediately to the control panel on the back wall. I watched her take it in. The rack-mounted PLC interfaces, the rows of terminal blocks, the signal wiring running in neat bundles to labeled circuit boards, the monitor showing 12 gray indicators where there should have been green. It was one thing to hear that a contractor owned the infrastructure. It was another thing to stand in front of the hardware and understand that the entire operating nervous system of your company had been running out of someone's garage for 5 years on equipment they built with their own hands, and you never knew it existed. She stood there long enough that I didn't need to say anything. "This is it," she said finally. Not a question. "This is it." She turned to face me. Whatever she planned to open with, she'd set it aside. "The wire transfer is being processed. Legal confirmed it 20 minutes ago. It should clear within the hour. When it clears, I'll restore 45 minutes to full operation across all 12 facilities." She nodded once. "And the new contract, my terms. 3 years, annual review. Ownership language is the same as the original. No room for interpretation this time. Your legal team can read it as many times as they want. Nothing gets changed." She looked at me for a moment. I could see her working now. Not the negotiation that was already over, but something else. Something she was deciding whether to say. "Howard told me," she said before he left. "He said the system was the most important operational asset the company had, and that the relationship with you was not a friendly relationship." I thought he was being sentimental. He wasn't being sentimental. No, she said he wasn't. That was the whole conversation. She walked back to her sedan and pulled out of the driveway without looking back. I watched her calmly until it turned the corner. Then I sat down in front of the control panel. My banking app chimed at 1:38 p.m. Wire transfer confirmed. Amount correct. I put my hand on the primary relay switch and flipped it to active position. The monitors came alive one screen at a time. Facility by facility. Green indicators replacing gray. Lancaster first, then Allentown, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, and on down the line until all 12 were lit. PLC signals reconnected. Line sequencing resumed. The moving robots on line 3 receiving updated instructions and beginning to move. Dock assignment conflicts clearing as the scheduling engine came back online and sorted the queue. Quality control checkpoints reactivated. Predictive maintenance data flowing again. The whole network back up in 41 minutes. I called Ray Kowalski. "Systems restored," I said. "All 12 facilities." I heard him exhale. "Yeah, I can see it. Lines are coming back." A pause. The sound of the floor behind him. Machinery waking up. The particular hop of a facility returning to normal operations. "We're going to be running double shifts to catch up on the backlog." "I know. Sorry about that. Don't apologize to me," he said. "I've been waiting 3 months for someone to explain to her what she actually had. Took a long way around, but she got there." Another pause. "You going to be okay, Walter?" "I'm fine, Ray." "Good. Buy yourself a decent dinner." I sat in the garage for a while after that. Didn't go back inside right away. Just sat in the chair and watched the monitors. 12 green lights, steady. The way they'd been for 5 years before this morning. Outside, the February light was fading. The neighborhood was quiet. Somewhere a few blocks over, a dog was barking at something and then stopping. I thought about Howard Nolan, about the afternoon he called me, 2019, his voice carrying that particular weight of a man who's run out of solutions. About the handshake in his office after I walked the floor and told him what I could do. About 5 years of quarterly calls where he asked good questions and listened to the answers. He understood from day one what the contract meant and why it was structured the way it was. Not because he was a lawyer or a technical expert, but because he was a man who'd spent 28 years learning that the people who actually build things are the ones who understand them. The new contract arrived 3 weeks exactly as I'd written it. No edits, no modifications, no corporate wordsmithing. The signature on the last page was Patricia Norwood, VP of Strategic Operations. Someone Keystone had brought in specifically to handle the aftermath. Diane Caldwell's name was nowhere on the document. I printed it, read it once, signed it, and sent it back. By the end of that month, inquiry emails had come in from companies in Detroit, Cleveland, and Columbus, all asking variations of the same question. Are you taking on new systems development work? Word travels slow in manufacturing, but it travels far, and it travels honest. I opened my laptop and started a new document, 2025 Standard Service Agreement. Walter Briggs Industrial Controls Consulting. If you've spent years building something real with your hands, your time, your specific knowledge that nobody else has, remember this. The value lives in the understanding, not in the output. Protect what you create before someone forces you to defend it. Read every clause. Know the difference between licensing access and surrendering ownership. And when someone decides that what you build belongs to them, don't raise your voice. Don't make it personal. Just make sure your contract says exactly what it means, and let the work speak for itself. The foundation was solid. Time to build the next level. The woman with the Harvard MBA flew across 3 states to stand in my garage and ask me to please turn her factories back on. Turns out the most powerful position in any room isn't the one on the org chart. It's the one holding the relay.
20 ribeyes for $40 is happening near you. This weekend only. Come to the parking lot of Menards in Ames.
They fired me with a 5-line email. The new CEO demanded, without even calling, hand over the entire system, all of it. I drove home, made coffee. Then I opened the control panel in my garage and flipped the switch. By noon, she was in. She knocked on my garage door at 12 to 43 in the afternoon. I could see her through the side window before I opened it. Black sedan in the driveway still running. Diane Caldwell, in the same blazer she'd probably been wearing since 6 that morning, standing in front of a 2-car garage in a neighborhood she'd never had any reason to visit. About to ask the man she fired 5 hours ago to please turn her factories back on. I let her knock twice, then I opened the door. That's where this story ends. But to understand why she was standing there, and why I made her wait, you have to go back to 7:14 that same morning. My name is Walter Briggs. I'm 54 years old. I've spent the last 22 years building industrial automation systems for manufacturing plants across Pennsylvania and Michigan. Not the glamorous end of engineering. Not the kind of work that gets you invited to speak at conferences or quoted in trade magazines. The kind that keeps production lines moving at 3 in the morning when everyone else is asleep and something decides to stop working. I was in my garage when it happened. 7:14 a.m. Tuesday, coffee in my left hand, multimeter in my right, checking a fault on a relay board I've been meaning to get to for 2 weeks. My phone buzzed on the workbench. Email notification. Subject line. Notice of contract termination. 5 lines. No phone call. No meeting. No warning. Just 5 lines that ended with effective today. Your services are no longer required. Final payment will be processed per contract terms. Thank you for your service. I read it once, set my phone face down on the workbench, and looked at the control panel mounted on the wall in front of me. What I built by hand, board by board for 3 years. Every relay, every PLC interface, every single wire running to terminals, I crimped myself. Then I picked up my coffee and finished it. To understand what was actually sitting in that garage, you need to understand how I got there. I left the last full-time job I ever had in 2001. 12 years at a steel plant outside Pittsburgh. Good work, good people. And then one morning, the plant manager called everyone into the main bay and told us the facility was closing. 800 people gone in 4 months because a board of directors in a city none of us had ever been to decided the numbers didn't add up anymore. I spent 2 years doing contract work wherever I could find it. Then, in 2003, I went fully independent. Built my first custom automation system for a plastics manufacturer in western Pennsylvania. Word travels slow in manufacturing, but it travels far. By 2006, I had more work than I could take on. I've never had a website, never needed one. My clients find me when their production line is down, and whoever they hired before me couldn't fix it. That's exactly how I ended up with Keystone Fabrication Group. Howard Nolan called me on a Wednesday afternoon in 2019. He was their VP of operations, real operations, not the kind that looks good on a resume. 28 years on the floor before he moved into management. His voice had a specific quality I've heard from a lot of good people over the years. Quiet, controlled. The sound of someone staring at a problem they run out of ideas for. He said, we just failed a second safety audit in 14 months. OSHA has us on a watch list. Our integration system is 4 different platforms that don't talk to each other, and I need someone who actually understands how these machines work, not another consultant who learned manufacturing from a slide deck. I drove out the next morning. The problems were obvious inside the first hour. There are 12 facilities across Pennsylvania and Michigan were running on a patchwork of systems from 3 different decades. PLCs that couldn't communicate with younger equipment. Robotic welding arms on line 3, operating on timing sequences that hadn't been updated since 2011. Quality control check.
Alright, let's get some Pokeballs out.
Weren't connected to anything capable of actually halting a production run if a spec was missed. I told Howard what it would take. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he asked 2 questions. How long and what does the contract look like? And the contract works like this. Release operational access to the system I built. The system itself, every line of code, every PLC configuration, every hardware interface stays run. You're paid for the output, not the engine. Howard was quiet for a moment. Then he said, that's fair. I wouldn't hand you the title to my truck just because you changed the oil. We shook hands and I got to work. I spent 3 months building them something that actually fit how they operate. Custom PLC programming across every production line. Machine sensor integration feeding a predictive maintenance schedule, so they know when the order is ready to go 3 weeks out, not after it took down a shift. Robotic sequencing on the welding lines that cut the error rate from 2.3% to 0.1%. A production scheduling engine that coordinated all 12 facilities so they weren't duplicating component runs at 4 plants, while 2 others sat idle waiting for parts. 200,000 lines of code. All of it running on hardware I built myself. Hardware that lived in my garage, not on their servers, not at their level. In a converted 2-car garage 20 minutes from Keystone's main facility, on circuit boards I assembled by hand, running through terminal blocks. I wired myself, controlled by a panel. I could reach out and touch from where I'm sitting right now. Howard understood exactly what that meant. He signed without hesitation. The results came fast and they stayed. Inside 6 months of going live, Keystone cleared the OSHA watch list. Scrap rate dropped from 2.3% to 0.1%. Line downtime had been running at 11%. Roughly industry average for a plant their age fell to just under 3%. The production scheduling engine alone saved them an estimated $2.1 million in the first year by eliminating duplicate component runs across facilities. Howard would call me every quarter. Not to complain, not to renegotiate, but to talk through capacity questions. How much more throughput could line 6 handle before the predictive maintenance thresholds needed adjusting? Was there room to add a 13th facility without rebuilding the scheduling logic from scratch? He treated the relationship the way you treat someone whose work you actually respect, like their time means something. For 5 years, monthly payments arrived on schedule. The system ran without failure. I'd get a call maybe twice a year when something at the facility level needed attention. I'd either remote in or drive out and fix it. Clean, professional, no trouble. Then Howard retired. January 2025. Diane Caldwell arrived 3 weeks later. I found out about the leadership change the same way I find out about most things in this business. Someone mentioned it in passing. A parts supplier I'd worked with for years called about something unrelated and said, you hear Keystone brought in someone from outside. Some executive from a consumer goods company. He said it the way you'd say you heard someone hired a
Gabumon is not a reptile.
I didn't think much of it at first. Leadership changes happen. What matters is whether the new person is smart enough to understand what they've inherited. The first email from Diane Caldwell arrived on a Thursday before she'd been in the building 2 weeks. Subject vendor cost review. It was 4 paragraphs of careful corporate language about recurring expense structures, third-party operational dependencies, and the need to evaluate alignment with current strategic priorities. No specific question, no direct challenge, just the kind of email that's designed to make you feel like you're being assessed. I replied professionally. Attach the original contract. Attach 60 months of system performance data, uptime percentages, error rates, maintenance cost comparisons against industry benchmarks. box. Numbers that made a clear case without me having to say a word. Her response came back within 2 hours. Please prepare full documentation of all operational systems for internal assessment and potential transition planning. Operational systems. That phrase told me everything I needed to know about where this was heading. She didn't see a custom engineered infrastructure that had taken 3 months to build and required specialized knowledge to maintain. She saw a line item on a budget sheet and assumed she could move it in-house the same way you'd switch off a supply vendors. I prepared documentation, but I also walked out to my garage that evening and spent an hour making sure everything was exactly where it needed to be. 10 days later, the next email arrived. Subject, intellectual property clarification. She wanted written confirmation that all operational software logic and system architecture developed under this engagement constituted intellectual property belonging to Keystone Fabrication Group. I didn't write a long response. I opened the contract, took a screenshot of Section 7, and sent it back. Bold text impossible to destroy. All system architecture, source code, design, logic, and operational infrastructure remains the exclusive property of Walter Briggs. Licensed in for operational use only. No transfer, replication, or derivative development permitted without explicit written authorization. Howard had read that clause carefully before he signed it. He even asked his legal team to review it because Howard understood that you don't buy a custom automation system the way you buy a piece of equipment. License access to something that took years to build and requires the person who built it to keep running. Diane Caldwell looked at that same clause and saw an obstacle. Her response came 6 hours later. Sure, finally, we will be transitioning to internal systems management effective. Final payment processed per contract terms. Thank you for your service. That was the email I read on my phone at 7:14 a.m. on Tuesday, standing in my garage with a coffee in my hand. I set the phone down, looked at the control panel on the wall. Then I got to work, not on anything related to Diane Caldwell, but on her transition package. I spent most of that day telling her exactly what she expected to receive. Clean documentation, professional diagrams, interface screenshots showing the dashboard layouts, the monitoring panels, the scheduling displays. Everything polished and organized and formatted the way a proper handover package should look. It also contained nothing that would allow anyone to actually operate the system. What I sent her was a detailed, accurate, beautifully formatted
We told you there was a secret to winning. And you fully understood the assignment. Because of you, Purdue keeps moving forward. You turn generosity.
That's nice overhand. Man, ooh, that was solid right in the temple.
Uncle Ray sold our family factory for $2.3 million at 9 a.m. Worthless shares, he told me. I nodded, poured my coffee, and said nothing. The buyer's rep slid the contract across, and Uncle Ray's hand started shaking when he read the name on line 7. The pen was already in Uncle Ray's hand when I walked in. 9 in the morning. The conference room at Hargrove and Milligan smelled like old carpet and fresh toner. The kind of smell that hits you in law offices where big money changes hands. Ray was sitting at the head of the table. Not his table. Not his building. Not even his chair, technically. But he positioned himself there like a man who'd already won something before the game started. You're late, he said, not looking up. I wasn't late. I was exactly on time. But that was Ray. Always reframing. Always nudging reality 2 inches to the left so he could stand in the center of it. Across from him sat a woman I didn't recognize. Mid-40s, dark blazer, reading glasses pushed up on her head. She had a leather portfolio open in front of her but hadn't touched it. Next to her was a younger guy in a suit. Couldn't have been older than 30. Tapping something on a tablet. They both had the calm, patient energy of people who were being paid by the hour and didn't mind waiting. Miss Calloway, I said, pulling out a chair. Sorry, who are you? The woman smiled. Not professional, frigid oath. Acquisition team from Greenline Partners. And this is Daniel. She gestured to the blue suit. Daniel didn't look up from his tablet. I nodded, set my coffee down, sat. Ray leaned back. We're signing the factory deal today. The full sale, $2.3 million. I told you about this last week. He had told me, not asked, told. The same way he told me 3 years ago that he was restructuring the board. The same way he told me, when I was 24, that my shares in Callaway Machine Works were mostly symbolic. The same way he told my mother, before she passed, that she shouldn't worry about the details because he had it handled. Ray had been handling things for a long time, and things had been disappearing at roughly the same rate. Worthless shares, he'd said to me the week before, leaning against the doorframe of the shop floor office, the one that still had my grandfather's name on the glass. You've got 4%. That's paperweight, kid. This deal is happening with or without your signature. I'm doing you a favor by even inviting you. I nodded that day too, poured my coffee, said nothing. Because here's the thing about Ray, he never checked. He assumed. He'd been assuming for 20 years. Assumed my grandfather's estate was straightforward. Assumed my mother didn't understand the operating agreement. Assumed I was the same quiet kid who sat in the back of family dinners and didn't ask questions. He was right about the kid, wrong about the man. I sipped my coffee now, watching Ray flip through the contract with the confidence of someone who'd read it 3 times and understood maybe 60% of it. He was performing. The pen twirls, the casual lean, the way he kept glancing at Bridget like he wanted her to know he was in charge. 2.3, Ray said again, like the number itself was doing a trick. Clean deal. Gray line takes the building, the equipment, the client list. We walk away. Done. I said,
Fucking Wormon.
that flicker, that little twitch in his jaw he gets when someone interrupts his script. The family, he said. We, all of
He's
us.
so fucking adorable.
He went back to the contract. I went back to my coffee. The truth was, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Not the way you wait for something good. The way you wait for a trap to finish setting itself. Because Ray had been building this moment, this exact configuration, for almost 4 years. And I'd let him. Every step, every power grab, every reclassification of voting rights, every quiet meeting with attorneys I wasn't invited to. I watched all of it, taken notes, said nothing, and waited. My cousin Nadia had called me paranoid once. He's just managing the company. Please, someone has to. That was 2 years ago, before Ray moved the company's registered agent to a firm in Delaware that only he had access to. Before he amended the operating agreement without a proper vote. Before he stopped filing the required member disclosures. Nadia didn't call me paranoid anymore. Ray tapped the table twice, a signal that he was about to say something he thought was important. So here's how this works. Gray line wires the funds to the company account. I distribute according to ownership percentages. You'll get your 4%. That's about 92,000. Not bad for doing nothing. He smiled at Bridget when he said that. She didn't smile back. 92,000, I repeated. Give or take. And your share. Majority holder. 61%. That's how it works. Reese, that's how it's always worked. I nodded again. Took another sip. He really believed it. That was the thing that always got me about Ray. He wasn't a con artist in the traditional sense. Con artists know they're lying. Ray had told the same lies so many times that they now survived into something he genuinely believed.
Play to her vanity and her ego just a little bit.
Like it was a fact of nature, not a number he manufactured through a series of unauthorized amendments, forged meeting minutes, and a probate filing that conveniently misread my grandfather's trust. My attorney, Ren Shimizu, had mapped the whole thing out on a whiteboard in her office 6 months ago. Every move Ray made, every document he'd altered, every filing that contradicted the original operating agreement from 1987, the one my grandfather had drafted with his own attorney, the one that named my mother as the primary successor to the 61% stake, the one that Ray had somehow convinced everyone had been superseded by later amendments. It hadn't been superseded, it had been buried. And we dug it up. Bridget cleared her throat. Mr. Calloway, the elder Mr. Calloway, if you're ready, we'd like to walk through the terms. Absolutely, Ray said. He straightened his tie. The man was wearing a tie to sell a factory he didn't fully own. Classic. Bridget opened her portfolio. The purchase price is $2.3 billion for the complete assets of Calloway Machine Works, including the facility at 1140 Granger Industrial Parkway, all fixed equipment, the client roster, and the trade name. Grayline Partners is the acquiring entity. The terms are cash at close, full transfer, no earn-out. Ray nodded like he was conducting an orchestra. Daniel, Bridget said. The blue suit reached into a briefcase and produced a thick document, maybe 60 pages, bound with a clear cover. He slid it across the table to Ray. Ray picked it up, flipped to the signature page, pulled the cap off his pen. Hold on, Bridget said. We'd like you to review the full document, specifically Section 3, Representations and Warranties, and then page 7. Ray waved his hand. I've seen the draft. My attorney reviewed it. This is the final version, Bridget said. There were changes. Something about the way she said it. Not louder, not sharper, just heavier. Like the word changes had weight she wasn't explaining. Ray paused, looked at her, then at Daniel, then at me. I was drinking my coffee. Fine, Ray said. He flipped to Section 3. I watched his eyes move across the page. He was reading, but not really reading. Scanning. Looking for numbers, dates, his name. the things that matter to him. Then he got to page 7. I knew the exact moment it hit him because his right hand, the one holding the pen, went still. Not relaxed, rigid, the kind of still that happens when your body processes information before your brain catches up. His eyes looked on a line, then moved to the line below it, then back up. What is this? He said, quietly, not angry yet, confused. Bridget didn't answer. She looked at me. I set my coffee down. That would be the buyer's representative, I said, listed on line 7. Ray looked at the page again, then at me, then back at the page. His hand was shaking now. Not dramatically, a tremor. The pen rattled faintly against the paper. Reese Calloway, he read aloud, as authorized representative of Calloway Preservation Holdings, LLC. The room went quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear the air conditioning clicking. What the hell is Calloway Preservation Holdings? Ray said. My company, I said. Your... He stopped, swallowed, looked at Bridget. What is this? I'm selling to Gray Line Partners. Not to him, not to some. What is this? Bridget folded her hands on the table. Calloway Preservation Holdings, LLC is the designated purchasing entity. Gray Line Partners is serving as the acquisition facilitator. Mr. Calloway, the younger Mr. Calloway, is the sole member and authorized representative of the purchasing entity. Ray stood up, chair scraped, pen clattered to the table. No, this is not what we agreed to. I'm selling this company to Gray Line. That's who I've been negotiating with. That's who made the offer. You, he pointed at Bridget. You sat in my office. You toured the facility. You reviewed the financials. I did, Bridget said, on behalf of the purchasing entity. Which is him. Ray jabbed his finger toward me. Correct. I've been planning this for 11 months. Ren had structured it. The holding company was formed in Nevada. Gray Line was a legitimate acquisition firm. They did this kind of work all the time. Bridged buyers and sellers, handled due diligence, managed the transaction. All legal, all clean. The only thing I'd done differently was exercise my right not to disclose my involvement until the final contract. Because I knew Ray. If he'd known it was me on the other side, he would have killed the deal in an hour. He would have found another buyer, restructured the terms, done anything to make sure I didn't get my hands on the factory. But he didn't know, because he never checked, because he assumed. This is fraud, Ray said. He was pacing now, short, tight laps behind his chair. This is, I'm calling my attorney. This is entrapment or misrepresentation. You can't do this. It's a standard blind acquisition, Bridget said. Her voice hadn't changed once. The purchasing entity was disclosed in the final contract per Section 3. You were given the opportunity to review before signing. No misrepresentation has occurred. I didn't sign yet. That's correct, Bridget said. You haven't signed. The contract is on the table. You can review it fully and decide. Ray stopped pacing. He was breathing harder now. Not panic, rage, the controlled kind. The kind where the breathing drops but the veins in the neck start showing. Reese, he said, and his voice was low. What are you doing? Buying a factory, I said. With what money? My money. You don't have $2.3 million. I do, actually. That one landed. I could see it. The recalculation happening behind his eyes. The strength to base this who I was, what I had, what I'd been doing while he was busy assuming I was still the quiet kid with the worthless shares. Here's what Ray didn't know, couldn't have known, because he never looked. 3 years ago, I'd started a consulting firm, precision manufacturing audits. Small at first, me and a laptop and a rental car, driving up and down the eastern seaboard, visiting shops that reminded me of my grandfather's place, machine metal outfits in Allentown, plastics motors in Bridgeport, CNC shops in Frederick, Maryland that were running machines from the Clinton administration and couldn't figure out why their tolerances were drifting. The market was there. Mid-sized manufacturers desperate for efficiency reviews, equipment lifecycle assessments, process optimization. The kind of work my grandfather had taught me on Saturday
Ooh, a memory of.
to see over the workbench. He walked me through the shop floor with a clipboard, pointing at things. That bearing's going to fail in 6 months. Hear it? That hum? That's a machine asking for help. I heard everything he taught me. I just didn't use it right away. By year 2 of the consulting firm, I had 6 employees and contracts with 14 firms across 3 states. A woman named Keely Braddock ran my operations. Former plant manager from a tool and die shop in Scranton. Sharp as a carbide bit, didn't suffer fools. She built the client pipeline while I focused on the technical work. By year 3, we had revenue north of $4 million and a line of credit with First Continental that would have made Ray's head spin if he'd known about it. But he didn't know, because I made sure he didn't know. I hadn't told anyone in the family, not Nadia, not my sister Celeste, who was teaching high school chemistry in Raleigh and still thought I was barely getting by, not my Aunt Marguerite, who was 73 years old and still sent me $20 bills and birthday cards because she thought I needed them. I kept the money quiet, kept the company quiet, kept my head down and my name off off everything public-facing. Keely was the face. I was the infrastructure. I learned from watching Ray that the most dangerous thing you can give a competitor is accurate information about your position. Let them think you're weak. Let them think you're disinterested. Let them build their whole strategy around the assumption that you're not a threat. And then let the contract do the talking. And Ray was a competitor. He always had been. He just called it family. Sit down, Ray, I said. He didn't sit. The factory is worth $2.3 million, I continued. Greyline confirmed it. You confirmed it. That's the number on the table. The only difference between today and what you expected is the name on line 7. The money is real. The offer is real. The only question is whether you want to sell or not. I'm not selling to you. No. Silence. I picked up my coffee again. Took a long sip. Set it down. But here's the thing, I said. If you don't sell to me today, the next conversation we have is going to be with the State Attorney General's office. Because I've spent the last 6 months documenting every unauthorized amendment you made to the operating agreement, every forged member resolution, every discrepancy between the original 1987 trust documents and the filings you submitted to the Secretary of State. Ray's face didn't change, but his breathing did. My attorney has the original operating agreement, the real one. The one Grandpa filed with Arthur Pennock in 1987. The one that names my mother, not you, as the primary successor to the 61% stake. The one you told everyone was lost after the estate was settled. That document was outdated, Ray said, but his voice had shifted. Thinner, faster. There were amendments. The board voted. There was no board vote. There are no meeting minutes supporting the amendments you filed. Ren, my attorney, obtained the corporate records from the Delaware registered agent. The amendments were filed with a single signature. Yours. No witness. No notarization on 3 of the 5 filings. And the member consents attached to 2 of them reference dates when my mother was in hospice care and physically could not have signed anything. I let that sit. Ray's hand was on the back of his chair, gripping. White knuckles. You forged her consent, Ray, while she was dying. He didn't deny it. That told me everything. A guilty man argues. A caught man goes quiet. Bridget was watching this with the practiced neutrality of someone who'd seen this kind of thing before. Daniel had stopped tapping on his tablet. The room felt smaller. So here are your options, I said. Option 1. You sign the sale. $2.3 million. Distributed according to the original operating agreement. The real one. That means 61% goes to me, as my mother's successor. 15% to Nadia. 15% to Celeste. 5% to Aunt Marguerite. And 4% to you, Ray. Your actual stake. Your real number. That's about $92,000. I watched his face when I said that number back to him. His own number. The one he'd assigned to me an hour ago. The poetry of it wasn't lost on either of us. Option 2, I continued. You don't sign. I file a formal complaint with the State Attorney General. Ren submits the forged documents, the falsified amendments, and the fraudulent member consents to the Corporate Fraud Division. You face potential criminal charges for forgery, fraud, and fiduciary breach, and I petition the court to void every amendment filed after 1987 and restore the original ownership structure, which gives me the 61% anyway, plus grounds to pursue you personally for damages. I paused, finished my coffee. Option 1 is cleaner, I said, for everyone. Ray pulled his chair out, sat down, slowly, like a man settling into a seat he wasn't sure would hold him. You can't prove any of that, he said, but it was hollow, the voice of a man testing a wall he already knew was cracked. Red has originals, Ray, not copies, originals. Arthur Pennock's firm kept duplicates of every founding document. They were in storage in Morristown. When his son took over the practice, they digitized everything. Every signature, every notary stamp, every date. Ray closed his eyes. And the hospice records, I added. Procedure HM daily logs, visitor logs, treatment schedules. My mother was on continuous morphine from March 14th to April 2nd. The consents you filed were dated March 19th and March 26th. She couldn't hold a pen. She couldn't hold a glass of water. Reese tongue. The word came out harder than I intended. Or maybe exactly as hard as I intended. I'm still not sure. You sat at her bedside, I said. You held her hand. And then you went home and signed her name on documents that stole her children's inheritance. That's what happened. That's what the records show. That's what a judge is going to see if this goes to court. Ray opened his eyes. They were wet, but I'd seen him cry before. At Grandpa's funeral, at family dinners when he wanted sympathy. At the last Thanksgiving when he made a toast about how hard it was to carry the family business alone. Tears from Ray were currency. I wasn't buying. I kept this company alive, he said, for 20 years. Your grandfather left a mess. The equipment was outdated. The contracts were handshakes. I modernized everything. I brought in real clients, real money, and nobody helped me. That might be true, I said, and none of it entitles you to forge documents and steal equity. He stared at me, long, hard, the look of a man realizing that the person sitting across from him is not the person he thought he'd
君
been
が
dealing
消そうと
with.
したのか
Who are you?
その
He
仕事
said,
がよ
and he meant it.
本物
I'm
が
Mason
現れた
Calloway's grandson.
この
I
目
said,
で
and Helen Calloway's son, and the rightful 61% owner of this company. And right now, I'm the buyer. So what's it going to be? Bridget shifted in her chair. Mr. Calloway, we're prepared to proceed with the transaction today if both parties agree. The funds have been verified and are in escrow. Closing can happen
だん
within
だん
the
手段
hour.
がバラバラ
Ray
になっ
looked
て
at
き
the
た
contract, at the pen on the table, at Bridget, at Daniel, who still hadn't said a word the entire meeting, at me. If I sign this, Ray said slowly, what happens to my share? You receive 4% of the sale price, approximately $92,000, wired to your account within 4 business days of closing, and the rest distributed according to the original agreement. I've already been in contact with Nadia, Celeste, and Aunt Marguerite. They've been briefed. They've signed acknowledgments. That hit him differently. The betrayal math. Not just me. Everyone. Nadia, who he thought was fun. Celeste, who he thought didn't care. Marguerite, who he thought was too old to notice. All of them had been told. All of them had agreed. All of them had chosen my version of the
君
truth.
も K にぶつかる前には戻って
Documents
きない
his
の
game with stories. They know, he said. They know everything. He pressed his palms flat on the table, breathed in, out, in.
あ、そうだ
And if I don't sign,
掲示
then
板
I
に
file Monday morning.
真田
Now
新
this
の
becomes
書き込みが
public.
増える
The clock on the wall ticked. I counted 14 ticks before he spoke again. I want my tools, he said. What? My personal tools. In the shop. The craftsman set. The snap-on wrenches. The toolbox my father gave me. I want those. I looked at Bridget. She made a note. That's fine, I said. Personal property isn't part of the asset sale. And I want... His voice cracked. He cleared his throat. I want it in writing that I'm not waiving any right to dispute the ownership structure in the future. No, I said. Reese. The sale includes a full release. Section 11. All claims, disputes, and challenges to the operating agreement, ownership structure, and distribution are waived upon execution. That's not negotiable. He stared at me. You thought of everything. I had time. You gave me a lot of time, Ray. All those years you told me to sit down and be quiet. I was quiet, but I wasn't sitting. He reached for the pen, picked it up, held it over the signature line. This is my life's work, he said. 20 years. And you should have owned it honestly. The pen touched the paper. He signed. Not fast, not slow. The mechanical motion of a man who'd run out of options and knew it. 3 initials. 1 full signature. Date. Bridget collected the contract, checked the signature, passed it to Daniel, who scanned it into his tablet and initiated something. Probably the escrow release. Transaction is executed, Bridget said. Funds will be distributed per the agreed schedule. Mr. Calloway, she looked at me. You'll receive the transfer documents within 48 hours. Thank you, Bridget. She nodded. Stood. Daniel stood. They left the room without ceremony.
お
Professional
兄
to
ちゃ
the
んが
last
そんな
second.
場所に
Ray and I sat
心
alone
当
in
た
the
りがある
conference
かもしれ
room.
ないし
He didn't look at me. He was staring at the table where the contract had been. The empty space. Your mother, he said quietly, would not have wanted this. My mother wanted her children to have what their grandfather built. You made sure they didn't. I made sure they did. She'd be fine with the method. He pushed his chair back, stood. You know what kills me? He said. I actually liked you, Reese. I thought you were the reasonable one, the one who didn't make waves. I am reasonable, I said. That's why you're getting $92,000 instead of a subpoena. He buttoned his jacket, picked up his briefcase, the same one he'd been carrying since I was a teenager, leather worn smooth at the corners. He walked to the door. Uncle Ray, I said. He stopped, didn't turn.
終わったら
The
帰ってき
toolbox
て
is in bay 3, left
相談したい
side,
こと
second shelf.
あるから
I had someone set it aside for you last week. He stood there for a moment, then he left. I sat in the conference room for a long time after that, finished the cold remains of my coffee, looked at the empty chair where he'd been sitting, the chair at the head of the table. Then I called Ren. It's done, I said. He signed. He signed. I'll file the ownership transfer with the Secretary of State this afternoon. You'll be the registered managing member by end of business. Good. Reese? Yeah? Your grandfather would have been proud. I hung up, gathered my things, walked out of Harbor and Pelican into the bright, flat light of a Tuesday morning. The factory was 6 miles east. I'd driven past it every day for 3 years without stopping. Today I drove there directly, pulled into the lot, parked in the visitor space, not the owner space. Not yet. Haven't. The building looked the same as it always had. Corrugated metal, loading docks, the faded sign that read Callaway Machine Works in block letters that my grandfather had picked out in 1974. The paint was peeling. The parking lot needed repaving. One of the bay doors was dented where a truck had backed into it sometime in the last decade. The flagpole out front still had a flag on it. Faded, frayed at the corner, but still flying. I could see through the front windows that the lights were off inside. The day shift had been set up early. Ray's doing, probably, wanting the place empty for the sale. He'd always liked the optics of things. An empty factory looked cleaner on paper than one with 36 employees asking questions about their jobs. But the bones were good. The foundation was solid. The roof had been replaced 8 years ago. I checked the permits, and the electrical was upgraded in 2019. The equipment was older than it should have been, and some of the client contracts were shaky, but the infrastructure was sound. My grandfather had built this place to last. Ray had managed it like it was temporary. I got out of the car, stood in the lot, felt the wind coming off the industrial park. That flat, open wind that carries the smell of diesel from the highway and something grating from the tree line beyond the retention pond. A crow sat on the loading dock railing, watching me like I needed permission. My phone buzzed. Text from Mania. Did he sign? I typed back, yes. 3 dots. Then, thank you, Reese, for all of it. Another buzz. Celeste, Mom would have loved this. You know that, right? I didn't respond to that one. Not because I disagreed, because some things don't need a reply. I walked to the front entrance, took out the key, the one Ray didn't know I had, the one the locksmith had cut from the building's original key code.
Alright, let's get the Pokeballs out.
Office because Ray had never thought to change it. The key fit. The door opened. I stepped inside. The shop floor stretched out in front of me, wide and long and lit only by the skylights, which threw angled bars of light across the concrete. CNC machines stood in rows like sleeping animals, lathes, milling stations, a surface grinder near the back wall that I remembered my grandfather running when I was 7, the sparks flying in a clean orange arc while he held the workpiece steady with both hands. The break room was to the left, same folding table, same vending machine, same bulletin board with OSHA posters and a union notice from 2018 that nobody had taken down. My grandfather used to eat his lunch in there out of a metal box, a black steel lunchbox with a thermos slot that my grandmother had given him in 1969. He ate the same thing every day, turkey sandwich, apple, thermos of coffee. He said routine was how you kept your mind free for the work that mattered. The office was at the far end. His name was still on the glass. Mason Calloway, founder. Ray had never replaced it. Whether that was sentiment or oversight, I couldn't tell. Knowing Ray, it was oversight. I stood there in the quiet, machines off, lights humming, the smell of oil and metal and time. Then I walked to the office, sat in the chair behind the desk, the same chair, opened the top drawer. Inside was a photograph in a tarnished frame. My grandfather, my mother, and me. I was 96.
Alright, I gotta run to the bathroom real quick, grab me some coffee. I'll be right back, hang tight.
I set the photograph on the desk, positioned it facing the door. Then I opened my laptop and started working. There was a lot to do. New filings to complete, insurance to transfer, client notifications, equipment assessments, staffing reviews, the kind of work that's boring and essential and real, the kind of work Ray had always talked about doing but never actually did. My phone rang one more time that afternoon. The message was from Ray's attorney, informing me that Mr. Raymond Calloway was certified to see for the legal counsel regarding the transaction. I forwarded it to Ray. She replied in 2 minutes. Section 11. He signed. He's done. I closed my laptop at 6:30. Locked the phone door. Drove home. The factory would be there tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, because it was mine now. Not because I took it, because I did. walls. The walls had more QR codes than character. And Trent, he waltzed in like he was auditioning for a commercial. Nice smile, expensive haircut, zero follow through. He didn't know the names of the machine 4 guys. He only counted the Nerd Cave. And he kept using the phrase legacy baggage in meetings. Never in my face, but just loud enough. I didn't say anything. Not yet. When you've seen as many storms as I have, you learn to let the clouds roll in first. Because every smug little exec thinks they are a hurricane until they meet the levee in me. I am the levee. The text came at 9:03 a.m. sharp. Hey Linda, can you swing by my office at 10 o'clock? HR will join us. Nothing major. I stared at it for a full minute before muttering, well, isn't that just the brunch special? Served cold with a side of betrayal. I knew you don't loop HR into a casual chat unless you're about to play executioner with a smile. I wore my navy blazer, the one I hadn't taken out since Robert's funeral, and pinned on the brooch his wife had given me after our first successful quarter. Call it armor. Not for Trent, no, for me. When I walked in, Trent was already sitting behind the desk like a kid playing CEO in his daddy's swivel chair. Across from him sat the HR manager, Kelly, young, polite.
Alright, sorry about that.
Her face was all tight, like she just swallowed a throat. Linda Trent started folding his hands like he practiced in front of a mirror. But well, blood. Fresh ideas, new energy. You've had a good run. That was it. Like I was a relay runner passing the baton to a kid who couldn't find the track. I waited. No offer to consult. No transition plan. No celebration of service. 25 years reduced to a tossed-off cliche like I was being rotated out of a bingo night. I looked at it. I didn't blink. I didn't even flinch. I just listened. Let the silence settle. The most generic severance packet like it was a bouquet of sympathy flowers. You understand, right? Trent said, using a smirk that couldn't hide the expression left on it. He expected a reaction, rage, pleading some tearful breakdown he could cite in therapy someday. Instead, I nodded. Okay, that's all I said. No trouble. I walked out with my spine straight at his resume, and my dignity seemed tighter than our old vacuum pumps. I didn't pack a single box. My desktop computer stayed on. My inbox still full. My sticky notes still clinging to the monitor. I didn't erase a thing. Not because I forgot, but because I chose to leave it. Let Trent try and navigate systems I built without the manual I never wrote down. But I didn't want to. I stood at the threshold of my office, hand resting on the light switch. Me and Robert, young and filthy from a day on the shop floor, laughing over some compressor. I didn't take it down. I left it there. Let them say who actually built this place. I walked through the office like a ghost no one had the right to haunt. People looked up from their cubicles pretending not to know. No one made eye contact, not even Tasha. I didn't blame her. Trent had already made it clear. Proximity to me was radioactive. The front doors hissed shut behind me. I didn't look back. You don't need to slam the door when you're already on the stairs to the house. 2 days later, I was sitting across from my lawyer, Marvin, in his windowless office that still smelled faintly of mildew and cigar ash. Even though he moved a decade ago, those were the same oatmeal sweaters that he always wore, the one with the frayed hem that made him look more like a substitute math teacher than sharp. He actually was. I didn't speak much, just reached into my bag, pulled out a padded envelope that had been tucked in my file drawer for 10 years, set it across the table. Giving himself back when his hands started shaking and his voice hit. I remembered exactly how he'd said it. For a rainy day, just in case the actually helped fill this day. Marvin Arsht and I were out with the paperwork, and then somewhere between page 2 and the boss notary seal, satisfied whistle. Well, I guess today's forecast is perfect. Inside was a bomb wrapped in legal velvet, an addendum to Robert's will, notarized and quietly filed, stating that in the event of involuntary termination, I was to be granted 10% ownership stake in Brave Systems, effective immediately, silent partner, binding. The boss Robert wrote with a deliberate malice of a man who saw a storm roll. I sat back, quiet and steady. My rage wasn't hot anymore. It had cooled into something far more dangerous. Precision. I said, you won't get that anymore. Already big with his mother about no. But you'll get justice that I can promise. That afternoon, I did something I hadn't done in 25 years. I ordered a spreadsheet, this time from my kitchen table instead of my office. Not a single cell for inventory. Just one title at the top. I started tracking everything. All the files, vendor updates, delays, shortages, hardware ownership suddenly announced with sketchy third-party firms I'd never heard of.
そう
HR
いう
powers,
歌
open positions ballooned,
リュウジ
exits not
俺も
replaced,
気になってる
entry-level hires with resumes built
今は
entirely
こ
from
っちも重要なんだ
I wasn't bitter. I was awake, like someone flicked on the floodlights at a poker table.
オタクの腕は知ってる
blindfolded.
よけれ
Now
ば
I could
手
finally
伝って
see
くれ
what
て
it was. A
六
seer
本木
who
発電所サーバーに出す人手が足りねえんだ
Each morning, I brewed a strong pot of coffee, pulled up Graves' public F-facing dashboard, and watched
仲間が
it
待ってる
turn
から
pilot a
一
ship.
度店に戻
Never
る
even learned to steer.
構わないぞ
The rhythms of that company
時間
was
には
like
戻って
sounds
くる
like breathing. Every deviation, every bloated expense report, every reshuffled title without a clear job description, it all went into the spreadsheet. I didn't contact anyone yet. No whispers, no vengeance posts. I wasn't some jilted employee.
岸辺に
I was a
そんな怪
silent
我
hunter with a loaded chamber, waiting for the right moment
あい
to
つは
pull the
今
trigger.
も
And
ど
when
こ
you
かで
spend
起き
your
てる
life making other people's problems disappear, you learn the quiet
計画
power
の
of
真実の
invisibility. No press, no
岸辺の計
spectacle,
画を
just
阻止
pressure.
するっていう
Applied
の
exactly where it hurt.
私も賛
Don
成
still used the same leather wallet he'd had in 1998.
ワームも
I spotted it when he
いるけど
pulled out his card to pay for lunch at the steakhouse where Robert used to hold impromptu board meetings.
私
Always over something medium rare and a glass of bourbon, even at noon. We sat in the corner booth
どうして
waiting
っ
for
て
boys. Don
あん
looked
た
older, but not
故
dumb.
郷のデジタル
Does
ワー
that
ルド
sharp
に帰る
X
方法
green
を
edge
探
like
し
you
てた
can
んでし
test
ょ
BS through drywall. We hadn't
岸
seen
辺
each
の
other
計
in
画が
years,
成
but
功
I
して
skipped the small talk.
その次元の壁とやらが崩
Just
壊したの
facts, dates,
あんただって
names,
向
Trent's
こうに
exact
帰れるか
words.
もしれないじゃ
Bleeding
ない
your blood. You've had a good run. Don didn't blink for a long time. Then he picked up his steak knife, turned it in his finger slowly, and muttered, "New blood.
Wow.
Hell of a way to thank the company's heart. I didn't ask for help. I didn't mention the 10%. I just told him I'd been let go, that I was fine, that I was watching things from a distance. He nodded slowly,
あの
as one does when they've already come to their own conclusion. Tried to schedule a quarterly sit-down with Trent last month.
エリカ
Don
たち
said
が
he
あ
had
んま
showed
り
up
楽し
20
く
minutes
て
late, called
正
the
直
old school
帰る
3
こと
times,
が
and
ど
pitched
うで
some
もよく
AI
なっ
vendor
ちゃ
in
ったん
Miami
だ
who misspelled our nation on their proposal cover sheet. I didn't laugh. I didn't have to. Keep in touch, Don said before we parted. If
その
things get
の
weird,
大きさ
let me know.
い
2
っ
days
そ
later,
すがすが
I
しい
met Helen at a small cafe on the east side.
君
She wore her
真
usual
田新たな
oversized
計画で
sunglasses and
六
spoke
本
with
木
the
の
same
発電所に行くんだよ
elegance she always had.
私も行
Former
くから
finance shark turned angel investor with a spine of reinforced steel. Helen never wasted a second on sentiment. We sipped coffee, and I gave her the same calm download. My exit, Trent's rise, his growing obsession with optics over operations. Her mouth pinched halfway
エ
through.
デン症
You
候
were
群に
terminated.
関わるのを
She
知
said
っ
like
てい
the
そう
boards
な人物
themselves
に
offended her
コンタクト
sensibilities.
取りたいみた
I
いな
nodded. Trent says the company needs to modernize. Helen leaned back in her chair. Robert would be livid. He may have loved innovation, but he wore competence. Trent wouldn't know competence if it mailed him a fruit basket. She picked it up by Scotty with a manicured nail. He hasn't returned 3 of my emails. And last week, I got an auto-generated response when I requested the annual audit summary. That was the clue I needed for
覚えてほしい
confirmation alignment.
スウェーデ
Helen
ン
was
の
annoyed. Don was wary.
あの
Neither trusted Trent.
新宿の
I'm
怪
not
現
planning
所
anything drastic. I
上
told
島
her,
の研究
just
員
watching, making sure the house doesn't burn down. She gave me a look that said, if it does, make sure he's locked inside. We talked for another half hour. I never mentioned my
所
ownership
在を
stake.
調べたら
That wasn't for now.
ちょう
Now
ど
it was
その
about
発
making
電所
sure
の
the
上に
ice
いるみた
beneath
い
Trent's feet was good and thin and stepping back to watch him dance. When we said goodbye, Helen reached out and held my hand for a moment longer than necessary.
20 ribeyes for $40 is happening near you. This weekend,
なぜそんなところにいるのか
lot of Menards in Ames.
話を聞きたい
Whatever you're doing, Linda, she said, keep doing it. Quiet power is still power. I walked back to my car, the sun dipping low behind me.
千歳のエデン症候群を目をしたい
My phone. They remember who I am. More importantly,
無
so
茶
do
無
they.
茶分かった
It
か
started with an invoice for Grand Immersion Retreat in Aspen. 5 figures.
ネット
No
に転がってる
deliverables. Just
あら
vague
ゆる情
descriptions
報
like
を集めて
synergistic onboarding
エ
and
デン症
visual
候
mission.
群に目を
I
覚
nearly
ました
dropped my
患者の
coffee
例の
when
報
I saw
告
it
されて
tucked
いる
into
例
the
に
quarterly expense report buried under a dozen vague line items labeled development consulting. Trent had launched something he was calling the
Pokeball's out.
No clear product, no
でも
roadmap, just a slick
私
logo,
どうしても
an interesting
ウーディを
foreign
取り戻したい
buzzword, and a vague promise to
私の
modernize
せい
Greg Ridge's market
お兄
presence,
ちゃんに
which
託したも
apparently
のを
required
返してあ
avocado
げたい
toast bars and experiential brainstorming
この
sessions
ま
in
まじゃ
some lodges. I didn't get
私がお
angry.
兄ちゃ
I
んが
got
帰ってきて
methodical.
も
Trent's biggest weakness was assuming that the past wouldn't check the books. But I had the muscle memory of how Greg Ridge
だから
went
お願
cash
い
and where the tournament
力を貸して
I called Tasha. She picked up on the second ring. I could hear the hum of fluorescent lights in the background, distant tap of spreadsheets, and the sad wee of our ancient break room fridge. Miss Harper, she said, I was hoping I'd hear from you. I asked if she had a minute. She said she had 20. I drove straight to a coffee shop near the line where she took her lunch. Tasha had started as a data entry intern back when people still used fax machines. I trained her myself. She remembered. When we sat down, I didn't have to ask twice. She pulled out her personal USB drive like it was sacred. I didn't want to bring this to anyone internally, she said, eyes darting toward the window, but he's bleeding us dry. The file was meticulous, expense logs, chains, vendor mismatches, and inflated contractor rates with no sign of actual work. One consultant was being paid double our senior engineers and hadn't submitted a single report. Another was Trent's college roommate, now branding himself as a strategy whisperer. Tasha leaned in. We're not just over budget. We're burning through reserve capital. He's moving money out of core operations to fund whatever this is. I closed the laptop gently. You did the right thing. I kept it clean, she said. No company systems. All from public filings in the finance server logs I still have red access to. I smiled, but it didn't reach my eyes. You've got a future here, Tasha. One way or another. Back at home, I opened the file again with Marvin. He poured us both a sip of drink and said, if I didn't know you better, I'd say this looks like sabotage. Flipping through the screenshots. Sabotage for your attention. This is just pure arrogance. Marvin pulled out the official shareholder protocols. 10% gives you the right to call a special meeting. We started drafting, and I wouldn't mention the real purpose. Just another quarterly check-in to discuss minor performance issues. The timing would be deliberate, the wording neutral. The kind of email Trent would skip past without even reading the CCs. But the attachments, those would hit like a freight train. I didn't want revenge. I wanted restoration. Rage wasn't just a brand. It was a legacy. My legacy. And if the board didn't have the spine to course correct, then I'd show them how to transplant one. Click by click, we prepared the stage. The receipts, the bylaws, the vote mechanics. Rage, not ego. Just cold, unshakable math. You don't need fire to burn a kingdom down. Sometimes silence on a spreadsheet will do. The subject line is always on. Brave systems, special shareholder session. Huge adjustments. No bold fonts. No all caps panic. Just another page of the sea of beige meetings. Marvin had drafted it himself. Clearly, so dry and safe. But every sentence was a scalpel. It mentioned operational restructuring opportunities, fiduciary realignments, and leadership impact analysis. All technically accurate, with precision. We sent it from the company's registered legal address. Legal counsel. Trent's executives. Trent's reply was exactly what we hoped for. A thumbs up emoji and a calendar invite. Subject line. He didn't even ask what it was about. I sat alone in the corner cafe, sipping a black coffee, so bitter it felt
主要都市の発電所をハッキングして電力供給を一時的に遮断するだけだよ。だがそっちは俺の仲間が悪い。お宅らに落としてほしいのは六本木発電所サーバー。六本木にはこの発電所以外にある企業が運営している大型の独立した発電所システムだ。URL で転送すると
This was the Linda Robert used to call his Simon Hammer. At 10:06, I walked through the company's Rage systems like I told them. The receptionist opened the door like it rose halfway through, offering me a visitor badge. I won't be needing one today, huh? The meeting room was full. Trent sat at the head of the table,
お宅らは
legs crossed.
この発電所サーバー
Tapped like he was rehearsing for a
電源システムをフライングしてきた。
Don and Helen were already there. Don gave me a nod
発電
and
所の
smiled
セキュリ
and
ティは
passed the neck
結
crank.
構厳重だと思うか。
Unreadable. Trent didn't even look up when I entered. I didn't walk to the employee side of the table. I didn't take a folding chair near the intern from compliance. I walked to the shareholder side, the half circle where the real decisions get made, and pulled out a chair between Helen and Dawn. The silence was instant. Trent finally looked up, blinking
だ
like
から
someone had just turned on
全
the
ての
lights
発
in
電
his
所のセキュリティにハッキングをしました。
I said, calmly opening my binder. It's a shareholder meeting, isn't it? Don cleared his throat, not even bothering to hide his smirk. No one spoke next. Voice cool as dry ice. Let's get started. Trent looked illegal.
セキュリティの制御を奪ったら侵入開始だ。
No protest.
もうすぐ終わるから
Professionals
待ってて。
pretending they hadn't just witnessed the tectonic shift in the power structure. I sat with my legs crossed, pen in hand, spine straight. No small talk. No throat clearing, just presence. The kind of presence that doesn't ask for authority. It reminds you it already
一
has.
人で全部のセキュリティを見てるの。
Agenda red.
これでもオタクの兄ちゃんと同じチーム
Cleared his throat, ready to deliver another slideshow of inflated metrics and vague promises about next-gen vertical integration. He didn't notice Marvin standing near the far wall, briefcase in hand, calm as a priest at a
よっ
funeral.
よっと
Ellen nodded toward
完
me.
了
You had something to add. I didn't look at Trent when I spoke. I looked at the table.
サーバーの真相に
I'd like
電
to
源のアクセスポイントがある
documentation confirming my
到
10%
着したら待機して合図を待ってく
I
れ
said, sliding a staple packet to each
俺の方で緊急用の補助電源を出して
certified copy of the corporate council, the seal catching the overhead light like a dagger in a commercial drama. An amendment for the late Robert Gay's estate, Marvin said, voice smooth and practiced. Miss Harper's estate was designed to activate upon voluntary termination. The language is airtight, witnessed, notarized, and filed with probate years ago. The room dropped 10 degrees. Trent scoffed. This is absurd. We never approved. You didn't need to. Marvin interrupted. Robert did. As sole majority owner at the time, his authority was absolute. Trent's jaw clenched so tight, I thought his veneers might crack. This is some backdoor loophole. No, I said, finally looking at him. This is foresight, something you lack. I turned to the board. As a shareholder, I'd like to raise a motion. Don leaned forward slightly. I sharp. I move that we liquidate the innovation division due to its sustained underperformance and unchecked expenditures. I further motion that we open a full review of current executive leadership based on recent fiscal irresponsibility, vendor instability, and a marked decline in investor confidence. Ellen didn't blink. Don crossed his arms. Trent jolted upright, hands flailing. You can't just walk in here and I didn't walk in here, Trent, I said, voice steady. I was always here, quietly, legally, and now officially. He turned to the legal team desperate. This is sabotage. No, Ellen replied coolly. This is accountability. Don looked down at the documents and Trent. These numbers are real. The expenditures, it's in the This isn't a witch hunt. It's math. Trent's voice cracked. This company needs vision. This company, I said, needs sovereignty. The room felt threat. Even the fluorescent light seemed to hum quieter. You fired me to erase the past. I said, locking eyes with him. Robert made sure I had the lecture. I turned back to the board. Oh no, Marvin didn't need to speak again. His job was done. The truth had entered the room, and it didn't need permission to speak. The vote was silent, just hands raised, pens scratching, eyes locked on printed motions. But it felt louder than any shouting match. Ellen raised her hand first.
おいおい
Deliberately,
そっちのセキュリティは制御してねえいつの間に
Don followed a beat later.
くそ
Chin high.
計画が荒いせいでまだできちまって
Casual finality.
このままじゃあいつらの侵入が全部バレバレだ
Votes in favor. One abstention. One against Trent, of course. Muttered something beneath his breath about war politics and betrayal. His voice brutal, like a windshield spider with cracks. Motion passed. Language was simple. Immediate cessation of non-performing division operations and temporary suspension of current executive leadership, pending financial audit and board review. No embellishments.
龍
No
二の
grandstanding.
妹の後
Just
輩に
over
何
guillotine poetry phrased in a bland
マジで
monotone
で
that is destined
あ
to
いつらに
change
顔を
everything.
蹴って生きてい
Trent
く
stood pale, eyes flicking across the room.
侵
Waiting
入
for an
令を
ally
消すことはできないな
You're making a huge
こ
mistake.
こは頑張
He
と
said,
差し替える
trying
だ
to
け
summon
だ
authority he no longer owned. I've been modernizing this place, turning it into something future. Ellen didn't
こ
flinch.
れで俺も
Line of matches,
立派な
fireworks,
ドライ
surrounds.
ブ
Don closed his folder. We're not in the business of salvaging ego, Trent. We're in the business of running a company. Trent stared at me, unblinking. But the fire in his glare had guttered into confusion, like he couldn't believe the old fixture from down the hall was now the one holding the cord to his parachute. You think this is over? He hissed, voice breaking. No, I said quietly, but you're over. He stormed out without collecting his tablet, his notes, or the water bottle he'd insisted be cucumber infused. His footsteps echoed down the hallway like a slow retreat. Silence. Not tension, not victory, just stillness. Like the air after a long electrical storm, when everything holds its breath. I didn't gloat. I didn't smile. I simply stood, gathered my binder, and pushed my chair back beneath the table like a guest who knew she'd be returning soon, but not on anyone else's schedule. Later, I walked down to the storage corner. The same maintenance guy who used to lock the door every morning was there, older now.
この地の長さ
The same brand of kid. I nodded back. My old office had been empty months ago, turned into a wellness now. Someone said with succulents and a diffuser and a sad little sign about gratitude. But in the storage cage, someone felt proud, just afraid. Me and Robert, young, tired, elated. That first production day, after we graduated from the country. Later, the lobby doors parted like they remembered me. No visitor badge this time. No sidelong glances. Just quiet nods from the receptionist from security. From the flight supervisor, who once showed me photos of his twins before they were born. The place felt different already. Less rehearsed. Like it had exhaled something toxic and was finally breathing normal air again. I didn't go to my old office. I went to the executive wing to his office. The door was already propped open. The nameplate removed, leaving a faint rectangle of dust like a tombstone scroll. Inside, no more V-neck chair or faux vintage motivational posters. The vision board had been taken down, its push pins clinging to one last curled corner before I topped it free and dropped it in the trash. I stood in the center of the room, eyes tracing the crown molding Robert once insisted on installing himself. The sunlight hit the floor just like it did the day. Full circle, but not nostalgia. More like justice with a paper trail. 15 sharp. I called Tasha in. She stepped in cautiously, clutching her tablet like a lifeline. You've been keeping this place afloat, I said. Time you had the title to match it. Her jaw dropped. Wait me. You've earned it. Finance director. Effective today. Salary bump. Access. Privileges. Everything. She blinked fast like she was afraid if she moved, the moment would vanish. And Tasha, I added, you're not his finance director. Your hours build in your way, but keep it lean. Keep it smart, and keep the receipts. She nodded, eyes shining, and left to notify HR, probably for the first time in her life, eagerly. The rest of the day was quiet, but relentless. I reinstated internal audit rotations, froze contractor budgets, reauthorized the engineering team's prototype budget, then trimmed and slashed to fund catered brunches. I met with compliance, rescheduled every quarterly review with department heads. One by one, I unjammed the gears. No speeches, no grand rebranding, just repairs. At 6:02 p.m., the office was quiet again. Just the hum of the HVAC and the faint clicking of some poor soul in accounting, probably cleaning up whatever vision Trent had left behind. I closed the office door, Robert's door, down mine, and crossed to the window. The factory floor was visible, just like he liked it. He always said, if you can't see the work, forget why you're here. As I stared out, watching forklifts glide between pallets, and someone in a yellow vest wiped their brow with the back of their glove, my laptop pinged. Subject, request for shareholder approval. New CEO candidates. I didn't read the attachment right away. I just stared at the subject line, let it sink in. The old machine was finally turning towards something new. Not fast, not flashy, just solid and real. I smiled. Funny what new blood looks like when the lifeblood is still in the building. Thanks for watching, you cubicle warriors. Hit that subscribe button. Unless you're my old boss, then you're on your own. Revenge of the coffee pot strikes.
If I have one favorite thing about life, it's side quests. Because you know what they say, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And as a fan lifer in Adventure Addicted Early, I couldn't agree more. So let's go climb. I'm currently in a place called Pensick, Wyoming, and it is home to some incredible sport climbing. Not only do I get to...
This fisherman?
Follow behind it.
Dude, Benzo would have snapped his crank.
It's so cute.
John's turn. We don't agree on.
No.
This neighbor actually just called police after spotting a wayward reptile. And there it is, right next to the AC unit. He's a big boy. Now that's a green iguana, which can grow up to 6 feet long. And this guy is a monster. The lizard takes off on foot. In this case, it's claw.
My entire family has...
So the golden question. The drawings on the next season. Another race we can experience.
Poke the balls out.
We are going to have a relaxing weekend, and it is going to be straight.
At my mother's funeral, my brother walked in with a filthy envelope saying he stole I got the full attention. The diamond caught the light and walked through the chapel doors. I know that was intentional. Victoria had always understood how to enter a room. She perfected it in the years we were together.
brother's caskets at 20 feet away. Then Elena touched my hand, and I remembered what I was holding. My name is Marcus. I'm 38 years old. I'm a financial compliance consultant, which means I spend my professional life untangling other people's accounting disasters, finding the places where numbers don't add up, following the thread of a discrepancy.
20 ribeyes for $40 is happening near you this weekend only. Come to the parking lot of Menards in Ames.
Until it leads somewhere someone didn't want found. I'm good at it. Not flashy good, quietly good. The way you have to be when the work requires patience and precision over performance. I was good at my job for 6 years before any of this happened, and I was bad for those same 6 years at understanding that my brother had been watching me build a life and deciding, with the cold patience of a man who believes he deserves whatever he wants, exactly what he needs. Let me tell you about it. We met at a fundraising event for a hospital foundation. I was attending with a client. She was 30, and she was the kind of beautiful that makes you aware of your own posture. And she laughed at something I said and wasn't actually that. I had. We had dinner the following week. We dated for 2 years, moved in together, and on a Saturday morning in April, on the rooftop of the apartment building where we just signed a lease together, I proposed with a ring I'd spent 4 months in music and celebrity. A round-cut solitaire. That wasn't earmarked for the security deposit. She said yes. We were engaged for 8 months, then Derek gave her 18 months in Singapore. I introduced them over dinner, family dinner, my mother's house, the kind of occasion that feels entirely ordinary until you understand. Music. In retrospect, what was being assessed across the table, Derek was charming. He was always charming, in the way that some people are charming the way a tool is sharp. It's useful. He asked Victoria questions. Music. What questions? The questions of someone who was listening. I told myself he was being a good brother. I was so busy being reasonable. 6 weeks after that dinner, Victoria told me she needed space. Music. She'd been thinking. She said she wasn't sure she was ready. She was sorry. She was so sorry. She returned the ring. I spent 3 weeks rebuilding my idea of the next 10 years of my life. Then I got a call from a cousin something on social media. Victoria. Matching Instagram. Not called me. He had not warned me. He had not done anything. Had already made his calculations from introduction to acquisition. 6 weeks flat. When I called him, he said, and I want to be precise here because precision music matters. He said, Marcus. She chose. I didn't make her do anything. Don't make this ugly. He said, don't make this ugly, as though he hadn't just dictated something. I didn't make it ugly. I went quiet. I went very, very quiet. And I threw myself into work. And I told myself that what I felt was grief, and that grief was survivable, and that in a year I could feel the specific humiliation of having my fiancé, and decide she was something he wanted. That was survivable. I was wrong. 14 months after we got together, I was placed on the client's review for a mid-sized investment firm, but I found a discrepancy in the supplier payment report. An insulting fee, $47,000, routed to a company called Orwell and Partners LLC. Routine. When I ran the LLC registration, the managing director in amounts just below the threshold that would require additional documentation, always described in vague language, always traceable and profit to an LLC with no employees, no website, and a registered address, music, that turned out to be a mailbox service in Delaware. $247,000 in total across 4 companies, none of which had any business relationship with the demo all of which had, at some point, done business with or received revenue from a holding company called Breckenridge Capital. Derek's company, finance were very steady and went down by penny. It doesn't give you like a shock. It hits you like a confirmation, like the last piece of something you've been assembling in your peripheral vision, clicking silently into place. I didn't call Derek. I called my attorney. Sylvia Lefevre had been my personal attorney for 4 years. Estate matters, contract reviews, the occasional professional dispute. She was 53, ran a small firm, and had the specific quality of someone who had seen enough to be music, genuinely hard to rattle. I laid out what I found in a 2-hour meeting, and she listened with a legal pad and a pen she didn't uncap. When I finished, music, she said, what you're describing is potentially security minimum, which means federal jurisdiction. You need to talk to The call she made connected me, 2 weeks later, to a federal financial crimes investigator. She knocked on the door and I opened it to find a woman in her mid-30s with dark hair, a plain navy blazer, and kind of composed, watchful stillness, music, that I would later understand was unprofessional affect, but simply who she was. She held up a badge, FBI Financial Crimes Unit. Marcus Whitmore. My mouth went dry. Am I in trouble? No, she said. But I think you were used, and I need your help. She sat in a chair across from my desk, and spoke thought of the position of someone who had been building a case for a long time. What Derek and Breckenridge Capital had actually been doing for approximately 3 months. Music, years. The short version, Breckenridge wasn't a real investment firm. It was an elaborate construct. Shell companies, falsified asset valuations, fabricated performance ratings, designed to attract investors whose money was then cycled through a network of related entities, including music, yes, Orwell and partners, which existed primarily to generate fictitious consulting invoices that justified moving money to people Derek needed to keep quiet. $4.7 million. From 11 investors over 3 years. None of it invested in the others represented. Most of it gone. I sat there and listened to this, and I thought about my mother at her kitchen table telling me I needed to be more like Derek, more confident, more willing to take up space, more willing to reach for things, music, rather than wait for them to be offered. She hadn't said it unkindly. She'd said it because she believed it. She'd spent 30 years watching Derek reach and music take and charm his way through the world, and she'd taken it for ambition. What do you need from me? I said, Elena, Agent Vasquez, everything I had. Emails I'd exchanged with Derek about shared business contacts, calendars, files from compliance reviews that had touched Breckenridge adjacent entities. Anything that established connections, timelines, communication patterns. I spent the next 4 months going through 6 years of professional life with a fine-tooth comb and turning over everything I found. Elena never made me feel like a snitch. She never made me feel like I was choosing a side. She treated my humiliation, and it was humiliation. There's no cleaner word for what it feels like to realize your brother used your professional network as part of his fraud architecture. She treated it like evidence, clean, relevant, important, not entertainment. And somewhere in those 4 months of Thursday afternoon meetings in my office, in the slow accumulation of shared work and mutual trust and conversations that occasionally wandered past the case files to the actual texture of our lives, she became the person I called when something felt uncertain. She became investigation was active, but investigations end. And when this one moved from the evidence gathering phase to the indictment phase, Elena called me on a Tuesday night and said, "I'm recusing myself from any further contact with you as a witness. The case is in the hands of the prosecution team." Pause. "So," she said, "I was wondering if you want to get dinner on Friday." I said yes, before she finished the sentence. We dated for a year and a half. She moved in after 14 months. She proposed, not with a production, not with a rooftop or an audience, in my mother's kitchen on a Sunday afternoon while we were making dinner. Together, she set down a wooden spoon and said, "I don't need anything elaborate. I just want to build something quiet and real with you." I said yes, and my whole chest shook. My mother cried for 45 minutes and kept calling Elena a serious one, which was accurate and affectionate, music, and very much my mother. Derek was not invited. Derek was at the time of our wedding under federal indictment. We didn't know we'd gotten married. The thing I need to tell you, the thing that matters for understanding what happened at our children, is what Elena had been doing in the 18 months at our mother's funeral. She had moved to a different unit.
なんとかなったね。
Asset recovery for white-collar fraud cases. She was no longer involved in the Breckenridge prosecution, but she knew everything about it, and she knew the timing. She knew because she was Elena. She tracked these things, music, with the precision of someone who had spent a decade following money through walls. Exactly when the indictment was due to be, music, unsealed. The answer was the morning of my mother's funeral. I found out the night before. Elena came home, sat her back down, and sat funny at the kitchen table. "The unsealed needs to be morning," she said. I looked at her. "Derek will probably come to the funeral," she said. "He'll find out when he checks his phone," I said. "Yes." She held my eyes. "I need you to know I had nothing to do with the timing. This was the prosecution schedule." "I know," I said. "How are you feeling?" I thought about my mother, about the last 6 years, about the ring I'd spent everything in my savings account on, and the 8 months of planning the future that didn't happen, and the specific misery of the year after, when I had to see Derek's name on my phone and choose every time not to call it. "I don't know yet," I said. Elena reached across the table and put her hand over mine. "You don't have to feel anything specific, music," she said.
Football's out.
The funeral was at St. Augustine's, 11 in the morning. My mother had been 67, too young, everyone said, as though there were an age at which losing your mother became acceptable and inclusive. And she died of a stroke on a Wednesday. Quickly, with less warning than any of us had been ready for. Music. She had been a complicated woman, stubborn, loving, capable of the specific maternal talent of making you feel simultaneously seen and misunderstood. Music. I had loved her completely. I was standing in the third row when I heard the doors open. I didn't need to turn around. I knew the sound of my brother entering the room. I turned anyway. Derek, Victoria, both of them in pure black that cost more than my monthly utilities. Victoria's ring catching her with the practiced precision of a woman who had chosen that hand position deliberately. Derek's eyes found mine, the smirk and then the words low, crossing the chapel like something thrown. "For you? Still alone at 38? I got the woman, the money, the mansion." There they were, 6 years of music pressed into one sentence, delivered at our mother's funeral. I felt the muscle in my jaw jump, and then Elena, standing beside me, said quietly, "Interesting timing." I watched Derek see her, the smirk change. It didn't disappear. Derek was still but it shifted, recalibrated. His eyes moved from her face to the space she occupied in the room. And I saw the rapid mental sorting develop behind his expression. "It's nice. She, music, sit. What does this mean?" Victoria's eyes narrowed. "You got me. This is Elena," I said. Elena extended her hand. Calm, neutral. The expression of someone at a professional function rather than a family funeral. "Elena Benson," she said. Derek loosened her hand. His jaw had gone tight.
なんとかなったね。
Reached forward, hesitated, then placed her fingers in Elena's. "Nice to meet a charity gala last spring, the one Breckenridge Capital co-sponsored. Elena's voice was completely level. You introduced me to someone as a friend from the bank. I don't think you caught my full name. The color in Victoria's face changed. Music, a slight specific thing. The color change of someone whose memory is running faster than their expression can manage. The gala. The woman people stepped aside of. The woman Derek had steered her away from after 30 seconds. The smooth efficiency of someone changing the subject. She turned to Derek. Derek's face had gone gray, not pale. Gray. The specific gray of a man who has just understood that a very has been present the entire time. This is Mom's funeral, said music. Low and emotional. Whatever this is, it can wait. I agree completely, Elena said. I'm not here to make She paused. The smallest of but you should both know there are officers outside. They'll be waiting when the service is over. Victoria's breath caught audibly. What are you talking about? She said, I digress. Elena said, I don't expect you to show. Victoria's hand a gesture I don't think she was aware of. The involuntary reach toward the most expensive thing she was wearing. Derek, tell her that's not true. Derek said nothing. His eyes moved to the chapel doors. I watched him do the calculation. The entrance. The math of a man assessing whether he could walk out of this room and into a different outcome. He couldn't. You brought your work here, he said to Elena. To Mom's funeral. You brought a federal case to Mom's. I didn't, Elena said. And there was something final in her voice now. Very quiet and very clear. Your time I did. Her voice was shaking. The
20 ribeyes for $40.
このセキュリティを突破して侵入してくるとは優秀なハンガーだったんですね。
あなたに聞きたいことがあってきた。
cyclical adjustment, which means the normal market forces of price adjustments of supply and demand.
When it was, you did this. Music, you married her to get back at me.
What?
I felt her gaze. She looked the same as she had 6 years
その
ago.
前に確認させて。
Sharp, the eyes that had always tracked the room for exit routes
こ
and
んなところで何を
I
してい
had
るの？
loved her. I had planned a life around her.
ひょっとし
I
て
had also
岸
apparently
辺
seen
理
a
恵の人
useful stepping stone in my brother's project. I married her, I said, because she's the most honest person I've ever known, and because when you chose Derek, you thought you were choosing my future. You were just choosing which one of us you could use. Victoria flinched. And you, I said, looking at Derek, my brother, my blood, the man who had stood in front of me watched me introduce my fiancé. You paid inventory. You knew exactly what you were doing, every step of it. The pastor had continued speaking through all of this, his voice carrying over the low music, and I heard my mother's name in his sentences. Music, her laugh, her stubbornness, the garden she'd kept for 30 years, her love for her sons, and I felt the grief of it land fully. The grief, music, terrible.
彼女と私は手段を同じくして目的が異なるもの同士。
I lowered my voice. Don't, music. Do this here, not for her.
ですが、彼女が利用していた高度原理理論を解明したのはこの私。
Calculation of a woman who understood the landscape. Music had changed. Elena, I didn't. The business was Derek's. I didn't know the
意味では
details. I
仲
just thought
間も言えるかもしれません。
Elena, music, said simply. Victoria went still, the mansion in her name, the trust accounts, the signatory lines on 3 Breckenridge documents that her attorney had assured her were standard partnership paperwork, and that were in fact evidence of known participation in a fraudulent investment scheme. She had not just worn the ring, she had been useful. I felt like power right up until it didn't. I want to tell you about the case because music. I want you to understand the architecture of what had been built and what it cost to dismantle it. Derek Whitmore, operating through Breckenridge Capital Partners,
私はあなたが苦手でしてね。できれば
raised over $4.7 million from 11 investors between 2018.
直接的な仲間でないのにそれでいいよ。
Primarily high net worth individuals in their 50s and 60s. people who built moderate wealth with their careers and
一体何をお知りになりたい
and presented with offering documents showing all the
エデン症候群につい
to
て全て
22% annually in a diversified alternative assets
仲
portfolio.
間がエデン症候群に
Solid returns were
どうに
fabricated.
かして助けられ
The portfolio was largely fictitious. The auditor, a man named Terrence Boyle, CPA, operating a one-man firm out of a suburban strip mall, had signed off on 3 years of fraudulent statements. Established was $180,000 in undisclosed payments. The money investors use it put in went primarily 3 places. A genuine operating fund that Derek used to make occasional real trades and generate enough real activity.
私の所在を突き止め発電所のセキュリティを体験
Including Orwell and partners, which generated invoices that created paper justification for moving money to the expenditures of Derek Whitmore.
目的のために行動を起こすその姿勢は敬服するに値します
This motherfucker's creepy.
$340,000 and a lifestyle maintenance budget that averaged $28,000 a month. Signatures appeared on 3 documents. Her attorney would later argue she had signed without a full understanding of the scheme's fraudulent nature. Prosecution would argue that the specific documents she signed, including one that transferred $440,000 from
あなたは私と同じものを同じ声を聞くことができる
participation that without full understanding could not plausibly account for. I'm not her judge. I spent a long time with that question, and I eventually put it down because it wasn't mine to answer. What I
まだ私の体制が済んでいないものでしてこれからいろいろと試してみようと準備しているところだ
my eyes had been replaced by a ring Derek bought with other people's retirement
これの可能性は無限で私の時間は
prosecutor on the case was assistant
ぜひあなたにも手伝っていただきたい
prosecution, who had built her career on financial fraud cases and had, Elena told me, the quality rare
あ
among
なたなりの解釈で解析してプログラミングしてみてください
is the legal one. She's going to be good in court, Elena had told me months before the indictment. She understands that juries need to feel what is
若いハンターの柔軟さと主張に満ちた思想がある
as a witness 3 times during the grand jury process.
私などが構築するよりはるかに有意義な形に生まれ変わることができるかもしれません
The professional network connections, the careful respect of someone who understood what it would cost to provide it. The third time I spoke before I left her office, she looked at me and said, I want to know what you found. First Orwell and partners discrepancy.
よく言われますが
Without that, this doesn't get billed the same way. I said, I just
河
took
本
the client's
そ
word.
れを探ることがエデン症候群を解明する手がかりになるでしょう
I thought about that for a long time. The forensic accountant on the case
見
was
たければ勝手に見ろと
22 years in financial
随分
forensics.
太っ腹だ
Testified in federal court 47 times and had the unheard
知識は持ってるものにこそ与えられる
were always sufficient. His expert report,
あなた
340
は
pages,
何の
organized
何
into
を言いたいと操ろうとしている
architecture was, Elena had told me,
タイムシーンですねただ
seen in a decade. Exhibit 47 in that report was the Orwell and Partners payment pattern I'd initially flagged, traced from origin to destination, including the $19,000 that had eventually flowed through 3
膨大なデジタルウェブの本流
Victoria's name. Not a large
感知
number,
できるほど仮想空間を振動させると
but a number
は
that had a name on it. The service for my mother lasted 45 music minutes. I sat in the 3rd row with Elena's hand in mine, and I listened to the pastor talk about a woman who had loved difficult things, difficult plants, difficult
うまくい
people,
っている
difficult problems, with the particular commitment of someone who believed that difficulty was not a reason to stop. He talked about her garden and her stubbornness, music, and the way she'd shown up at things she wasn't asked to because she decided her presence was warranted. I thought about all the Sunday dinners, all the phone calls, all the times she'd told me to be more like Derek, and the times, less frequent but real, that she'd sat across from me and said, "You're going to be all right, Marcus. I don't know when, but you are." She'd said that to me 3 weeks before she died.
その子のデジモンが
I helped her bring in groceries from the farm. I hadn't
次元の扉が開放されたのです。ついにこの世界の物理法則は崩壊した。
二人ともみんなアクセスポイントに急がないと。
待たせて悪い。もうすぐ挨拶する。アクセスポイントにはついたか。急いでくれ。近道を開けてやりたいんだが手が回らねえ。おやおやおや、彼は君たちの侵入の痕跡を改ざんするので手一杯のようです。邪魔をしてしまった罪滅ぼしも兼ねてお手伝いしましょう。アクセスポイントまでのワークドアです。これがあればすぐ到達できるでしょう。
どうしてなぜ協力してくれるの？
私と岸辺さんは目的的にこの後あの子たちや彼が何をしようと私の目的に影響はありません。
Derek pled guilty to 2 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of securities fraud 8 months later after his defense team spent 5 months attempting to build a case that the investment structure had been legitimate and the losses the result of market conditions rather than fraud. Walter Ash spent 2 days on the stand walking through the transaction architecture in terms that made the argument untenable. He was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison, restitution of $4 million, the full investor losses, less what had been recovered through asset seizure, including the $2.1 million property. Victoria pled guilty separately to 1 count of money laundering in connection with the $450,000 transfer. Her attorney negotiated a
Look both out.
months with 12 served and 6 in supervised release. She cooperated with prosecutors. Her diamond was not mentioned in any of the court documents, but the account it was purchased from appeared in the asset schedule. Garrett Simmons, music, cooperated early and completely in exchange for reduced charge. Received 2 years of probation. I told him he sells handmade furniture online. I choose not to think about him. Terrence Boyle, the fraudulent auditor, lost his CPA license and was charged separately. His case was resolved the following year. I want to end by telling you about the one thing Derek said to me that I thought about the most. 3 weeks, music, before his sentencing, I received a letter, handwritten, which surprised me. Derek had always been a man of digital deficiency. He wrote that he knew I'd been part of the music investigation. He wrote that he understood, in some technical sense, that what he'd done was wrong. He wrote that he hoped eventually I would understand that he had never intended for our relationship to become what it had. The last line was, I always thought you'd be fine. You're the only person who has such a Then I told him to be putting in a file I keep for things that require more thinking than I have available on the day I first encountered him. Here's what I discovered. Derek had spent his entire life looking at the people around him as variables in his own story. I wasn't his brother. I was a supporting character. Not to survive, use. He'd taken Victoria because he wanted her, and believed that I'd recover. He'd taken my professional network because it was adjacent and useful. He was wrong then.
So I got
Dad died owing my uncle $95,000, or so he claimed. At the will reading, 36 relatives A hospital copay after Dad's first round of chemo. And every single time, the number grew. First it was 15,000, then 30, then 50. By the time Dad was in hospice, Ray was telling anyone who would listen that the total had reached 95,000, and that Darren, my father, had promised him the house as collateral. That house was correct. That house was where my mother planted a magnolia tree in the backyard the year I was born. That house was where my father sat me down after my mother died and said, "This is yours. No matter what happens, this roof stays over your head." But I didn't say any of that in the conference room. I didn't say anything at all. Ray pulled a folded sheet of paper from his jacket pocket and slid it across the table toward Malcolm Whitmire. "Here," he said, "that's the breakdown. Dates, amounts, what each line was for. You'll see it's detailed." Whitmire glanced at the paper without picking it up. "I'd like to proceed with the reading of the will, if we may." He said. "Read whatever you want," Ray said, sitting back and crossing his arms. "But the dead comes first. That's non-negotiable." A rubber went through the room. I could feel it, that wave of assumption, that collective head tilt that said, well, if Ray says Darren owed him money, then Darren probably owed him money. Because Ray was the one with the contracting business and the Lake House in Prescott and the boating trailer to every family reunion. Ray was the one who wrote checks. Ray was the one who showed up to Thanksgiving with cases of wine and left his car keys on the counter when the house was already his. My cousin Darren, my cousin on the side, cleared his throat. I mean, if Uncle Darren borrowed the money, you should know one at least acknowledge. "Let the lawyer read the will," said my Aunt Betty, the only person in the room I ever trusted. She sat down and with her arms folded in her lap. She didn't look at me when she said it. Whitmire opened a leather portfolio and removed a stack of documents. The last will and testament of Darren James Caruso. He began. He read through the basics of each, making small bequests. My father left his fishing tackle and rod collection to my cousin Webb, which was a kind gesture because Webb was the only relative who'd ever actually gone fishing with him. He left a set of framed watercolors, paintings one at a time. He left a modest cash sum, around $12,000 from a savings account, to be split evenly between three of his nieces who had watched him for 5 years. When I come to the house, to my son, Nolan Patrick Caruso, I leave the property located at 1742 Jefferson Lane, including all structures, land, and contents thereof, free and clear of any encumbrances, liens, or obligations. Ray shifted in his seat. Free and clear. Like the words physically bothered me. That doesn't account for what he owed me. "Mr. Caruso," Whitmire said, "the will is explicit. The property is bequeathed without conditions. Conditions don't erase debt." Ray fired back. "He owed me money. I have documentation." "Your documentation," Whitmire said calmly, "has not been verified, notarized, or presented as part of any legal filing against the estate." "I shouldn't have to file a legal claim against my own brother's estate," Ray said, raising his voice just enough that two of my younger cousins near the back flinched. "This is we had a handshake. We had trust." He turned to the room like he was canvassing a jury. "Everybody here knows what kind of man I am. When Darren needed his roof replaced after the storm in 2009, who paid for it? Me. When he couldn't cover his property tax one year, who wrote the check? Me. When Elaine got sick, Elaine was her mother, and the insurance didn't cover the experimental treatment, who fronted $40,000? Me. That last one is interesting, because my mother's experimental treatment cost $14,000, and it was partially covered by a fundraiser organized by her trust. But I didn't correct him. Not yet. My cousin Marisol, from my Aunt Lorna's side, leaned over to her mother and whispered something. Lorna shushed her. The room had the specific energy of a family gathering where people are choosing sides without wanting to admit that's what they're doing. Trina backed him up again. Dad lent Uncle Darren that money in good faith. There were witnesses. Who? Aunt Bev asked. Excuse me? Who witnessed the loans? Who was there when money changed hands? Trina looked at her father. Ray looked at the ceiling for a moment, then said, "It was between me and Darren. Private, but I kept records." "On a piece of paper you folded out of your jacket," Bev said. "You called me a liar." "I'm calling it a piece of paper." Ray stood again. This time he planted both palms on the table and leaned forward. "That house is worth $320,000. I'm owed $95. Nolan can keep the house. I'm not a monster, but I want my money, either from the estate or from a lien on the property." Every eye in the room turned to me. I reached for the manila folder in front of me. I opened it, slowly, and removed a single receipt. It was a cashier's check receipt from Millhaven Savings and Loan, dated March 14th, 2 years before my father died. The amount was $95,000. The payer was listed as Darren J. Caruso. The payee was Raymond M. Caruso. I slid it across the table. It traveled the length of polished polished wood, passed elbows and water glasses, and came to rest directly in front of Malcolm Whitmire. Nobody said anything. Not immediately. The receipt just sat there on the table like a small red stick bomb that had already detonated and was now waiting for people to notice the damage. Ray looked at it, then he looked at me, then he looked back at the receipt, and his expression went through about 4 different configurations in 3 seconds. Confusion, recognition, annoyance, and then something harder to name. Something close to the face a person makes when they walk into a room and realize the conversation was about them. What is that? Trina asked. It's a receipt, I said. Those were the first words I'd spoken since walking into the conference room 90 minutes earlier. A receipt for what? I didn't answer. I didn't need to. The amount was printed right there in bank typeface, clear as a headline. $95,000. My cousin Marisol leaned sideways to get a look at it. So did Derek. So did 2 people at the far end of the table who I was fairly sure were Ray's wife's cousins from Stanford. People with no real stake in any of this except the spectacle. The room was dead quiet. Whitmire picked up the receipt, studied it, then adjusted his glasses. He cleared his throat in a way that made the air in the room feel like it compressed. I have one additional item, he said. He reached into his portfolio and removed a sealed envelope. It was off-white, legal-sized, and across the front in my father's handwriting. Handwriting I recognized like I recognized the sound of his cough through the wall when I was a kid, were the words, for the reading, open when Ray brings up the money. 36 people stared at that envelope. Whitmire broke the seal with a letter opener, unfolded a single typed page, and began to read aloud. To whoever is in this room when my brother Ray inevitably shows up demanding money I allegedly owe him, this letter is for you. Ray sat down. My brother Raymond has, for the past 15 years, told anyone who would listen that I owe him large sums of money. The amounts have changed depending on the year. In 2012, it was $22,000. By 2016, it was $50,000. The last number I heard before I became too sick to attend family gatherings was $95,000. I expect by the time this letter is read, the number may have climbed further. Whitmire paused. The room didn't breathe. My Aunt Lorna put her hand flat on the table like she was steadying herself. My cousin Webb, who was sitting near the window with his arms crossed, slowly uncrossed them. Here is the truth. Ray did lend me money. Over the course of 8 years, he provided me with a total of $61,400. I have bank records, deposit slips, and notarized statements from 2 accountants confirming every dollar. These records are held in a safety deposit box at Millhaven Savings and Loan, and copies have been provided to my attorney. A sound came from somewhere on Ray's side of the table. It might have been Phil clearing his throat. It might have been the sound of someone's chair shifting. It was the kind of small noise that fills a silence that has become structurally unsound. Whitmire glanced at a second sheet in the envelope, then continued. On March 14th, 2 years before the date I expect this will be read, I paid Raymond in full. Not $61,400. I paid him $95,000. His number, not because I owed it, but because I wanted no ambiguity. I walked into Millhaven Savings and Loan, purchased a cashier's check for $95,000 payable to Raymond M. Caruso, and handed it to him in the parking lot of his own office at Caruso Contracting on Route 9. He accepted it. He deposited it the next business day. I watched Ray's jaw clench. I am writing this letter because I know my brother. He will stand in whatever room this will is read in, and he will claim I still owe him money. He will claim the house should be his. He will play the generous patriarch, and he will do it in front of family members who don't know any better, hoping the sheer number of eyes in the room will pressure my son into giving up the home I raised him in. Whitmire turned the page over. There was more on the back. So let me be clear. The debt was paid. In full. On his terms. With his inflated number. I kept the receipt. I gave a copy to my son. I gave a copy to my lawyer. And I am leaving this letter with instructions that it be opened the moment Raymond brings up the subject of money and I will read it. Because he will. He always does. The room was a photograph. Nobody moved. My cousin Trina had her hand over her mouth. Derek, who'd been ready to kill me 5 minutes ago, was staring at the table like it had just spoken. Ray was sitting with his arms at his sides, his face the color of a February sky. Marisol was looking at her mother. My cousin Webb was looking directly at Ray with an expression that wasn't anger. Exactly, but something colder. The look of a man recalculating every family dinner he'd ever sat through. 3 of the people near the back, younger cousins.
Hey, Adidas. How you doing, bud?
And someone whose name I thought was either Kyle or Connor, were whispering. Not rudely, the way people whisper when they just witnessed something they'll be retelling for years. Aunt Bev hadn't moved at all. She sat in the same position she'd been in since the reading started. Arms folded, face neutral. But her eyes were
And of course, Wandering came in. I appreciate the hell out of you.
大丈夫だってミポリン俺クーロンレベル2まで行ったことあるし声に幽霊まで出るって噂があるんだぜ面白そうじゃん探してみようよ
The house belongs to no stolen. It always did. It always will. Take the $95,000 I already gave you, which was $33,000 more than I ever owed, and leave my boy alone. Dara. Malcolm Whitmire placed the letter on the table. That concludes the supplementary materials attached to the will, he said. Mr. Nolan Caruso, the property at 1742 Birchfield Lane is yours, free and clear, effective upon the close of probate. If there are any challenges, they will need to be filed with the court within the statutory period, based on the documentation I have on file, including bank records, the cashier's check receipt, and 2 notarized account statements. Consider carefully. He wasn't looking at Ray when he said that, but everyone else was. Ray sat there for what felt like 2 full minutes, but was probably 30 seconds. His hands were flat on the table. His eyes were pointed somewhere between the letter and the middle distance. Trina whispered something to him. He didn't respond. Then he stood up. He didn't say a word. He pushed his chair back, buttoned his jacket like a man leaving a restaurant, and walked out of the conference room. He didn't look at her. He didn't look at her. He didn't look at the receipt still sitting on the table with the letter that had just dismantled 15 years of fiction in front of every person who never believed him. Trina gathered her bag and followed. She paused at the door for a second, like she was considering saying something. An apology, a defense, a parting shot, but nothing came. She pulled the door open and walked out. Her husband, Phil, a guy who sold flooring and had never said a word to me in 20 years of overlapping banking events, trailed behind with his head down. He actually mumbled excuse me to no one in particular as he passed through the doorway, which was the most I'd ever heard him say at a family function. The door clicked shut. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was structural. It was the silence of a room full of people who had just watched a narrative they'd accepted for over a decade get disassembled with a bank receipt and a 2-page letter. Some of them had probably loaned Ray their sympathy for years. Poor Ray, always bailing Darren out. Some of them had probably repeated his numbers at their own kitchen tables. Now they were sitting with the math, and the math didn't work the way they'd been told it did. Aunt Beth looked at me from across the table. She didn't smile. She just gave a single nod. Whitmire began organizing his papers. We'll proceed with the remaining items, he said. I sat there while he read through the final requests. There wasn't much left. Some personal effects, a life insurance policy that was mostly eaten up by medical bills, instructions for the disposal of his truck, which he wanted sold, and the money donated to the hospice that had cared for him. Simple things from a man who didn't accumulate much except a house and a grudge-proof filing system. When it was over, people filtered out in small groups. A few of my cousins stopped by my chair. Webb shook my hand and told me that fishing gear meant the world to him. My cousin Pauline, who was one of the 3 nieces splitting the savings account, squeezed my shoulder and said she was sorry about everything. Derek walked past without looking at me, which was fine because I didn't need his eye contact or his apology. Aunt Beth waited until the room was nearly empty. She walked over, left the chair next to me, and sat down. Your father, she said, was the most stubborn man I ever met. I know. He knew Ray would do this. He knew it before he even got sick. He told me about a year before he did. He sent me down the whole thing. The loans, the repayment, the receipt. He said Ray would try to read it. She looked at the empty chair where Ray had been sitting. Your father had a lot of things that he He planned this for almost 2 years. I said, he wrote the letter to Malcolm with specific instructions. He said, if Ray doesn't bring up the money, the letter stays sealed and it goes to the shredder after probate. But he won't. He always does. He was right. He was always right. It just made him organized. She shook her head, but not in disapproval. More like resignation. Like she was watching the final scene. She only figured out the ending too, but appreciated the craftsmanship. He left me the watercolors, she said. Mom would have wanted that. She would have wanted to throw one at Ray's head. That was probably true. Whitmire approached us as he was packing up his briefcase. Mr. Caruso, I'll be in touch regarding the probate timeline. The property transfer should be straightforward. Your father's documentation was thorough. He was an accountant for 30 years, I said. Yes, Whitmire said, with the faintest trace of admiration. That was apparent. I shook his hand, picked up my manila folder with the receipt still inside. The down was quiet. 4 of my relatives were in the elevator. Just for Ray's wife's son. I couldn't tell, and I didn't care enough to figure it out. I stepped into the parking lot and pulled my brakes like a reset button. The lot was half empty. Ray's silver Cadillac was already gone. Trina's white SUV was gone. The ex-husband was expecting a different outcome than already began. I set my truck for the edge and off. I put
その後の気が違う。
Father's watch, still frozen at 4:17. I thought about resetting it. I thought about the I thought about the look on her face amazed me the first sentence of that article was reading out. Not shame, exactly. Adjacent to leading he controlled the story.
Wormon!
Backed out of the space and tried to the drive from the coroner's office to the house was 11 minutes. I knew every turn. Left on Hendricks, past the gas station that used to be a video rental place, right onto the state road, past the elementary school where I spent
Yet another side
the
chapter.
sharp left on Birchfield Lane, where the road narrowed and the trees got thicker and the houses set farther back from the curb. The house looked the same as it always did. 2 stories, pale blue siding, white trim that needed repainting. The magnolia tree in the backyard was blooming. I could see it from the driveway, branches reaching up above the roofline like they were trying to get a better view of the street. The porch had a crack in the second step that I'd been meaning to fix for 3 years. The mailbox still had my father's name on it and stick-on letters from the hardware store, a few of them peeling at the corners. The D in Darren was half gone, leaving a shape that looked like a lowercase a if you squinted. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The house smelled like it, not in a sad way, not the antiseptic smell of his last months, but the deeper smell underneath, coffee and old books and the particular mustiness of a man who kept every piece of paper he ever signed in the filing cabinet in the basement. I walked through the living room, past the chair where he used to read the paper every morning with a mug balanced on the armrest, past the kitchen where the faucet still dripped in a rhythm I could have kept time to, and into his office. The filing cabinet was in the corner, olive green, 4 drawers, a combination lock on the top drawer that I knew the code to because he made me memorize it when I was 16. I opened the second drawer and pulled out a hanging file labeled Raymond Financial. Inside was everything. Every deposit slip, every bank statement showing a transfer from Mark Caruso, every canceled check, the 2 notarized accountant statements confirming total inflows of $60,000 over 8 years, and at the very front, in a clear plastic sleeve, a photocopy of the cashier's check receipt, the same receipt I'd slid across the table an hour ago, with a yellow sticky note in my father's handwriting that read, paid in full, his number, not mine. I closed the drawer. The house was mine. It had always been mine. My father had made sure of it the way he made sure of everything, quietly, meticulously, and with the understanding that the people who would try to take it from me would be loud, and the proof that would stop them needed to be louder. I walked back through the kitchen. I fixed the drip on the faucet with a quarter turn of the handle, the way he used to do it before he didn't have the grip strength anymore. I stepped onto the back porch and looked at the magnolia tree. The blossoms were white with pink edges, the way they've been every spring since 1991 when my mother pressed the sapling into the dirt with her bare hands and told my father it would outlive all of us. I still had 33 relatives out there who probably had opinions about what happened in that conference room. Some of them would side with Ray. Some of them would call me cold for sitting there in silence while the dead man's letter did all the talking. Some of them would whisper that I should have been more gracious, more conciliatory, more willing to split the difference and keep the peace. None of them would set foot on this property without an invitation. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat down in my father's chair. The cushion was compressed from years of the same body in the same spot. It had fit me well, too wide in the hips, too deep in the seat. But it was his, and now it was mine, and nobody was going to tell me otherwise. 2 weeks later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I answered because I was waiting on a call back from the probate office. Nolan, it's Trina. I didn't say anything for a moment. I was standing on the porch with a pry bar in one hand and a piece of replacement lumber leaning against the railing. The crack in the second step had turned out to be worse than I thought. The whole board was soft underneath, water rotted from years of cooling rain. I just want to talk, she said, about what happened at the reading. There's nothing to talk about. My dad is really upset. He feels like he was ambushed. He was, by a dead man. Your father showed up to a will reading with a fake debt and got called out by the person he stole from. That's not an ambush. That's a consequence. He didn't steal. He accepted $95,000, deposited it the next business day, Trina, which means he didn't hesitate for even a weekend, and then showed up at the reading and asked for it again, in front of 36 people, while trying to put a lien on a dead man's house. Pick whatever word you want. I'll wait. She was quiet. My father paid that money so this exact situation wouldn't happen, I said. He overpaid by $33,000 specifically so Ray couldn't claim a shortfall. He paid $95 because that was Ray's number, and he wanted to eliminate every possible angle. And Ray came to the reading with a handwritten piece of paper and the audacity to demand the house. So no, I don't feel bad about a letter. I feel bad that my father had to spend the last year of his life preparing for his own brother to try to rob his son. That's not fair. Fair left this family about 15 years ago, Trina. Right around the time your dad started adding phantom charges to her debt ledger that nobody else ever saw. $40,000 for mom's treatment. It was 14. The roof. and Dad paid it back within the year. I know because I've got every canceled check in a filing cabinet 10 feet from where I'm standing. You're going to lose this family over this, Nolan. I didn't lose anything. Your father tried to steal the house, and the house is still here. If the family can't sit with that, the family knows where the door is. She hung up. I went back to fixing the porch step. The probate closed 6 weeks after the reading. Whitmire called to confirm that no challenges had been filed against the estate. The property transferred cleanly. I received the deed in the mail on a Tuesday, in a plain envelope with a return address from the county recorder's office. I put it in the second drawer of the filing cabinet, right behind the folder labeled Raymond Financial. I never heard from Ray directly. Not a call, not a letter, not a text. The last I heard, through Aunt Bev, was that he told his side of the family that I'd forged the receipt and that Dad's letter was written by the lawyer. Bev said he was telling anyone who'd listen, which was fewer and fewer people as the weeks went on, because Whitmire had quietly made the bank records available to any family member who requested them, and 3 of my cousins had already verified the cashier's check through the bank itself. The truth has a way of making noise you don't have to generate yourself. I kept living in the house. I fixed the porch step. I repainted the trim. I started mowing the lawn the way my father did, in diagonal stripes that didn't serve any functional purpose but made the yard look like a minor league outfield. I replaced the leaky gasket on the kitchen faucet so it stopped dripping for real. I left the magnolia tree alone because it didn't need anything from me. It had been doing its job since my mother planted it, and it showed no signs of stopping. On a Saturday morning in late May, I found an envelope tucked behind the filing cabinet. It had fallen behind the bottom drawer, probably years ago, and I only found it because I was reorganizing the folders. It was sealed. My name was on the front in my father's handwriting. I opened it. Inside was a single index card. It said, "If you're reading this, you found it while going through my things. I want you to know I didn't leave the letter in because I thought Ray was a bad person. I left it because it's going to go on. Weak people tell lies that grow, and if you don't pin the truth down early, it gets buried. I pinned it down. You're welcome. Also, the gutters need cleaning. Love, Dad." I put the index card in my wallet. I got the ladder out and cleaned the gutters. The house on Birchfield Lane had been in my family for 31 years. My mother picked it. My father paid it off. My uncle tried to take it. My father stopped him from a sealed envelope with a 2-page letter and a cashier's check receipt, because Darren James Caruso was the kind of man who accounted for everything, including the predictable greed of the people who were supposed to love him. Nobody came for the house again. Nobody even knocked. My mom slapped me for kicking my spoiled sister out of my house on my birthday in front of everyone. How dare you kick your sister out? This is the day I made a mistake by giving birth to you. I left there crying. She knew very little about her daughter. After a month, she called me in shock. "Why didn't you tell me? I never thought this day would come." Standing in my very own bed, keys in hand, I couldn't stop smiling. After years of saving up, living in a tiny rental, and giving up small luxuries, I had finally done it. My passing Maria was over. People always said I was the responsible one in the family. My younger sister Maria jumped from one boyfriend to another, always depending on them for money. Meanwhile, I worked for R. Thompson and Associates LLC, saving every extra dollar I could. Our mom always said Maria was just finding herself, but I knew better. She had always been this way, the favorite child who could do no wrong. I ran my hand along the kitchen counter. "This is my kitchen," I whispered to myself. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine. Paying the mortgage would be tough, but I had planned everything carefully. I made spreadsheets, budgets, and calculated every expense. That is who I am. Responsibility. Or as Maria calls me. I decided to have a
Alright, let's get this fucking done.
close friends from work and some close good friends. I even invited Mom and Maria, even though I didn't expect much. Mom's response was the usual. "I'm so busy with work this weekend. You know how it is." Maria didn't even Jenna from accounting was the first to arrive. "That this place is amazing," she said. "You actually did it. All my friends were out. And then Olivia from high school brought a house play, and my coworker James showed up with a cheese plate. Soon, the apartment was filled with laughter and conversation, the kind that makes a place feel like home. Determination still paid off. Everyone cheered, and I felt tears in my eyes. I chose a family who were here to celebrate with me. Mom and Maria's absence hurt me, but I was used to it. They had always cared more about each other than me. 3 weeks after the party on a quiet Friday afternoon, I wasn't expecting anyone. I was still in my old sweatpants, and hair tied up messily, doing some landing around the apartment. I opened the door, my friend skipped to me. Mom and Maria stood on the kitchen, opening cupboards and drawers like she owned the place. Madison, you haven't even started dinner. It's already fine. How could I start dinner when I didn't even cook? I sighed.
Let's get some Pokeballs up.
You've always been hopeless with household chores, she said. I tried to teach you, but you were always too busy with your nose and those accounting books. Like she was inspecting the house for some She peeked into every room and kept shaking her head like she was judging everything. I'll make some tea, I said, trying to be polite even though they had just barged in. As I filled the kettle, Maria finally sat down at the kitchen table. She took off her sunglasses and the one she always had when she wanted to. This is actually a nice place, Madison, she said, in a voice that usually meant bad news was coming. The location is perfect, right in the middle of everything. Thanks, I replied carefully, setting out 3 mugs. Mom was still criticizing how I organized my kitchen, but I had learned to tune her out years ago. Maria ran her finger along the edge of the table. I have some news, she said. David and I broke up. She sighed dramatically. He wanted me to start paying rent. That. After 7 months together, I bit my tongue and focused on pouring the tea. So, anyway, Maria continued.
20 ribeyes for $40 is happening near you. It's up to a parking lot of Menards and Ames.
I had to move out of this place, obviously. And you know how expensive rent is these days? She paused, letting that thought sink in. I was thinking I could stay here with you for a few months. The mug in my hand froze halfway to the table. Just for a little while, she added quickly. For months tops, until I find a job and get back on my feet. I don't think that's a good idea, I said. I just moved in myself, and I really need my space. Mom's voice cut through the kitchen like a knife. How dare you be so selfish? Your sister's gonna have a hard time. She has nowhere to go, no money, and here you are sitting in your fancy little apartment all alone. And you won't even help your own sister. You can stay with you, I said firmly, trying to keep my voice steady. Your house has plenty of space. I cried loudly before Mom could answer. Madison, you single mothers. It's like an retirement village. People walking their dogs and working that day. It's a really nice neighborhood. I started, but it wasn't finished. Your place is in the center of everything. She waved her hands toward the windows. There are clubs, bars, shops, places where I can actually meet people and make connections. How am I supposed to rebuild my life stuck in the suburbs? You're being incredibly selfish, Mom. After everything we've done for you, they kept going, taking turns like a well-practiced team. When I refused, Maria would tear up and dab her eyes with a tissue. When that didn't work, Mom would launch into another speech about family and loyalty. Back and forth like a tennis match. Then, Mom would be so disappointed in me, she said. He always told me I was to look after each other. What would he think if he could see you now, turning your back on your own sister? That hit me hard. Dad had passed away 6 years ago. Mom knew how to use his memory against me. I felt the fight drain out of me, like water down a bathtub. Fine, I heard myself say. The word tasted bitter in my mouth. For once, that's it. Maria's tears magically disappeared. Oh my God, thank you, thank you, thank you. But there are conditions, I said, trying to sound firm. You have to find a job, save money, and move out in 4 months. I mean it, of course, of course. Maria jumped up and threw her arms around me. You're the best sister ever. I'll start job hunting Mom. I stood stiffly, not hugging her back. Mom looked pleased, like a chess player who had just won the game. The next evening, Maria showed up with 3 enormous suitcases and several shopping bags. I barely had time to process what I had agreed to before she was already pushing through.
Can't wait to be able to get that at Evo.
She asked, bringing her suitcases down the hallway. She glanced around, then stopped at my bedroom door and peeked inside. This one's perfect. The view is amazing. That's my room, I said. You'll be staying in the guest bedroom, I said quickly. Or you can go back to Mom's. Maria pouted, but didn't argue. I watched as she wheeled her suitcases into the small room. Her shoulders slumped in disappointment. That first night, I ate us both pasta for dinner. Maria was still unpacking, complaining about the small closet space when I called her to the table. I figured it was best to set some rules right away. Okay, if we're going to live together, we need to have some boundaries, I said, watching her twirl spaghetti around her fork. First rule, no loud noise. I wake up early for work, and walls here aren't that thick. Fine, fine, she said, taking a bite. This is really good, by the way. Second, we need to be careful with utilities. That means no long showers, I added, giving her a look. I still remember Mom's crazy water bills when we were teenagers. And don't forget to turn off lights when you leave a room. Yes, I'm not 12 best. I know how to flip a light switch, and most importantly, I continue, ignoring her comment, no guess without asking me first. This is my apartment, and I need to know who's coming and going. Maria put down her fork and looked me in the eye. I understand, Madison. Really? I know I haven't always been responsible, but I want to prove that I've changed. I'm going to find a job, save me. Really, you know, she actually seemed sincere, more than I'd seen in years. For the first time since this all started, I felt a tiny bit of hope. Maybe she really had me. Maybe this could work. The first week went surprisingly well. I left early for work, and Maria spent her mornings getting ready for job interviews, or so she said. She even started cooking dinner. Nothing fancy, but it was nice to come home to a warm meal and a clean kitchen. How was the interview today? I asked one evening over a pretty good chicken stir-fry she had made. Really good, she said excitedly, talking about some marketing firm downtown. They said they'd call me back next week. This became a routine. For about 3 weeks, I'd come home to dinner, a tiny apartment in Maria full of stories about different companies she had visited. I started to believe that maybe, just maybe, my sister had finally changed. Then things started to shift. First, I noticed dishes piling up in the sink. Then, the cooking stopped altogether. I come home to find Maria sprawled on my couch, glued to the wall, the apartment looking exactly as I left it. Close, neat, so she came to work. When I walked in, Maria was in the same spot she had been when I left that morning. The only difference, she had put her take out for herself and left the empty containers on my coffee table. I sighed and started making dinner while she kept scrolling through her phone. When everything was ready, she finally wandered into the kitchen, drawn in by the smell. Maria, I said, trying to stay calm. I thought we agreed to share the household chores. No, I just so tired of cooking and cleaning. She agreed, helping herself to the stir-fry I made. It's so boring. How was job hunting today? She shrugged, chewing her food. Went to another room. They want like 6 years of experience for an entry-level job. Can you believe that? Did you apply anywhere? She smiled. I'm not wasting my time on companies with stupid emails. This terrible arrangement, any hope I had of Maria changing was gone. My apartment had turned into a personal crash after countless nights of partying. When I was at work, I could hear the loud phone conversations through the walls. So could my neighbors. More than once they complained about the noise. Sorry, can't talk now. I overheard her saying one morning as I was getting ready for work. Yeah, totally hungover. No, my sister's still here. Ugh, she's so uptight. That night, she stumbled in at 3 a.m., reeking of alcohol and cigarettes. I was awake, of course. How could I sleep with her banging around like a drunk elephant? The next morning, she dragged herself out of her bedroom, still in last night's clothes. Madison, she wrote, falling on the couch. I need you very before I'm dying. I need those hangovers, you know, the ones with your electrolytes. There's water and Advil in the kitchen, I said, not even looking up. First, she wrote, my good sister would help. I had finally got it. Then I called Mom. I need to talk to Maria, I said, as soon as she picked up. She's not even trying to find a job. She said, Madison, already. Madison, Mom interrupted with that same dismissive tone. You're making me think she just needs time to figure things out. You were always so serious in her age. You never knew how to have fun. Meanwhile, the apartment was almost dead. Maria's room had turned into a disaster. Dirty dishes piling up, old food sitting around, clothes thrown everywhere. It was disgusting. I didn't even want to look at Maria's room. Clothes were thrown everywhere. Empty wine bottles and dirty coffee cups were hidden in the closet. A few times I tried to clean them, but I realized that they had been sitting there for weeks. One evening, when she was actually home, I phoned her. Maria, this has to spell you're not looking for the job. You're not going around the house and moving. She stormed into her bedroom, slammed the door, and immediately started laughing. 25 minutes later, my phone rang. Madison, she screeched before I could say goodbye. How dare you harass your sister? She called me crying. You don't understand. You don't understand. She's trying her best. I always criticize her. I raised you better than this. The next 3 months dragged by. My utility bills had doubled because Maria took hour-long showers, left the lights on all day, and ran the AC full blast, even when she wasn't home. I was spending a fortune on groceries that she ate without ever contributing. The kitchen was always a mess unless I cleaned it myself. Meanwhile, Maria's social life was thriving. She came and went at all hours, always dressed up for the club, always meeting new friends. She helped herself to my food, my wine, my toiletries, anything she could get her hands on. But work, that was beneath her. Then came Monday. The sound of keys jangling in a trunk giggling woke me from a dead sleep. I squinted at my clock, 4:15 a.m., another one of Maria's late-night returns. But something was different this time. There were three voices. I threw on my robe and stepped into the hallway. What I saw stuck me in my tracks. Maria was barely standing, her makeup smeared, but she wasn't alone. A guy I had never seen before had his arm around her waist. He was tall, wearing a leather jacket despite the summer heat, and had that smug look I'd seen on too many of Maria's past boyfriends. "Oh, hey, Madison," Maria slowed. "This is Jeffrey. Isn't he hot?" Jeffrey barely glanced at me before going back to kissing Maria's neck. "Maria," I said sharply, "what is he doing here?" She grinned like she was about to tell me the reason was out. "Jeffrey's gonna stay with us in our room," she announced. "His roommate kicked him out. Can you believe it?" It felt like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water on me. "Absolutely not," I said. "Oh, don't be such a buzzkill." Jeffrey threw his phone. His voice full of arrogance. "Your sister said it wouldn't be a problem." Then they started making out again right in front of me. Jeffrey's hands started wandering in ways that made me want to pinch my eyes. "Stop it," I snapped. I snapped. "Jeffrey, you need to leave now." Maria pulled away from him, her face annoyed. "No way. He's staying with me." "This is my apartment," I said, my voice rising even though I tried to stay calm. "You don't get to move in random guys without asking me first. You're such trash," Maria screamed, her face turning red. "You've always been jealous of my relationships." That was it. The last bit of my patience was gone. "Get out," I said, my voice deadly quiet, "both of you." "No," Maria stumbled slightly. "You can't kick me out. I live here." "No, you don't." I walked into her room, grabbed her suitcases from the closet, and threw them onto the bed. "You were supposed to stay here temporarily. You were supposed to be looking for a job. You were supposed to be trying." I turned to face her. "Now pack your things." For a moment, Maria just stared at me. Then suddenly she started throwing her clothes and stuff into her suitcases like a tornado. Jeffrey stood in the doorway watching silently. 17 minutes later, she slammed the last suitcase shut so hard I thought the zipper might break. She grabbed the handle as her knuckles wiped with anger. "Fine, keep your stupid apartment," she yelled, dragging her suitcases toward the door. "You're a horrible sister." "I hate you." She stormed out with Jeffrey right behind her, shouting every curse word she could think of as she left. The door slammed so hard that my picture shook on the walls. And then, silence. My hands were shaking. It took exactly 45 minutes for my phone to ring. Mom's name flashed on the screen. "How dare you throw your sister out in the middle of the night?" She shrieked the moment I picked up. She could have been heard. I hung up. Then, I turned off my phone completely. The silence in my apartment after Maria left was almost too awful. The first few days I focused on deep cleaning. She had left a disaster behind. Moldy dishes under the bed, wine stains on the carpet, sticky spots on nearly every surface in the guest room. I filled so many garbage bags. It felt like I was throwing out enough trash to fill a small landfill. Better safe than sorry. I told the locksmith when he came to change the locks. He didn't ask questions, just nodded and installed the new deadbolt. New keys in my head. It felt like freedom. My birthday was coming up soon, and for the first time in years, I decided to celebrate it at home. My newly cleaned Korean-free home. I invited my closest friends from work, some old school friends, and a few cousins from Dad's side of the family, ones who understood the situation completely. I did not invite Mom or Maria. I just wanted a fun day, a drama-free day. The party started off perfectly. Jennifer recounting her famous childhood. Ryan and Olivia showed up with Mom and Maria. My cousin Amy handed me a beautiful houseplant, smiling down to celebrate her real-name's day, she said. We were all in the living room, sharing stories and laughing. My heart sank. I knew that aggressive ring. Sure enough, when I opened the door, there stood Mom. She stormed into my apartment like a dark cloud. Her eyes scanned the room. She didn't even say happy birthday. Instead, she planted herself in the center and began her performance. "I can't believe you all here celebrating with me," she announced to her guests. When she threw her own sister out of the street in the middle of the night, we fell silent. We exchanged uncomfortable glances. "Mom," I said, "this isn't the time. When is the time?" She demanded. "When is the time to talk about how cruel and heartless you become? Your poor sister has been devastated. You're acting terrible." I said, my voice steady. "She took advantage of my kindness. She was selfish." Mom's voice rose even higher. "That's what you are. You've turned into a selfish, cold-hearted woman. Is this what you wanted? To live alone in your fancy apartment while your sister struggles?" Something inside me snapped. Maybe if you spent less time spoiling Maria and more time actually parenting her, she wouldn't be struggling. The crack of her palm against my cheek echoed through the silent room. The slap was so hard I stumbled backward, my hand flying to my face in shock. "Ungrateful brat," she spat, her voice The silence that followed was not my cheek burned, my eyes stinging with tears. I tried to hold her back, but I couldn't.
All right, Pokeballs out.
Wrapping her arms around his elbow. The rest of my guests gathered around, offering comfort, but it didn't matter. The party was ruined. My broken drama-free birthday had been destroyed.
Hang on a sec, I gotta check something.
Weeks later, my cousin Amy called me. Just thought you should know, she said here. Maria and that boyfriend of hers moved into your mom's house. I changed the subject.
That's when I saw you through the windows. I was coming up the stairs, pull up over here, and start.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to take
Okay, I'll just.
Here, I'll get this down there then. Fine.
Okay, well that's fine. Yeah, I saw you pull up as I was coming back up the stairs. I was like, oh shit, that's probably the guy. So I saw you open the back of your thing and the grocery bags. I'm like, that's probably my guy. I need to get my ass right back downstairs. I just came right back up.
You can't open the door for you.
Was that?
You can't unlock the door.
No. No, I have to physically go down because there's like no button or whatever to punch it. So the only way you're getting in the building is either you call me and I come let you in, or one of the residents is coincidentally coming out of the building or coming in as you go to come in, and that's about it. Yeah, just future reference, because that's going to be the way for all the buildings around here. All right? I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, guys, the pause is going to be a little bit longer than anticipated. My groceries just got here. I got to go put this away because most of it needs to go in the freezer or the fridge.
This is my kitchen. I was meant to myself. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine. Mortgage would be tough, but I planned everything carefully. I made spreadsheets, budgets, and calculated every expense. That's who I am. The planner, responsible for rewards, reviews, and preparing. I decided to focus on
Where's the fucking shirt I ordered? Oh, it won't be here in time, damn it.
Pastor read Dad's final note at the funeral. 63 relatives present. 5 sentences in, my stepmother stood up and screamed, "That's a forgery." I reached into my coat and pulled out the notarized original. The date on it was 3 days before Pastor Dunleavy cleared his throat at the pulpit and unfolded a single sheet of paper.
Alright. Sorry about that.
Phoebe had insisted on, even though Dad hated police. Even in death, she was redecorated. I was in the third pew, close enough to watch his hands, close enough to hear the paper crinkle against the microphone. 63 people filled that chair. Aunts, uncles, cousins, second cousins. People had seen since Thanksgiving 2017. All of them shifting in their seats, dabbing tissues, doing what people do at funerals. I counted them. 63, not including me, not including Pastor Dunlap, not including the 2 funeral home attendants standing by the side doors like bouncers in a very quiet room. Pastor Dunlap looked at the paper, that looked at me. I gave him a single nod. He began reading. To my family, to those I've loved, and to those who loved me back, and yes, there is a difference. A small ripple of uncomfortable laughter. My Uncle Teague, close behind me, coughed into his fist. My cousin Waverly turned to her mother with raised eyebrows. I, Garland Kittredge, being of sound mind and tired body, want to say a few things I didn't have the guts to say when I was still breathing. That was Dad. That was exactly Dad. Blunt as a 2x4, even from the grave. The thing about my father is that he was a quiet man until he wasn't. He ran a commercial roofing company out of Brennerton, Oregon for 31 years. Kittredge and Sons, except there were never any sons in the business, just him. I went to college, then law school, then into estate planning. My younger brother, Calder, moved to Tucson and started landscaping. Neither of us roofed a single shingle. Dad never once complained about it. Phoebe came along in 2016. Dad had been working for 4 years by then. Mom died of pancreatic cancer in 2012, and the house got very quiet. I think he married Phoebe because she was loud. She filled the silence. She filled every room she walked into. Actually, with the maintenance and perfume and relieves their near presences again. Despite Phoebe initially. That took about 7 months. She started small, rearranging furniture, replacing Mom's dishes with scent and Cracker Barrel, suggesting Dad update the family photo wall by removing the pictures that might make you sad. The pictures that might make you sad. to the safety deposit box because when something happened that she would get to the open papers, he tried to restore the service. He tried to ask for some written emotions. Calder noticed it before I did. He called me in October of 2018 and said, "Have you looked at Dad's bank statements lately?" I hadn't, because Dad handled his own money and always had. I called her and visited for a week that September, and he'd seen the decent bill on the kitchen counter, and another one I made him sit down. $18,000 in toilets, most of it at furniture stores, but takes me one to the bag that I didn't have I flew up from my office in Salem the following day. Dad sat on the porch, the same porch where he sat with Uncle T, and I asked him about it, and he looked at me with those pale gray eyes and said, "I'm handling it, Eric." And the way he said it, not defensive, not dismissive, just exactly what was happening. I'd already started thinking about what to do. Dad was 71. He was 78 when he died. 7 years. That's all she needed. It wasn't all she got. But Dad was sharper than anyone gave him credit for. The jungle was silent except for his voice and the hum of the ventilation system. I want to start by thanking my sons, Merrick and Calder, for being exactly who they are. Merrick, you got your mother's brain and my stubbornness, and I'm sorry about that. Calder, you got my hands and your mother's heart, and I'm not sorry about either. Calder, sitting beside him, pressed his palm against his thigh. I could see his jaw working. Neither of us moved. To my brother T, we haven't agreed on a single thing since 1979, but you should have ever said it being we sat on the porch and didn't talk about it. That was enough. That was always enough. Uncle T made a sound, not a sob, more like a seal breaking on something he kept closed for a long time. Pastor Dunleavy turned the paper over to the second side. I knew it was on the second side. I read it once, only once, and then sealed it in a fireproof envelope and locked it in a safe. That was 14 months ago. Now I need to say something that some of you won't like. The temperature of the channel changed. I wrote my They felt like someone had adjusted the people screamed in the pews. Peter, in the front row, crossed her ankles and tipped her chin up. She was wearing a black dress with pearl buttons. She looked like she was posing for a dad. She can make you feel like you're the most important person in the world. She married me. The same way I believe in the Loch Ness Monster. It's a nice story, and I'd like it to be true. But the end is successful. The channel erupted, not in applause, in a kind of collective gasp, like 63 people that simultaneously stepped on a Lego. Heads swiveled, whispers crackled like static. My Aunt Nella grabbed her husband's arm. Cousin Weirley's mouth was hanging open. Phoebe didn't move, or not yet. She was frozen in that Cadillac pose, pearl buttons leaping, chin lifted, eyes locked on Pastor Dunleavy. Pastor Dunleavy, to his credit, did not pause. He agreed to read the letter in its entirety. He had given me his word, and Pastor Dunleavy was considered a scriptural law, not a declaration. In the summer of 2021, Phoebe wrote me a note. She said her lawyer had drawn it up. She said it was just a formality. I read it because I'm not a fool, despite what some of you may have concluded based on my choice of second wife. Another rumor. This one I'm going to take. That will would have given Phoebe the house, the business, the savings accounts, and the life insurance. It would have given Merrick and Calder each a set of fishing rods and a handshake. I did not sign it. Phoebe's hand moved to her knee. Her fingers pressed into the black fabric. Instead, I called my son Merrick, who is an estate attorney and who did not charge me, which I appreciated, and we sat down and wrote a proper will, a real one, notarized, witnessed, filed with the county, and I want to be very clear about what that will says. Pastor Dunleavy paused here, not for effect. I think he needed a breath. He was a 64-year-old man with bifocals and a slight tremor in his left hand, and he was reading a dead man's hand grenade to a room full of people who were slowly realizing they were standing on the pin. The house goes to Merrick and Calder, equal shares. The business, what's left of it, goes to Milt, Ward. The savings go into a trust for my grandchildren, administered by Merrick. Phoebe receives exactly what the law requires in the state of Oregon, and not a dime more. That was 5 sentences in. 5 sentences into the second side of that letter. Phoebe stood up. She didn't ease out of her seat. She launched. Her purse hit the pew in front of her and knocked a hymnal onto the floor. The sound echoed like a gunshot in that chapel. Every head turned. Every single one. That's a forgery, she screamed. Her voice was enormous. I'd heard her yell before. At waiters, at Calder's wife, and a Verizon customer service representative, a white gentleman who believes still has PTSD. But this was different. This was cornered animal volume. This was the sound of 7 years of careful positioning collapsing in real time. That is a forgery, she repeated, putting it down. Pastor Dunlap. Her finger was shaking. Her pearl buttons were heaving. Garland never wrote that. He never. That is not his handwriting. That is not. Merrick put you up to this. Merrick wrote that. 63 faces turned to me. I stood up slowly. I buttoned my suit jacket, because Dad always said you button your jacket when you stand, and then I reached into the inside breast pocket of my coat. The envelope was there, where it had been all morning, where it had been since I transferred it from my office safe to my person at 6:15 a.m. that day, along with a set of documents I had prepared by a colleague at a firm in Portland that specialized in exactly this kind of dispute. It was a manila envelope, legal-sized, sealed with a red wax stamp that my father had insisted on because he said it looked official as hell. Inside was the original letter, the same one Pastor Dunlap was reading from a photocopy. The original, on Dad's personal stationery, the ivory cardstock with the Kittredge & Sons letterhead that he'd been using since 1993, written in his handwriting, in his blue Pilot G2 pen, which was the only pen he'd used in the last 15 years of his life. Notarized. Witnessed by two people, Milt Stegner and a woman named Roberta Jow, who was a retired notary and Dad's neighbor of 22 years. Dated. The date on it was 3 days before Phoebe moved out. That's the part that matters. Let me explain why. In January of 2023, Phoebe left the house. She told Dad she was going to stay with her daughter Kellen in Medford for a few weeks while she figured some things out. Dad told me about it on the phone, and his voice was the flattest I'd ever heard it. Not sad, not angry, flat, like a man who had finished a very long calculation and arrived at a number he already expected. She took her clothes, her jewelry, the crate and barrel dishes, a painting she bought at an auction in bed, and the spare key to Dad's safety deposit box at Fort Vehicle. Dad changed the locks the next day. He called Roberta Jow. He sat down at his desk, the same desk where he'd done payroll for 3 decades, and he wrote the letter. Then they all drove to the UPS store on Hawthorne Boulevard, where a notary named Maria McIntosh, who had no connection to any party, notarized the document. Dad signed it, unsigned. Roberta signed it, Priya stamped it. The date on the notarization was January 14th, 2023. Phoebe left the house on January 17th, 2023. 3 days later, which meant the letter, the instructions, the instructions, was executed by Phoebe was still angry at President and she still had standing, while she could still have contested the mental competency of the testator for arousing coercion, isolation, or undue influence. Exception, because he wrote it while she was still there, while she was still sleeping in the guest room. Boxes were still while her subscription boxes were still arriving on the porch. There was no isolation. There was no coercion. There was a man at his desk, with his pen, with his witnesses, making a decision 3 days before his wife walked out the door and proved every word of the letter correct. I held up the envelope. Phoebe, I said, I'm really scared. I didn't need to raise it. The channel acoustics were excellent. And 63 people had read it. This is the original, notarized by Priya Venkatesh at the UPS store on Hawthorne Boulevard. Witnessed by Milt Stegner, Roberta Jow, written on Dad's station. You're welcome to have it examined by any forensic document analyst you choose. Phoebe's face did something I've never seen before. It went through about 4 expressions in 2 seconds. Fury, then calculation, then something that almost looked like fear. Then it settled over her features when she laughed. You laughed, she said. But not less dangerous. I just followed instructions. You coached him. You manipulated a dying man. He wasn't dying when he wrote it. He had his annual physical 2 weeks prior. Dr. Feinberg cleared him. Clean bill of health. I have the medical records. I did it. They were in a second envelope in my other pocket. Dr. Ansel Feinberg, internal medicine, Providence Medical Group, Brenerton, physical examination dated January 2nd, 2023. Cognitive blood pressure slightly elevated, which Dr. Feinberg attributed to, and I am not making this up, marital stress. Phoebe looked at Kellen, who was sitting 2 rows behind her with her husband, a man named Todd who sold commercial insurance and had the personality of a screensaver. Kellen's face was white. Todd was staring at his shoes. This is harassment, Phoebe said. This is at a funeral. You're doing this at his funeral. He asked me to. I said, it's in the letter. Page 1, paragraph 4. I want this read at my funeral, in front of everyone, because Phoebe has been sitting for an audience, and I think she deserves a final review. Pastor Dunlap, his name was small. He was holding the letter, and I could see his finger resting on that exact paragraph. The chapel was so quiet I could hear the clock on the back wall ticking. One of those old analog clocks with the intervals. It was 11:47 a.m. Phoebe's attorney, she now turned to the funeral, which tells you everything you need to know. It was a man named Riggs who was sitting near the back. I knew him by reputation. Domestic infidelity, mid-tier, aggressive in mediation, but sloppy in litigation. down the aisle toward Phoebe with the measured pace of a man who is milling about a quarter hour, even at a funeral. Phoebe, he said quietly. Let's step outside. I'm not stepping anywhere, she said. This is for business. Phoebe pressed his hand. His voice dropped. Not here. She moved to run away.
Alright, Pokeballs in the chat, folks.
Because she grabbed her personal dress and turned to the chapel. You're all witnesses, she said. Every one of you. This was orchestrated. This was a setup. Garland would never. Phoebe, that was Uncle Teague from 3 rows back. His voice was loud, and it had the specific gravity of a man who had been waiting to say something for 7 years. Sit down or leave, but stop talking about my brother like you do. She left. Kellen and Tom followed. Craigs brought up the rear. All hands over in the vestibule. The chapel doors closed behind them with a sound like a book snapping shut. Pastor Dunleavy looked at me. I nodded again. The rest of the letter was logistical. Dad's burial preferences. Cremation, actually, with ashes scattered at Cape Mears, where he and Mom used to go on their anniversary. His instructions for the business transition. His message to Milt, which was 2 sentences. You were the best partner a man could ask for. The company's yours, and Marilyn and he paid for it. A paragraph from Martha's wife, Renata, thanking her for the knowledge she brought to Christmas. I know from my daughter Elise, who was 10 at the time of that letter, and who he described as the sweetest gift between 4 generations, which includes me. No one left. After Phoebe's exit, the remaining 59 people sat in their pews and listened to her. Some cried. Uncle Teague didn't. He just sat with his hands folded and his eyes on the casket, and when it was over, he stood up, walked to the front, put his hand on the lid, and said, "You old bastard." Then he went outside and drank wine from a paper cup and didn't talk to anyone for 20 minutes. The legal part started 3 days later. Phoebe's attorney, Griggs, filed a protest of the will with the Tillamook County Probate Court. Grounds: undue influence, lack of testamentary capacity, and fraud. Standard playbook. File everything. See what sticks. I didn't represent the estate myself. Conflict of interest, obviously. I was a beneficiary. Instead, I retained authority to order Hillary Hessler, Moreau, and Thatch 6 months before Dad died. Anticipatory. Yes. Paranoid. No. When your father set out and makes a fabricated will to sign and then leaves the house 3 days after he writes the will, you prepare for litigation the way you prepare for will. You don't argue and forecast. You buy an umbrella. Chandra Moreau had more side. She was in her late 40s, built like a distance runner, and had the former demeanor of someone who found inefficiency personally offensive. She'd reviewed the original letter, the notarization, the medical records, and the timeline. Her exact words to me during our first meeting were, "Your father built this here too. My job is to keep it that way." Griggs filed his motion. Chandra filed a response. Then she filed a counter motion requesting sanctions for frivolous contestation, along with a supplementary brief that included the notarized original, Dr. Feinberg's medical clearance, sworn affidavits from Milt and Roberta Chow, bank records showing Phoebe's systematic access to Dad's accounts between 2018 and 2023, and a certified copy of the fraudulent will Phoebe had presented to Dad in 2021, which had been drafted not by a licensed attorney, but by a legal document preparation service in Medford that Kellen's husband Todd had recommended. That last part was the kill shot. Todd, it turned out, had a cousin who ran the document preparation service. The cousin's name was Derwin Fall, and Derwin's operation had already been flagged by the Oregon State Bar for unauthorized practice of law in 2 previous complaints. Chandra subpoenaed Derwin's records. Derwin, who was not brave, produced everything within 72 hours, including email correspondence between himself, Todd, and Phoebe dating back to March 2021, in which they discussed, in writing, with timestamps, how to structure a will that would simplify the estate transition and reduce complications with the existing beneficiaries. Reduce complications with the existing beneficiaries meant me and Calder. They'd put it in an email. The probate judge was a woman named Honorable Celeste Yardley. She'd been on the bench for 19 years and had a reputation for 2 things: punctuality and low tolerance for what she called manufactured complexity. She read Chandra's brief. She read Griggs's filing. She reviewed the documentary evidence. The hearing lasted 40 minutes. Judge Yardley was methodical. She went through each claim in order. Undue influence. Denied. She noted that the testator had executed the document in the presence of 2 independent witnesses and a third-party notary, none of whom had any financial interest in the estate. She noted that the testator's son, while an estate attorney, had not drafted the document. The testator had written it himself, in his own hand, which was verified by a forensic handwriting comparison Chandra had commissioned from an expert in Eugene named Dr. Callista Wren. Dr. Wren's 12-page report concluded, with what she called a high degree of scientific certainty, that the letter was written by Garland Kittredge and no one else. Lack of testamentary capacity capacity. Denied. Dr. Feinberg's medical records, the physical exam results, and a supplementary affidavit from Dr. Feinberg himself, who stated that Garland Kittredge was sharp, articulate, and fully oriented at every appointment, eliminated that argument before it started. Fraud. Denied. And then Judge Yardley said something that made Greg shift in his chair like it had suddenly gotten hot. The court knows, she said, looking directly at Phoebe, that the only evidence of fraud in this matter pertains not to the contestant will, but to the document presented to the decedent in 2021 by the contestant herself. Then she referred the matter of the fraudulent 2021 will to the Tillamook County District Attorney's Office for potential criminal investigation. Forgery, fraud, conspiracy to defraud an elderly person. Greg's went pale. Phoebe, sitting next to him, went paler. Chandra didn't smile. She closed her folder, stood up, and said, "Thank you, Your Honor. That was it." Outside the courthouse, Greg caught me on the steps. He looked like a man who had just realized the building he was standing in had no exits. "Eric," he said, "can we talk about a resolution here?" "You're welcome to talk to Chandra," I said. "She handles all communications regarding the estate. I'm talking about Phoebe. She's 63 years old. She has limited income, the elective share under Oregon law. She'll receive exactly what she's entitled to under the statute. Exactly, which Chandra has already calculated. It's been communicated to your office. It's not enough to. It's what the law provides. Take it up with the legislature." He stood there. I walked down the steps. Carter was waiting by the car. He'd driven up from Tucson for the hearing. The same way he'd driven up for the funeral. He didn't say anything for a while. We sat in the parking lot of the Tillamook County Courthouse with the engine running and the heater on, watching a light rain streaming across the windshield. "You really need it today," Carter said finally. He did. The letter, the notarization, the title, the medical records, all of it. 3 days before she left. 3 days. Carter shook his head, not in disbelief, in recognition. He was sharper than any of us. He was a roofer, I said. He could see the whole structure from the top. We drove to Cape Mears the next morning, just me and Calder. We took the ashes of the cedar box that Dad had made himself years ago in the garage workshop that Phoebe had wanted to convert into a yoga studio. The box was simple, no ornamentation, no engraving, just sand and cedar with brass angels. Dad made things to last, not to impress. The overlook at Cape Mears faces west. You can see the temple lighthouse from there from your deck, and that water was cold, but clear. The Pacific was gray and like it had somewhere to be. Calder opened the box. I held it while he scanned it. I didn't say anything. There wasn't anything to say that Dad hadn't already said. Milt took over the business officially on March 1st. The paperwork went through Chandra's office. Kittredge and Sons became state commercial roofing. And Milt kept everything from his together. He called me the day to sign. Things were going to his name. He said, "I told him Dad would have said the name of the letters instead of name of the checks." And Milt lied, and that was the end of it. The trust for the grandchildren was established with the first federal record. Elise, my daughter, and Calder's 2 boys, Ron and Adachi, were the named beneficiaries. Education, housing, medical, administered by me, reviewed annually by Chandra's crew. Clean, simple, the way Dad wanted it. Phoebe received her elective share under Oregon's revised statutes. The minimum it was not a small amount. It was not what she wanted. She hoped it would count. Todd stopped returning calls from anyone with the last name Kittredge, which was fine, because no one with the last name Kittredge was calling. The DA's office started the investigation in 2021. German Falls Document Preparation Service was shut down. Whether charges would be filed against Phoebe, Kevin, or Todd was, as of the last update from the DA's victim advocate, under active review. Chandra told me not to expect a quick resolution, and I didn't. The house in Brenton sold in April. And the areas wanted to rent it to someone who rearranged the rooms. I spent the weekend working it out first, just me and Calder and Renata. The garage workshop was exactly how Dad left it. His tools hung on pegboard hooks in order of size, labeled with strips of masking tape in his handwriting. His workbench had a fine layer of sawdust on it, and there was a half-finished birdhouse clamped in a vise that he must have been working on before his last hospital stay. Calder picked it up, turned it over in his hands, and set it back down without a word. The garage was pure Dad. The smell of cedar, machine oil, and the faint sweetness of old shellac. We boxed his tools. Calder took the hand tools. I took the bench. Milt took the power equipment, because he'd know what to do with it. The buyers were a young couple, Jansen and Faye Holbrook, who taught at the middle school. The inspeed the previous owner had built the deck himself, because the job was unusually precise. I told him he was a paper, right? They said they'd take good care of it, and I believed her, because she said it the way a person says something, not the way a person says something they want you to hear. I got 2 things from the house: the desk where Dad He's the same, and we still don't talk about him. He sits in the chair on the left, the one that catches the morning sun, and I sit in the middle of the right, and we drink coffee until the cups are empty, and then he leaves. Last Sunday, he paused on the door on his way out and said, "Your father was the most stubborn man I ever knew." "I know," I said. "Good," he said. "Don't let that go." He walked to his truck, and I watched him drive away. And then I went inside and sat at Dad's desk and finished the brief I'd been working on for another client, a 74-year-old woman in Astoria whose stepchildren were trying to contest her trust. The Pilot G2 wrote smooth, blue ink on ivory paper, same as it always did.
What's in his hands? I see nothing. I certainly don't see a long shotgun in his hands. I didn't see anything in his hands. This guy's just kind of chilling there. And then it's the moment he turns, he comes out with it fully assembled. And look at the size of this thing. Was that on him? Or had he stashed that there privately? And if so, how was that missed? How did no one find a firearm? Stan, what's in his hands? I see nothing.
My boss handed my promotion to my coworker and said, "He's more loyal than you." He smiled and whispered, "Maybe next time." I shook his hand politely, then forwarded a confidential email to the board with the subject, loyalty or liability. Within minutes, the CEO bursted into the office demanding answers. The promotion announcement happened at 9:07 on a Tuesday morning in conference room B, under the flickering screen that always made everyone look tired and sick. Derek stood at the head of the table with his sleeves rolled.
Pokeballs out.
The company with his bare hands instead of deleting my name from the list. Senior operations lead, he said. My stomach tightened before the name even appeared. Then it did. My name was still on the deck, but it was in gray letters under supporting transition. Evan's name was in red. The little gold star beside it because Derek loved chewing gum. Nobody clapped at first, then they did me. Because everyone knew, I had trained Evan. I had used his favorite files, cleaned up his most dead hands, rewritten his renewal notes, and explained the client dashboard to him 3 times while he nodded like a man in traffic in another room. Derek smiled at me and Evan has shown the kind of leadership, he said. The room went quiet in that corporate way where everybody suddenly finds something fascinating in their coffee. I looked at the slide. My whole year was compressed into 2 great minutes. So we transitioned after the meeting. Derek made it close enough that I could smell his name. Don't make a face, he said softly. You're good at the work. Evan's better at understanding the room. I stared at him. He held out his hand. Maybe next time. He smirked when he said it. Like it was a private joke. I was too tired to fight back. So I shook his hand. Politely. Then I went back to my desk, opened the confidential email he had sent me by mistake and forwarded it to the board with the subject line. Within minutes, the CEO closed the video and listed my names, but the truth did not start out. It's like Derek promoted me without a title and punished me for noticing. I enjoyed working on Linux as an operations coordinator, making $68,000 a year. We handled boring but expensive things like airlines, renewal packets, vendor certifications, staffing reports, contract scorecards, the kind of work nobody praised unless it went wrong. Derek became my boss after our old director retired. He told me during my first client fire trial. I leaned in because I needed to. My father had been diagnosed with kidney failure that same year, and I was paying for his care while my younger sister finished nursing school. I could afford overtime. I could afford swallowing comments. I could afford being useful. So when Derek asked me to stay, I stayed. He asked me to travel as executive updates. I traveled. And he asked me to use it. He made the renewal scorecard. I built it. The renewal scorecard is basically a client with demand money back. Our biggest client was Northlake Health, a multi-$8 million contract. If Northlake renewed cleanly, Derek's bonus jumped by $92,000, and he became the obvious choice for Vice President of Operations. He talked about that VP seat the way some people talk about heaven. Once I'm upstairs, he said, tapping the ceiling in his glass office, the loyal people come with me. That was his favorite word, loyal. At Rowan, loyalty meant doing Derek's work and letting him take the photograph. meant laughing when he called to process why in meetings. It meant not correcting him when he told executives he had personally
Pokeballs out.
the North Lake staffing model. Even though I had spent 2 Saturdays doing it while my father slept through dialysis nausea beside a plastic basin, Evan was loyal in Derek's favorite way. He was loud. He brought Derek coffee. He repeated Derek's jokes. He sent Slack messages like, Derek called it again, after decisions that I had actually recommended in documents Derek never credited. Evan once asked me what a continuity clause was. I told him it was the part of a client contract that says services will not be interrupted during leadership changes or internal disputes. So, like, don't mess up. Pretty much, I said, that clause would ruin him later. It would ruin Derek first. The first real receipt came in January. We were preparing the North Lake board packet. The package executives reviewed before approving our renewal discount. Derek asked me to upload the staffing compliance chart by 6 p.m. I did. The chart showed us at 94.2% compliance. Not perfect, but above the 93% contract threshold. At 8:41 p.m., my phone buzzed. Derek, need you to change tax staffing exceptions to client delay. Keep score above 96. Thunderstorm. I stared at the message from the hospital cafeteria, where my dinner was a vending machine, granola bar, and warm coffee. Client delay was a serious category. It meant North Lake had caused the staffing gap, not us. That affected renewal penalties. I replied, we can't mark those client delay. Tickets show me missed coverage. He replied, 3 dots. Then nothing. At 9:03 p.m., Evan uploaded a new file. Northlake_renewal_final_v6.xlsx. The compliance score was 96.1%. The December exceptions were now part of client delay. I saved a copy of my version, his version, in the upload time. Not because I planned revenge, because I was scared. A week later, Derek called me into his office. His blinds were half closed. There was a white paper cup on his desk with one of his phrases written on it in Sharpie. Loyalty is leverage. He had gotten those cups ready for a leadership offsite and kept the extras like trophies. He slid my menu review across the desk. Meets expectations. I had never received that rating in my life. Under leadership readiness, he had written, needs to demonstrate executive trust and avoid rigid ownership behavior. I looked up rigid ownership behavior. Derek leaned back. You keep acting like every spreadsheet is a cold trim exhibit, because some of them go to clients. And this is why Evan is easier to elevate, he said. He understands business context. Business context means changing penalty categories. His face hardened. Careful. That was the second receipt, not the review. The word. Careful. I started keeping everything in a folder on my personal drive called Dad Recipes, because nobody looking over my shoulder would open that. I saved PDFs, screenshots, version histories, calendar invites, and notes from meetings. I wrote down dates. 2:14 p.m., Derek told me to stop documenting. 4:55 p.m., Evan asked for my dashboard password in case Derek needed it. 7:31 p.m., Derek edited the client delay field again. Still, documentation was only a fuse. Derek controlled HR. He had drinks with legal. He played golf with the CFO. If I walked in with screenshots, he would call me emotional. He would say I misunderstood. He would say I was bitter about a promotion. And he was overwhelming that story. In February, I found out from Nina. Nina worked in finance and sat 2 rows behind the printer nobody trusted. She was not my friend exactly. She was the kind of coworker who noticed when people stopped being rich. She came to my desk one Friday and said, you need to check your personnel file. Why what? She lowered her voice. Derek submitted a succession note. It says you declined the senior operations track because of family commitments. My mouth went dry. I didn't decline anything. I figured, she said. There's an HR ticket number on the compensation worksheet. I saw it when finance was modeling promotion salary. How bad? She looked at me like she wished I had asked something easier. Bad enough that Evan's promotion looks like a retention instead of a replacement. That was the 3rd receipt. Derek had not just stolen the promotion. He had made it look like I had stepped away from it. I filed an HR request for my record. HR sent me a sanitized summary, not the note. They were careful with me now. That told me Derek had already spoken to them. So I stopped pushing the obvious door. I went back to the contract. Northlake had a continuity clause, yes. But buried in the same contract was something better. A certification. Every renewal scorecard had to be certified by the person presenting it to the client and the executive sponsor. It was simple. If the numbers were used to determine discounts, penalties, bonuses, the saying, these numbers are complete and not misleading. Derek had built his career on those scorecards. His bonus depended on them. His VP packet depended on them. Northlake's renewal depended on them. And that rule connected to an automated system Derek never thought about because he thought boring things were beneath him. The client portal stored the attribution record. An attribution record is just the system's memory of who changed a field, when, and under whose login. Derek made people fear him in meetings, but the portal did not fear him. It just remembered him. The whole suspense Derek came on March 3rd at 6:18 a.m. I was in early because Derek had ordered me to make that look polished before his first Northlake prep call. When I opened the portal, a red warning flashed beside the December staffing tab. Certification mismatch. It looked almost pretty. A hidden tab turning red at dawn. I clicked it. The system showed that the December exceptions had been changed from Roman staffing tab to client delay using Evan's login. But the certification attached to the scorecard showed Derek as the certifier. That meant Derek had certified numbers Evan changed. Bad, but not fair. Then I opened the comment history. There was a deleted comment from the night the file changed. Derek had written, use client delay language, or doesn't mean the ugly version. I notified Derek at 9:12 p.m. I sat there staring at the line until the office lights clicked to wake above me. That was the twist I had not expected. Derek had not just directed the change. He had left the sentence inside the workbook comments before deleting it. And because the portal synced comments before deletion, the client system still had it. I took screenshots. Then I printed the audit page. The printer screamed like it was being burned, and I stood there shaking while it spit out paper. At the bottom was Derek's deleted sentence. Or doesn't mean the ugly version. I folded it and put it in my bag beside my father's medication list. For a week, I didn't know him. That was the hardest part. Derek got louder. He made Evan shadow me on calls. He told me to be generous with institutional knowledge, which meant hand over my notes. He assigned me the work for the promotion Evan had received, and scheduled weekly transition check-ins.
20 ribeyes for $40 is happening near you this weekend only. Come to a parking lot of Menards in Ames.
Evan would ask questions, and Derek would sigh at me for answering too slowly. On March 11th, during a client rep meeting, Evan mispronounced the Northlake executive's name twice and said, the dashboard basically tells us vibes. Derek laughed. See, he said, he's relatable. Then he turned to me. You can learn from that. You make people feel audited. The word hit the room and stayed there. Audited. Nina looked up from her laptop. I kept my face still. The next day, Derek sent me the confidential email by mistake. It came at 10:46 p.m. subject. Reading, Northlake renewal /VP packet timing. He meant to send it to the CFO. I knew that because the first line said, Paul, keep this between us. There was a forwarded chain under it. Derek wrote that the team optics required moving Evan into the senior operations role for the Northlake presentation because Evan was more aligned and I had family distractions and control issues. Then the CFO wrote, need clean certification. Board packet goes out Friday. If Northlake's scorecard is questioned, comp trigger pauses. A compensation trigger is the rule that releases executive bonus money after certain client and board approvals. Derek replied, scorecard is clean enough. I'll certify. She won't make noise if we position her as transition support. She, not my name, she, below them is the forwarded draft of his VP packet. It listed the Northlake renewal as his primary leadership achievement. It named Evan as his selected successor. It described me as a critical support resource. I read it 3 times. Then I did something that probably saved me. I did not forward it that night. I waited. Because revenge done angry is easy to dismiss. Revenge done through their own machine is harder to stop. On March 15th, Derek held a promotion announcement. Conference room meeting, flickering screen. Evan's name in red, my name in gray. Supporting transition. Derek's handshake was warm and dry. Maybe next time. I went back to my desk. My coffee had gone cold. A resignation form sat open in another tab because I had considered giving up before the meeting even began. The cursor blinked beside the empty reason for leaving box. Instead, I opened the confidential email. I attached 3 things. The email chain about the clean certification, the portal audit page showing the deleted comment, the original and changed scorecards with the December category highlighted. Then I forwarded it to the board distribution list Derek had accidentally exposed in the chain. Subject, loyalty, reliability. I wrote 4 sentences. I am forwarding this because Northlake renewal materials scheduled for The review appeared to include alternate penalty categories tied to executive compensation and promotion decisions. The attached verbal audit shows the original category, the changed category, and a deleted instruction from Derek. The scorecard certification requires complete and non-misleading numbers. I am available to answer questions, but I request that the North Lake packet not be approved until the attribution record is reviewed. Then I consent. For about 90 seconds, nothing happened. Evan was at his desk accepting congratulations from people who were uncomfortable doing it. Derek was in his glass office on the phone, spinning in his chair. Then every executive assistant on the floor stood up at almost the same time. That is never a good sign. At 9:31, the CEO, Marla, came through the badge doors so fast one of them bounced against the wall. She did not look left or right. She went straight to Derek's office. We heard her through the glass. What did you certify? Derek stood up. The whole floor went silent. Marla had printed pages, the same ones I had attached. What did you certify, Derek? He closed the door. That made it worse, because now we could only see. His hands moved fast. Hers did not move at all. Evan stopped smiling. 10 minutes later, legal arrived. Not HR, legal. Then finance. Then the client accounts director. At 10:04, Derek walked out of his office.
This morning, it's just me, my dog, and a trail that winds through the hills. I cradle to hear the sunrises and weekend. Some mornings we hike, other mornings we run. Between that first sip and
Looked at me like he was seeing a locked door where a person used to be. Conference room, he said. Marla stepped out behind him. No, she said. You stay. That was the first pillar going. Office control. Derek was not allowed to direct me anywhere. Legal put me in a small room with Nina as my witness. Nina had asked to sit in, and for once nobody told her no. They asked simple questions. Who had access to the scorecard? Who asked for the category change? Did I alter any files? Did Derek know I disagreed? I answered with dates. January 17th, 8:41 p.m. Text message. January 17th, 9:03 p.m. Evan upload. January 24th, video review. March 12th, confidential email. Lawyer asked, why didn't you report sooner? I said, because Derek wrote in my performance file that I had control issues after I objected. Nina sent a printed compensation worksheet across the table. And because he told finance she declined the track, she said, the lawyer looked at me. Did you? No. I knew. Evan's promotion announcement had disappeared from the company intranet. By 12:40, his category by leadership call was canceled. By 1:15, the North Lake packet was pulled. That was the second pillar. Promotion. Not delayed. Derek tried to save himself the way men like him always do. He blamed process, then timing, then me. At 2:03, he sent a Slack message to the leadership channel. The scorecard issue appears to stem from an operations resource misunderstanding category definitions during transition. He did not name me. He did not have to. 5 seconds later, the message froze. Not deleted. Frozen. A gray banner appeared under it. Message retained under legal hold. Everyone saw it. Legal hold means nobody can delete documents or messages because an investigation has started. That banner was the most beautiful corporate sentence I had ever read. At 2:09, Marla replied in the same channel. No one is to characterize this matter until the attribution review is complete. Derek did not respond. That was the third pillar going. Narrative. He could not explain me away anymore. The attribution review finished faster than anyone expected because Derek had been arrogant, not clever. The system showed Evan's login made the December category changes, but Evan had not been in the building. His badge had not scanned in that drive. Derek's had. That was the seated detail from months earlier. Derek had forced everyone to return badges at the security desk during the January form because he said people were too casual with access. He made a speech about badge discipline. The building log kept every entry. January 17th, 8:58 p.m. Derek badge scanned. His elevators. January 17th, 9:01 p.m. Derek badge scan. Operations floor. January 17th, 9:01 p.m. scorecard changed under Evan's login. Evan had been at a basketball game. He had even posted a picture of his section to the helmet became the shield and the crack. When legal asked him why Derek had his login, Evan reported in under 11 minutes. I heard about it from Nina. Heard it from finance. Heard it from the accounts director walking down loudly past the printer. Evan admitted Derek had asked for his portal password for transition speed. He said Derek told him, don't be dramatic. computers share access when trust is high. Trust, loyalty, leverage, all his favorite words became evidence. By the next morning, Derek's name disappeared from the Northlake client team page. His approval authority was suspended. His expense card was frozen. His VP packet was removed from the work agenda. His bonus was placed under compensation plan. That was the fourth pillar of need. The $98,000 became a law and red decided. But the law did not stop with him. Northlake was notified because the contract required disclosure if certified renewal data had been changed. That was not kindness.
Hello, Wizard, Adidas, and Ghost Wolf. Thank you for still being here.
Demanded a live review. Marla led it herself. Derek was not invited. Evan was not invited. I was. I sat in the same conference room. Great 2 days earlier. The screen flickered. My coffee cup sat beside a printed copy of the certification. Across from me,
got a few seconds left to get some Pokeballs in chat, folks.
She did. Nobody clapped. This was not that kind of moment. But Northlake stayed on the contract under a corrective plan, and they required Rodin to remove Derek from all renewal certifications permanently. Permanently. Once your fingerprints on money again. Evan lasted 1 more week. Not because he was innocent, because he was useful for explaining the password sharing. His promotion was rescinded first. Then his direct reports were removed. Then his title went back to operations analyst. Access. He sat at his desk for 3 days to ensure that on Friday, he came to my desk. His face looked small. I didn't know he was going to use it. He said, I looked at him. He said it was loyalty. I almost laughed, but I was too tired. I said, it was liability. He flinched because he knew the subject. Everyone did by then. Derek did not come back to me. His glass office stayed lit. Loyalty is leverage. On Thursday afternoon, security came up with a cardboard box. Not dramatic. No shouting. Just one guard. They packed his framed leadership certificate, his wireless charger, 2 unopened bottles of sparkling water, and steel cups. One fell out of the stack and rolled across the floor. It stopped near my chair. I picked it up and put it in the trash. At 4:22, the company sent a message. Derek is no longer thanks. No thank you for his service. No training tips. Just 1 sentence. Marla called me into her office after that. She looked exhausted, which made me curious. We owe you an apology, she said. I said nothing. She slid a revised letter across her desk. Senior operations lead. Effective immediately. Salary adjustment $6,000. Retroactive March 1st. Reporting directly to the corporate accounts director until the restructuring finished. I read it once. Then I noticed the last page. My mini review had been corrected. The phrase rigid ownership behavior was gone. In its place, someone had written, demonstrating appropriate escalation of components certified flight materials. Corporate language has no poetry, but that line was close. And I asked, final warning, no access to client certification systems. He'll probably leave. Derek, Marla's mouth tightened. Termination for cause. Bonus forfeited. Court referral noted in his file. Northlake requested written confirmation. Will never touch their account again. That was the 5th pillar until I stopped counting. Future. A termination for cause tied to client certification follows. It follows you into background checks. It follows you into reference checks. It follows you when a recruiter asks why you left right before a VP decision. Marla said, I understand if you need time. I thought about my father's hospital cafeteria, the cold coffee, the gray words under Evan's name, the handshake. I don't need time, I said. I need the Northlake corrective plan by Monday. She nodded like she understood that this was not forgiveness. It was function. The company kept cleaning for months. Finance reopened for prior renewal scorecards. Legal rewrote the password policy. The board added a certification review step Derek would have filed. That's process-wide. Northlake renewed for 1 year instead of 3, which cost Roman enough money that executives stopped saying this had been handled quickly. Sometimes I still saw Derek's name in old documents. Created by Derek. Modified by Derek. Certified by Derek. Little ghosts in the system. One afternoon, Nina brought me coffee in a plain white cup. No slogans. She sat beside my email and said, conference room B is free. I looked through the glass wall. The room was make it. I kept the printed audit page in my drawer for a while. Not because I needed it. Legal had the originals. The board had the packet. Flight had the disclosure. I kept it because of one fleeted sentence. Doesn't mean an ugly version. Exactly that. The ugly version ended his career. Picture this. A woman sits at home in a mansion in Osaka. Outside, there are soldiers surround the building. They have come for her, not to kill her, to take her, to use her as a weapon against her husband. Marching toward Romeo's like Juliet. She knows why they are here. She has known this war is possible for years. She has thought about it, prayed about it, written letters to priests about it, carried it with her through every quiet morning in a house she was never permitted to name. The samurai girl demands one thing of her. Her name demands another. She chooses her name. Her name is Akachitana. History knows her as Hosokawa Gracia. She is the daughter of the man who killed Oda Nobunaga, the wife of the Lord. Locked her inside his mansion for years, a secret Christian in a country where Christianity is illegal, and a woman who, in the last moments of her life, finds the one form of power that no soldier surrounding her building can take away. The power to choose how she dies. This is her story. If stories like this once but never stops to truly see matter to you, please like and subscribe. Drop a comment below and tell me where in the world you are watching from. Every time I read those comments, I'm reminded of why these stories need to be told. Now, back to Osaka, back to Tokyo. To understand Russia, I don't understand the rules of the air. Do you think you can tell one of them? Why do you need someone with a the most exciting down.
Rain or shine, snow, ice, up or down.
Average? Is coming. One of the alcohol-year-olds meeting. His attorney signed $2 million estate to my cousin and let me set up my home. 22 relatives watched me nod. I opened my laptop and typed 3 sentences. The second attorney in the back row stood up and said, "Counsel, the deed was transferred out." The attorney's voice had me my cousin Brennan leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms just close to Amy Johnson, which technically he had looking at it. The entirety of the liquid assets and investment funds that cost $1.2 million shall pass to Brennan and all Redfield, nephew of the deceased, and artist. 22 Davis, associates on the 6th floor of the Callister building in downtown Ashburn, Virginia. 22 relatives, some of whom had driven in from as far as Tallahassee and Cedar Rapids, sitting in rented folding chairs that they only wanted because the regular they sat 12. The overflow was real. The tension was real. Brennan's mother, my Uncle Annie, put her hand over her mouth like she was witnessing a miracle. She wasn't subtle about it either. Her eyes swept the room. They held me for exactly 1.5 seconds. The attorney Mid-Atlantic region, kept reading. He adjusted his glasses, flipped a page in the stapled document, and cleared his throat. To Reverend Elise Redfield, his deceased, sentimental items only. These shall include family photographs, personal correspondence, and any non-appraised household contents not otherwise designated. Sentimental items only. He said it like he was reading a grocery list. Like the words promised me 6 years ago when I sat beside him in the rehab center after his first stroke. Like nobody remembered the conversations. Like nobody remembered my mother, his sister, that I'd been the only one who showed up. But I didn't flinch. Brennan looked at me. Uncle Lee looked at me. My cousin Derek, who was sitting 2 rows back with his wife Jolene, looked at me. My mother's sister, Patricia, who had flown in from Scottsdale, looked at me with a kind of expression that said she was already composing the group toast. I nodded. Nodded a heated nod. Not a second nod. Just a nod. The kind you can't hear when they tell you the kitchen's back out 20 minutes. Fine. No. So Walter seemed relieved. He probably expected a scene. He shuffled his papers, glanced at
said, your answer is a different answer. I told him a very specific document. One I had saved to my desk here a few months ago and hadn't touched since, because I'd been told I wouldn't need it. Because I'd been told Uncle Harold had handed it to the program. Because I'd been told that all sexual issues. And then 2 weeks ago, when I called Russell Porter's office.
Alright. Down to one.
She said the will had been updated. She said it casually, like she was telling me the parking validation had changed. But the word updated did something to me. It made me drive to the Fairbanks County Recorder's office. It made me pull 3 documents. It made me call Rick Caliban, who was a real estate attorney I'd worked with 2 years earlier on a commercial case dispute. Avery had listened. Avery had pulled records. Avery had said, very calmly, Mary, the will can say whatever it wants, but the deed doesn't care about the will. That was the sentence that changed everything. So I sat in that conference room, 22 relatives watching, Russell Porter mid-sentence about distribution timelines, and I typed 3 sentences of the document on my screen. The first sentence was, further recorded deed filed with Fairbanks County on September 14, 2023, the Whitfield Estate property at 4418 Briar Hill Lane, Nashville, Virginia, was transferred via quitclaim deed to Mary Louise Whitfield. The second sentence was, this transfer was executed by Harold Whitfield while competent, witnessed by 2 parties, notarized by a licensed notary, and recorded with the county, making it effective regardless of any subsequent testamentary document. The third sentence was, the property referenced in this will as part of the $4.2 million estate is no longer part of the estate. I typed them slowly, deliberately, not because I was just but because I wanted the words right. I rehearsed them with Avery over the phone the night before, and she said, you don't need to say them out loud. You just need to have them ready. I turned the laptop around so Russell.
There we go.
His mouth was open. His hand was still holding the edge of the will document. He read the screen from across the table. I made the font 18 point for exactly this reason, and then he set the will down. Ms. Whitfield, he said, this is, I need to verify. You don't need to verify. I said, you need to check the county records. The deed was recorded 7 months before the will was updated. Recorded deeds supersede testamentary transfers. You know that? Every estate attorney in the state of Virginia knew that. I could say that most of my work once, but if the owner already deeded it away during their lifetime, the will is just paper with an opinion. Brennan sat forward. What's happening? Aunt Claudine grabbed his arm. What is she doing? She's claiming the house. During the back, which was both accurate and insufficient. I'm not claiming anything. I said, the house was deeded to me by Uncle Harold while he was alive. It's recorded with the county. It's done. Russell Porter took off his glasses. He rubbed his eyes. He looked like a man who had just realized.
Hoping this should be the final battle.
Ms. Whitfield, I understand your position.
Yep, there we go.
The deed was recorded in September of last year. I said 4 months before the will was updated. She's lying, and Claudine said, not to me, but to Russell. To anyone who would listen. Harold never would have done that. He told us, he told Brennan, that everything was going to be handled fairly. It was handled fairly, I said, by Uncle Harold, when he was alive. The room cracked open, not loudly. There were no shouts, no thrown chairs, no dramatic exits, but I could feel it, the shift, the 22 relatives recalculating, some of them confused, some of them furious, some of them, and I noticed this, not surprised at all. My Aunt Patricia, from Scottsdale, was one of the unsurprised. She had her reading glasses on and was looking at me with what I can only describe as grim approval. She and Uncle Harold had been close. She probably knew. She definitely wasn't going to say so. Brennan stood up. He actually stood up from his chair like he was going to do something physical, which was ridiculous because Brennan was a 31-year-old marketing coordinator who wore loafers without socks and had never confronted anything more adversarial than a parking ticket. This is insane, he said. Dad, Uncle Harold told me directly. He sat me down in his study and said the estate was mine. All of it. He said Marin was getting the photos and the letters because that's what she cared about. He said that.
Pokeballs out.
Yes, when? Brennan hesitated. Around last Thanksgiving. He forgot after the will was updated. He didn't answer because the deed was recorded in September. I said, so if he told you that in November, he was telling you about a will that was written after he'd already given you the house. The math was ugly. I could see it registering on Brennan's face. Not later yet. That would come later. But the dawning realization that Uncle Harold had played both sides. He deeded me the house when he was clear-headed and grateful. That he had someone, and I had a pretty good guess who, and convinced him to update the will. Maybe Aunt Claudine, maybe Brennan himself, maybe Russell Porter, who was
counsel, she said, addressing Russell Portman directly. Her voice was even and practiced, the kind of voice that had been trained in courtrooms. My name is Ingrid Calloway. I represent Ms. Merritt Whitfield in matters related to the Whitfield real property. I went silent in a way that felt physical, like the air pressure changed. Russell Portman stared at her. No, I'm sorry. You're her attorney. I am, and I'm here as a courtesy, not as a challenge. But I need to place on record that the property at 4418 Briar Hill Lane is not part of this estate. The deed was transferred in September, Russell said, almost involuntarily. September 14th, 2023, Ingrid confirmed. Claim deed, executed by Harold Eugene Whitfield, transferring ownership to Harold Lee's Whitfield. Witnessed by two individuals, Deborah Kessler and Martin Aguilar, and notarized by Manuel Moss, who was a licensed notary in the Commonwealth of Virginia. The deed was recorded with the Fairfax County Recorder's Office on that same day. I have a certified copy here if you'd like to review it. She held up a letter for Russell Bennett Brennan, and back at Ingrid, he was doing the math too, and the math was simple. A recorded deed beats a will every time, no exceptions. The property had left Harold's estate the moment that deed was recorded. The will couldn't give away something worth precedence to be done, Russell said, but his voice had changed. It was quieter, defensive. Absolutely, Ingrid said. You're welcome to pull the county records yourself. They're public. I'll wait. She sat back down, portfolio in her lap, hands open, like she had all the time in the world, because she did. Aunt Claudine was the first one to really lose composure. This is fraud, she said. She stood up. She pointed at me, actually pointed, the index finger extended, like we were in a courtroom drama she'd been rehearsing in her head. She manipulated Harold. She took advantage of a sick old man and tricked him into signing a deed. Harold wasn't sick in September of 2023, I said. He'd had his first stroke in 2021. He recovered. He was driving himself to the grocery store. He was managing his own finances. He renewed his driver's license 3 months before he signed the deed. That doesn't mean his physician cleared him. His cognitive evaluation was current. The witnesses confirmed he was lucid and willing. The notary confirmed he understood the document. I paused. Would you like the notary statement? Ingrid has a copy. Ingrid held up the portfolio again without being asked. She didn't even look up. She was scrolling through something on her phone with her other hand. Aunt Claudine turned to Russell Portman. You need to do something. Mrs. Duvall, if the deed is valid, then the property is not part of the estate. That's how property law works in Virginia. Then contest it. Challenge the deed. That would be a separate legal action, and it would not be fair enough. Then serious. The room was fracturing. I could see it in the body language. Half the relatives were leaning forward, engaged, watching this like it was the most interesting thing that had happened in the Whitfield family in 30 years, which it probably was. The other half were leaning back, distancing themselves, trying to figure out which side to be on before the dust settled. My cousin Darren's wife, Jolene, whispered something to him. He shook his head. She whispered again. He pulled out his phone and started texting. She told me everything I needed to know about where the family was going to land. Brennan hadn't said anything. He was standing in the middle of the room, between two folding chairs, looking at me with an expression that was cycling through about 4 different emotions in rapid succession. Confusion, betrayal, anger, and then something a little almost like recognition, like he was remembering something he tried to forget. You did, he said. Didn't you know him? Yes. You let him read the whole thing. You sat there and let him read the entire will and hand me the estate, and you just nodded. Yes, why? Because I wanted everyone in this room to hear what I had to do. I'm the perfect person here to understand this. Convince him of Harold to write something that contradicted what he'd already done. Legally, permanently, and irrevocably. I wanted the room to hear that the real allowance when the deed was revealed. Every single person would understand the gap between what was intended and what was real. Silence. Not comfortable silence. The kind of silence that makes seconds feel like a light minutes. The kind where you can hear the building's HVAC system cycling and someone's phone buzzing in their pocket and nobody knows to check it. Aunt Claudine sat down. Legs seemed to make the decision for her. She put her hand on the table and stared at the surface like it owed her an explanation. Brennan turned to Russell Portman. Can she do this? Legal? Or can she just walk in here and take the house? She didn't take the house, Russell said. If the deed is legitimate, then I have no reason at this point to believe it isn't. Then the house was transferred to her over a year ago. The will had prepared references property that Mr. Whitfield no longer owned at the time of his death. Then what's the estate worth? Russell paused. He flipped through his documents. He was doing math in real time, and you could tell he didn't want to say the number out loud. Without the real property, he said slowly, the remaining estate, liquid assets, investment accounts, personal property, There was no thrill in the murmur that went through the room when the number dropped from 4.2 to 1.1. What I felt was something closer to settlement, like a bomb that had been out of place for years finally clicking back into the joint. Uncle Harold had made me a promise, and someone had tried to erase it. But Uncle Harold, and this is the part that mattered, had made the promise permanent before anyone could get to it. He'd signed the deed. He'd had it notarized. He'd had it recorded. He didn't trust the will to hold it. He knew someone would try to change it, so he moved the house outside of the will's reach entirely. He protected me from his own family, while he was still alive, while he could still do something about it. That was what the nod was for. Not defeat, patience. Russell Gardner started gathering his papers. I think we need to adjourn this reading until I've had an opportunity to review the recorded deed and consult with. There's nothing to adjourn, Ingrid said, standing again. The will reading can proceed as it relates to the remaining assets. The real property is simply not included. Miss Whitfield has no claim on the remaining 1.1 million, and Mr. Duvall, she nodded at Brennan, is welcome to the assets designated in the will. We're not contesting anything. We're simply clarifying what's in the estate and what's not. This was the part Ingrid had coached me on. Don't fight the will. Don't challenge the 1.1. Don't create a war on two fronts. Take the house, which was already mine, and let everything else proceed. Clean, simple, unassailable. Because the moment I tried to contest anything else, I opened myself up to a counter-challenge on the deed, and I wasn't going to give them that foothold. So Brennan gets 1.1 million, my cousin Derek said from the back row. It wasn't a question. It was a recalibration. That's what the will provides.
All right, excellent.
And Barrett gets the house.
That is done now.
To Miss Whitfield during Mr. Whitfield's lifetime. It's not a bequest. It's a completed transaction. Derek nodded. Julian whispered something again. He shook his head again, but I noticed he was looking at me differently now. Not with hostility. It's something more like recalculation. Aunt Claudine found a voice. We're going to challenge the deed. Ingrid didn't even hesitate. You're welcome to try. The standard for overturning a recorded will deed executed by a competent adult with witnesses and notarization is extremely high. You need to prove either fraud, duress, or incapacity at the time of signing. Mr. Whitfield had a clean cognitive evaluation 2 months before the signing, renewed his driver's license, and was actively managing his financial affairs. The witnesses will testify to his competence. The notary will confirm compliance with all statutory requirements. She paused. You'd also need to file litigation, which, given the circumstances, would likely exceed 6 figures and take 2 to 3 years, during which time Ms. Whitfield will be living in the house, maintaining it, and paying the property taxes, which she's already been doing, incidentally, since the transfer. That was the detail that grabbed. I've been paying the property taxes since October of last year, quietly, through the county's online system. Uncle Harold had told me to start right away. Make it real, he'd said. Paper trails matter. Aunt Claudine stared at Ingrid like she was seeing her for the first time. Then she turned to me, and what I saw in her face wasn't anger anymore. It was something older and colder. It was the look of someone who had underestimated a situation so badly that they couldn't even locate the point where they'd gone wrong. Harold wouldn't have done this without someone pushing him, she said. Harold did this because he wanted to, I said. I didn't ask him. I didn't suggest it. I didn't even know about it until 3 months after it was recorded, when he called me from his kitchen phone and said, Aaron, the house is yours. It's done. Don't let them undo it. That landed. I could tell by the way Aunt Patricia, in the 3rd row, closed her eyes and nodded once. She'd heard Harold say things like that before. She knew his voice. She knew his stubbornness. She knew that when Harold Eugene Whitfield decided something, he didn't float it as an idea. He nailed it to the floor. Brennan sat down finally. He put his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. He stayed like that for about 20 seconds. When he looked up, he didn't look at me. He looked at his mother. Did you know? He asked. Aunt Claudine didn't answer. Mom, did you know about the deed? I knew he was getting confused, she said, which was not an answer, and everybody in the room knew it. Did you know about the deed? Brennan repeated. I knew you had been spending too much time at the house. I told your uncle it wasn't appropriate. I told him she was taking advantage of his. Did you change the will? The room held its breath. I didn't change anything. I spoke with Russell about updating it to reflect Harold's current wishes. Russell looked like he wanted to dissolve into the carpet. His face had gone from composed to ashen in the span of about 90 seconds. He straightened his tie, a nervous gesture that fooled nobody. Mrs. Duvall came to me in December, he said slowly. She indicated that Mr. Whitfield wanted to revise his estate plan. I met with Mr. Whitfield in January. He signed the revised will. Was he competent in January? Ingrid asked from the back. Russell hesitated. He had declined since the previous year, but he was able to sign. Able to sign is a very different standard than competent to execute a will with the understanding of its implications, Ingrid said. But that's a separate issue. The deed was recorded while his competency was unquestioned. The will was was executed 4 months later during a period of decline. If anything, the timeline supports the deed, not the will. Russell didn't respond to that. He didn't have to. The math was doing all the talking. My cousin Wendy, who had been sitting silently in the second row with her husband Fletcher, stood up. She wasn't involved in any of the money. She'd never expected anything from Uncle Harold. But she was a paralegal herself, and she'd been listening with the kind of attention that comes from professional training. Just so I'm clear, she said, the house, which is the majority of the estate's value, was legally transferred to Merritt over a year ago. The will that was just read out assigns property to Helen, and the remaining liquid assets go to Brandon. That's correct, Russell said. Wendy turned to Aunt Claudine. Claudine, you've only spent $300,000 in 3 years trying to overturn a deed that was properly executed, just to get a house back into an estate that still gives Brandon $1 million. Aunt Claudine said nothing, because that's what you're talking about. You'd be suing your niece in a case you'd almost certainly lose. While Brandon already has a 7-figure inheritance. The estate was supposed to be 4.2, Aunt Claudine said, but the fight had gone out of her voice. She sounded like she was reading from a script she no longer believed. It was never 4.2. The house left the estate in September. Whatever Harold told you, whatever you told Harold to tell Brennan, was about an estate that was already $3.1 million lighter than everyone thought. Brennan looked at me. The psychic emotions were gone. What was left was flat and tired and surprisingly clear. He planned this, Brennan said. Uncle Harold planned all of it. Yes, he gave you the house. Then he let Mom change the will. And you knew the deed would override it. I think he wanted both things to be true, I said. He wanted you to have the money, and he wanted me to have the house. If he put both in the will, someone would find it. So he took the house off the table entirely. Brennan stared at me for a long time. Then he laughed. One short, dry, humorless exhale from his nose. He played all of us. He protected what he wanted to protect. I said, that's not the same thing. Angry Galloway stood, tucked her portfolio under her arm, and buttoned her blazer. She looked at Russell Portner with the kind of professional courtesy that carries more weight than aggression. Counsel, I'll have a formal letter sent to your office by end of business tomorrow. The deed transfer of the real estate inventory be updated to reflect the correct asset composition. Ms. Whitfield will cooperate fully with the remainder of the probate process as it pertains to the non-real property assets. Russell nodded. He looked relieved, actually, like someone had just told him he had to clean up half the mess. He walked toward the door, paused beside the chair, and said, quietly enough to pre-argue here, the probate tax. I'll send you the schedule. Then she left. The room sat in the wreckage of what was supposed to be a clean, simple meal. 22 relatives, most of whom had driven hours to be here, processing the fact that the biggest asset in the estate had been bought a year ago by a man who apparently trusted his niece more than his nephew and his nephew's mother. I closed my laptop. I put it back in the canvas tote bag. I zipped the bag. Aunt Claudine was whispering to Brandon. He was shaking his head. She was insistent. He kept shaking his head. Aunt Patricia looked behind me. She raised one eyebrow, just barely. And then she
Cheer Pokeballs in the chat.
She didn't say goodbye to Claudine. She walked past my row, paused, and put her hand on my shoulder for exactly 2 seconds. Then she left too. I stood up. I shouldered the tote bag. I looked at Brandon one last time. The house has a lot of Harold in it, I said. If you ever want to come see it, you're welcome. The door's open. He didn't answer, but he nodded. A small nod, the kind you give when you've been outmaneuvered so thoroughly that anger doesn't even make sense anymore. I walked out of the conference room, down the hallway, past the receptionist who smiled at me like nothing had happened, into the elevator, and down to the parking garage. I sat there for about 45 minutes.
It's for your job. It's for
Except something went seriously wrong in the verification process. BSO deputies arrested Jennifer as she discharged her in 2022. Even though the warrant for child endangerment was for a woman named Carmen Keith. This for
When and where is it acceptable for a man to drive? Because from what I understand,
I was sitting at the VIP table. The CEO's wife said, "This table is for owners, not old military types. Security." Everyone watched. Phones were recording. I stayed calm and said, "That disrespect just cost $3.20 billion. Jim's revenge domain. The CEO's wife just told security to remove me from the VIP table. What she didn't know was that I controlled the $3.2 billion her company needed to survive. I'm Isaac Lawson, 49 years old, and I've been in enough tight spots to know when a situation is about to cost someone everything. This was definitely one of those moments. Let me back up and tell you how I ended up in this mess at what was supposed to be a routine military appreciation gala in Washington, D.C. I was sitting at table 12 in the very important person section of the Willard Hotel, checking my phone while waiting for the evening presentations to start. The invitation said, distinguished service investors should sit at the reserve tables near the stage as Senior Investment Director for Blackstone Capital Partners Defense Division. I qualified twice as Willard. 12 years on submarines, then 15 years managing Pentagon contracts worth more than most small countries make in a decade. I have this habit of adjusting my name around when I'm thinking things through. Tonight, I was thinking about one thing, finalizing the $3.2 billion funding commitment for Sentinel Defense Systems. Pretty straightforward deal. Minimal complications, standard business. The ballroom was filling up with the usual DC crowd. Defense contractors, Pentagon folks, a few Congress members. I knew most of these people from other events. The kind of gathering where your handshake still means something and people remember if you keep your word. I was looking over the final contract details on my tablet when these two women walked up to my table. The blonde looked like she'd stepped out of a magazine. Designer everything, perfect makeup, the whole 9 yards. The brunette with her had that hungry look. Barely glancing at me. I think you're sitting in the wrong seat. I looked up from my screen. Isaac Lawson, Blackstone Capital Table 12, Seat C. I showed her my place card with my name printed right there. This is where I'm supposed to be. She crossed her arms and gave me this look like I was on this. This table is for owners and major investors, not. She paused, looking me up and down like she was trying to figure out what was wrong with this picture. Not middle management types. The brunette stepped closer. Victoria is absolutely right. These tables are reserved for people who actually matter in the defense industry. Maybe you'd be more comfortable with one of the regular tables. I touched my ring. These are civilian contractors. Too much confidence and not enough sense. Ma'am, I think there might be some confusion here. Victoria. That was apparently the blonde's name. Shook her head. No confusion at all. Howard and I are transforming this industry with fresh thinking. Relevant people, not old school military types who can't keep up with innovation. Old school military types. That phrase just hung there in the air like a bad smell. I felt people at the nearby tables were starting to listen in. Conversations were getting more frivolous. Seems to be the problem here. This guy in an expensive suit walked over to our table. Mid-40s, silver hair, walking with the kind of confidence that says he's used to people saying yes to whatever he wants. He looked at me like I was a issue that needed fixing. Howard seems confused about the scene arrangements. Victoria said, I was just explaining that these tables are for serious defense industry thinkers. Howard Westfield, CEO of Sentinel Defense Systems, the same company I was about to hand $3.20 $2 billion to. He stuck out his hand with this practiced smile. Howard Westfield and you are Isaac Lawson. His smile flickered a little. Lawson, that name rings a bell. It should, I said. Blackstone Capital Partners. Victoria actually laughed. See, middle management, Howard, can you please have security help this gentleman find a more appropriate seat? The irony wasn't lost on me. This woman was asking her husband to throw out the guy who controlled their company's entire financial future. But she had no clue about that yet. Howard's face changed a little. You could see him trying to put the pieces together, but his wife was already waving at the security guys stationed around the room. Sir, I said, keeping my voice low, you might want to think twice about this. Are you threatening us? The brunette, Amanda, I heard someone call her, jumped in. Howard. This is exactly the kind of toxic behavior we're trying to eliminate from defense contracting. One of the security guards was walking toward us now. Everyone around us had stopped talking completely. I could see people pulling out their phones. Little red recording lights starting to flicker. Over in the corner, I noticed the event's live stream cameras had swiveled in our direction. Sir, the security guard said politely, I need you to come with me. I stayed right where I was. I'm sitting where I'm supposed to sit. These folks are saying there's been some kind of mix-up with the seating. The guard said he wasn't being a jerk about it, just doing his job. I could respect that. Victoria moved closer. Look, we're not trying to be mean, but this industry needs fresh leadership, not outdated military thinking. The old boys network had its time, but that time is over. That's when the security guard put his hand on my shoulder. Take your hands off him. The voice came behind us, and it wasn't loud, but it cut through all the chatter and made everyone turn around. General Peter Rogers was walking through the crowd like he was on a mission. Pentagon military liaison been around the block more times than most of us. Behind him was Sarah Mitchell from Defense Legal, and she had that look lawyers get when they see a lawsuit going after them in high heels. The security guard his hand like he touched something hot. Victoria looked confused. Howard went pale as the pieces started clicking into place. General Rogers stopped right beside our table. Miss Westfield, I think you're making a serious mistake here. General, this is just a small scene mix-up. Howard said, we're trying to smooth things over. Nothing we can't do. Nothing's all about this. General Rogers said. He changed her turn. Meet Isaac Lawson, Senior Investment Director of Blackstone's Defense Division. I could hear someone at the next table whisper, wait, Blackstone Capital. General Rogers wasn't done. He's the final authority for Sentinel Defense Systems. Funding commitment. The area around Table 12 went dead quiet. The orchestra was still playing somewhere across the hall. But it felt like someone had sucked all the air out. I adjusted my ring and looked straight at Victoria. What you call old-school military thinking is what keeps this country safe. And disrespecting veterans at a military appreciation event. I let that hang there for a second. That's just poor judgment. Howard's face went from pale to white. Isaac, there's obviously been a misunderstanding here. The only misunderstanding I said was your wife thinking respect is optional when she assumes someone doesn't matter. Amanda, who'd been quiet since General Rogers showed up, finally spoke. We didn't know you were what important. I stood up slowly. That's exactly the problem. Respect should depend on knowing someone's clearance level. Sarah Mitchell stepped forward. The incident was live streamed. Multiple people. Howard looked around at all the cameras mounted on the walls. And the phone still recording from every direction. You could see him starting to understand just how bad this was about to get. The investment agreement between Sentinel Defense and Blackstone Capital has what we call a service respect provision. I continued. Know what that is? Sarah nodded. Section 14. Any documented conduct by leadership that shows material disrespect for military service members during negotiations gives the fund the right to terminate the contract immediately. Victoria finally seemed to get that this had moved way past social embarrassment into legal trouble territory. But we were just trying to... You were trying to relieve Howard from his assigned seat because you thought he wasn't important enough to sit with you, General Rogers said at a military appreciation event on camera. The weight of what just happened settled over that table like fog rolling in off the water. Howard looked at me like a man watching his life's work disappear. Isaac, surely we can discuss this privately. The discussion ended when your wife decided a submarine veteran didn't deserve...
Hey, welcome in, Goliath.
I said some things aren't up for negotiation. So about 20 minutes later, we're sitting in the hotel's conference room. Howard, Sarah Mitchell, General Rogers, and a couple other Sentinel board members who got called away from their dinner. Victoria and Amanda didn't get invited to this meeting. The room felt smaller than it was. Howard sat across from me, looking like someone trying to figure out how many lifeboats were left on a sinking ship. Isaac, tonight, Victoria didn't understand the situation. The situation was a veteran sitting where he was supposed to sit. Your wife's lack of understanding was thinking she could decide who belongs and who doesn't. Sarah nodded her left. The provision is pretty specific. Any conduct by company leadership that demonstrates material disrespect for military service members when it's documented provides grounds for immediate contract termination. One of the board guys leaned forward. When you say company leadership, does that include spouse bosses, major shareholders. Sarah confirmed which Victoria is through her stake in the company. General Rogers was checking something on his phone. The stream footage is already making rounds through Pentagon networks. This isn't staying quiet. I touched Victoria again. 27 years ago, I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. Doesn't have an expiration date. When someone treats any veteran like their service, doesn't matter. I looked around the table. Vets with contracts become secondary to principals. Howard tried one ring. If there's anything we can do to address this, it addressed itself. I said, his response provided evidence. Pretty clear-cut situation. Sarah closed her laptop. I have to advise my client that proceeding with contract discussions under these circumstances would be inadvisable. After the meeting, I walked over to the lobby windows. You can see Pennsylvania Avenue down below. Late-night traffic moving through the city like supply lines, keeping everything running. My phone call was short. Admiral James Knox picked up on the second ring. Isaac heard there was an incident. Yes, sir. Sentinel Defense leadership demonstrated material disrespect for military service. Multiple cameras got it all. His recommendation? To terminate funding commitment. Effective immediately. Agreed. I'll notify the board. That was it. No big speeches. No drama. Just business decisions based on documented behavior and what the contract says. While I was making that call, emergency board meetings were getting set up in conference rooms all over D.C. Sentinel Defense's leadership was about to learn what happens when military standards meet corporate reality. By 8 a.m. the next morning, Sentinel Defense Systems got their wake-up call. Formal notification that their $3.22 billion funding commitment had been terminated. The Defense Department also quietly started reviewing their existing contracts for potential conduct violations. Howard's assistant called me 3 times before lunch. I didn't pick up. The industry news picked up the story by noon. Major defense contractor loses billion-dollar funding amid conduct concerns. The articles mentioned governance issues and leadership problems, but they didn't get into the specifics. None of them mentioned Victoria's comments about also military types or having security remove a veteran from his seat. But in Pentagon hallways and defense contractor boardrooms, the real story was spreading through networks that don't show up in press releases. Word travels fast when it involves respect for people who served. 3 days later, I'm back in my office going through new contract proposals. When Sarah mentioned Paul, Isaac thought you should know Sentinel's board voted Howard out as CEO. They're saying it's unrelated to what happened at the gala. But boards don't usually 3 days after losing $3.2 billion in funding, I finished. Exactly. Victoria is being asked to sell her shares too. I looked out my office window at the PTO Act, where you can sometimes see Navy ships moving through the water with that same quiet word that ended a $1 million deal. Any word on the contract? Dead in the water. Other investors are pulling out. The company's looking at bankruptcy within 6 months. That evening, I drove
Pokemon's out.
to National Cemetery. Not for any official business, just to walk among the headstones. Why some things matter more than life. Every marker there represents someone who understood that respect isn't earned through job titles or bank accounts. It's earned through service, doing what's right, and treating people with basic human dignity. Victoria Westfield never learned that lesson. Her husband's company paid the price for her education. You know, people ask me if I regret what happened that night. If I think destroying a company was too harsh for what was basically bad manners at a party, here's what they don't get. It wasn't about hurt feelings or social embarrassment. It was about what that moment meant. Nobody was watching. In the military, we say character is what you do when you think nobody's looking. But in the business world, somebody's always looking. Cameras are recording. Contracts have consequences. And decisions matter. Real power doesn't announce itself with designer clothes or condescending remarks. It sits quietly at the assigned table wearing a service ring and waits to see how people choose to act. Victoria thought she was clearing out some nobody who didn't belong at her level. What she actually did was show why her husband's company wasn't qualified to handle contracts that defend this country. The defense industry learned something that night. Veterans don't stop being important when they hang up the uniform. solid partnerships with the Pentagon, companies that usually don't last long enough for it to matter. A week after the gala, I got a call from a different defense contractor. They'd heard what happened and wanted to discuss a potential partnership, not because they felt sorry for me, but because they respected what the whole situation represented. We need people who understand that integrity isn't negotiable. The CEO told me, what you did sent a message that our industry needed to hear. That new partnership ended up being worth $4.8 billion over 3 years. Funny how things work out when you deal with people who get it. These days, I still go to military appreciation events. I still sit at whatever table they assign me, and I still wear my Navy ring as a reminder that some commitments don't have expiration dates. The respect I learned to give and expect during my submarine days serves me well in conference rooms and contract negotiations. It served this country for over 2 centuries. What happened to Sentinel Defense serves as a reminder to others in America. We honor those who served. When we don't, there are consequences. Victoria learned that lesson cost $3.22 billion. Howard learned it cost him his career. Their employees learned it when they had to find new jobs. Sometimes the most expensive education is the one that teaches you respect isn't optional. It's the foundation. Everything else gets built on. The funny thing is, if Victoria had just said hello and maybe thanked me for my service, we'd probably still be doing business with Sentinel Defense today. Instead, she decided to judge a book by its cover and remove what she saw as an obstacle to her networking agenda. That decision cost more than most people make in a lifetime. I kept my seat at table 12 that night. Victoria lost a lot more than hers. The industry remembers stories like this. They get passed around at conferences and board meetings, usually with the war attached. Treat people with respect, especially veterans, because you never know who you're talking to. But I think they miss the bigger point. You should treat everyone with respect, period. Not because they might be important, but because it's the right thing to do. The fact that I happen to control billions in defense funding was just what made the consequences visible. The problem was the disrespect itself. You want to know what really gets me about this whole thing? It's not that Victoria was rude, or that Howard lost his company. It's that none of it had to happen. If she just nodded hello when she walked up to that table, maybe asked about my background, shown basic courtesy to someone at a military event, we'd probably still be partners today. Sentinel Defense would still be getting Pentagon contracts. Howard would still have his job. Their employees wouldn't be looking for work. But she made a choice. She saw someone who didn't fit her idea of what important looked like, and decided that person didn't deserve respect. That choice cascaded through an entire corporation like a depth charge going off in shallow water. The irony is that Victoria thought she was protecting her husband's business interests by networking with the right people. Instead, she torpedoed the biggest deal in the company's history because she couldn't be bothered to treat her better. With basic courtesy, I think about that sometimes when I'm reviewing new contracts or sitting in boardrooms. How many other Victorias are out there making assumptions about who matters and who doesn't? How many deals never happen because someone decides the person across the table isn't worth their time? The business world is full of people who think power comes from who you know, what you wear, or how loud you talk. But real power is quiet. It's having control over things that matter, and using that control responsibly. I've been managing defense contracts for 15 years now. I've seen companies rise and fall based on how they treat people. The ones that last are the ones that understand respect is a business fundamental, not a social listening after the Sentinel situation. Word got around the industry pretty fast, not just about what happened, but about why it happened. Companies started being more careful about how their leadership behaved at events, especially around veterans. Some people called it political correctness run amok. I call it basic professionalism finally catching up with bad actors. The Pentagon noticed too. They started adding conduct clauses to more contracts, making it clear that how you treat service members matters in defense contracting. It's not enough to just deliver good products. You have to demonstrate values that align with what the military stands for. A few months after the gala, I was in another industry event when this young executive came up to me. He'd heard about what what happened with Sentinel and wanted to make sure he understood the lesson. So, the takeaway is to always be nice to veterans, he asked. The takeaway, I told him, is to always be nice to everyone. You never know who you're talking to, and more importantly, it's just the right thing to do. He nodded like he was filing that information away for future use, but I could tell he still didn't quite get it. He was thinking tactically how to avoid stepping on the wrong toes. He wasn't thinking about character. Character is what matters in the long run. It's what people remember about you after the contracts are signed and the deals are done. It's what determines whether people want to do business with you again. Victoria had a character problem. She thought her money and social position gave her permission to treat people poorly. The market corrected that assumption in the most expensive way possible. These days, when I hear about someone getting fired or losing a big opportunity because of how they treated people, I'm not surprised. What surprises me is how many others seem shocked that actions have consequences. Maybe it's because we've created a culture where saying the right things in public is considered more important than doing the right things in private, where image management matters more than actual integrity. But cameras are everywhere now. Social media captures everything.
Alright, I gotta run to the restroom, grab coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
Don't understand basic respect. The Sentinel story became a case study in some business schools. Not about defense contracting or investment decisions, but about leadership and organizational culture. About how quickly things can go wrong. People at the top don't represent your company's values. I'm glad it's being taught that way. say would be recorded. You made a terrible mistake coming here, Victoria continued. Whatever you think you found doesn't matter. No one follows me and walks away. Not Emily Dawson. Not even my...
Sorry about that, folks.
Mother, please. Marcus's voice trembled. What you're doing is wrong. These people you've hurt, the lives you destroyed, were necessary casualties of progress, Victoria interrupted. This is how empires are built, Marcus. The weak make way for the strong. That mechanic's daughter thought she could challenge me with her little act. She's lucky I decided to deal with her quickly instead of making her suffer first. Frank was already on the phone with Agent Chen as Victoria continued her confession, apparently believing she was alone with her son. The Patterson fire, the Yamamoto stroke, the Chen suicide, all carefully arranged, all necessary, and all completely untraceable. Victoria's laugh was like ice cracking. That's the beauty of power. Marcus, when you have enough of it, you can do anything. And Emily? Marcus asked, his voice steadier now. What about her? The hit and run should have been enough. I need to hire more competent help. Victoria's heels clicked on the hardwood floor, but it doesn't matter. By this time next week, Emily Dawson will have a tragic relapse. Her father will be too consumed with grief to pursue anything, and MedConnect will become part of Harrington Medical Group, just as it was always meant to be. You're a monster, Marcus said quietly. There's the difference. Victoria's voice hardened. Now give me whatever you've copied, and we'll discuss how to repair the damage you've done to this family. The lake house door burst open. The sound of shouting and running footsteps filled our earpiece, followed by Agent Chen's commanding voice. FBI Victoria Harrington, you're under arrest for conspiracy to commit murder, attempted murder, and racketeering. Everything you've said has been recorded. I finally allowed myself to breathe. Victoria's screams of protest faded as agents swarmed the property. Through it all, I heard Marcus's shaky voice. It's over, Mr. Dawson. It's finally over. But it wasn't quite over. Not yet. 2 hours later, I stood in St. Joseph's Hospital, watching Emily sleep peacefully for the first time since the accident. Armed guards now stood outside her door, and Agent Chen had personally assured me that the contractor Victoria hired had been arrested trying to board a flight to Mexico. Frank put his hand on my shoulder. You did good, Thomas. Margaret would be proud. I thought about her wife then, about the faith she'd always had that good would triumph over evil, that ordinary people, bound together by love and determination, could overcome any darkness. We didn't do it alone, I said quietly. God put the right people in our path. Marcus, Agent Chen, even that nurse who noticed the suspicious man asking questions about Emily's room last week. Frank nodded. The Lord works in mysterious ways. 4 months later, I sat in the Nashville Federal Courthouse watching justice close its books on Victoria Harrington. The woman who had once seemed untouchable stood in an orange prison jumpsuit as Judge Williams delivered her sentence. Life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for conspiracy to commit murder, plus 40 additional years for racketeering, fraud, and criminal enterprise. The gavel's bang echoed through the packed courtroom. Beside me, Emily squeezed my hand, her arm now free of its cast. On her other side sat Marcus, who had become something more than just our ally over the past few months. It's really over, Dad, Emily whispered. And for the first time...
Pokeballs out. Yatch!
6 weeks later, I found myself standing in the backyard of our house on Maple Avenue, watching Emily adjust the flowers in her hair for the 3rd time. The March afternoon was warm with early spring sunshine, and the smell of Margaret's roses blooming for the first time since we'd replanted them. You nervous, sweetheart? Terrified, she admitted with a grin. But the good kind of terrified. Marcus appeared in the doorway of our little house, wearing a simple gray suit. He looked nothing like the haunted young man I'd met in that church pew. The weight was gone from his shoulders, replaced by something I recognized from my own wedding day. Pure hope. He had legally changed his name, denounced renouncing the Harrington legacy and everything it represented. He worked now in a non-profit clinic in downtown Nashville, using his business degree to actually help people instead of exploit them. Pastor Williams from Grace Baptist Church performed the ceremony in our modest backyard, past the same garage where Emily had built her first computer and developed the app that had nearly cost her everything, but ultimately saved countless lives. MedConnect had been successfully launched and was now connecting rural patients across Appalachia with specialists they could never have afforded to see in person. Emily had refused several corporate buyout offers, choosing instead to keep the company small and mission-focused. But more than the success, it was the knowledge that her work was genuinely helping people that made Emily's eyes shine. I promise to stand by you, Marcus said, his voice clear and strong, to choose integrity over wealth, truth over convenience, and love over everything my family used to represent. Emily's response brought tears to my eyes. I promise to build our future together, one honest day at a time, to remember that real success isn't measured in dollars, but in the lives we touch and the good we do. After the ceremony, as neighbors and friends celebrated in our backyard, I found myself standing by Margaret's rose garden, thinking about the journey that had brought us here. Victoria Harrington would spend the rest of her life behind bars. The families of her victims had finally received closure and substantial settlements from the Harrington estate. Marcus and Jasper, Victoria's former assistant, who had also cooperated with authorities, were both rebuilding their lives with clean consciences, even in the darkest circumstances. I had learned redemption was always possible. As the sun set over Willow Creek, Emily and Marcus cut their wedding cake, a simple vanilla creation from Dolly's Diner downtown, the same place where Margaret used to buy my birthday cakes. Nothing fancy, nothing expensive, but made with love by people who cared about their community. Dad, Emily said, pulling me aside as the evening wound down, Marcus and I have some news. We're expecting a baby in October. I felt my heart expand with a joy I hadn't experienced since the day Emily was born. A new generation, a fresh start, a chance to pass.
All right, motherfuckers. It's that time of the night.
That night, as I sat on the front porch watching the stars emerge over our quiet street,
So we gotta find a raid target.
to my Father and to the God who ensures that love ultimately triumphs over hate, that justice eventually overcomes corruption, and that hope always finds a way to bloom, even in the hardest soil. Looking back on everything that happened to our family, I realized this wasn't just about protecting Emily's invention or standing up to a powerful woman. This was about something much deeper. The eternal struggle between good and evil.
All right, we are going to raid
And those who use it to tear others down. God puts
to Senza Kojika,
Agent Chen was investigating the right case.
who is also playing
Even Frank's old contact
Cyber Sleuth,
justice when we need
Hacker's Memory. So, be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, and or privileges, and or duties of wherever the fuck you're from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch, alright? We really appreciate it. It makes our day and means everything, alright? As streamers, show that same love and respect to the viewers that you watch, or the streamers, or the viewers that you have in your chat rooms, alright? Because, well, we can do this job without them. Wouldn't be any fun, and honestly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, I will be back Saturday and Sunday. More than likely. I might not be here tomorrow, we'll see. But definitely here Sunday. It depends on whether I go down to the local card shop or not. Alright, so this is your Immortal Sith Emperor signing out. Saying, see you later, fuckers.